Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everybody. Let me welcome you all to our Portfolio Committee meeting of Communications and Digital Technologies. I want to recognize the Honorable Minister Ntshavheni, who has joined us. Welcome, Minister. I wish to recognize all the chairpersons of the various entities, the officials of the various entities, the DGs, the executives of various entities. You're all welcome, honorable members. May I get an indication from the Secretariat if we correct to begin?
Good morning, Acting Chair. We correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. So you're all welcome to this morning's meeting. May I please request the Secretariat to please put up the agenda. Secretariat, can you please, before we move for the adoption of the agenda, please can you give us the apologies for today's meeting?
Good morning, Acting Chairperson. Acting Chairperson, we have an apology for the Minister DCDT, who's attending an extended cabinet meeting today. Also, the Deputy Minister is attending a strategic planning session. The DG has also attended an apology, DCDT, also attending the strategic planning session. In terms of members, we have an apology for Ms. Sangoni Diko and Ms. Chauke Adonis. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any apologies from those who are present here? I noted in the Minister Ntshavheni has indicated she will be leaving after a short while after starting the meeting, as she's also attending the extended cabinet meeting. We wish to record that as well. And I think there's also the chairperson of ICASA board has sent in apologies. He's not. Sorry, I think there was a weakness in my signal. So we've also want to record the apologies of the chairperson of ICASA, who's indicated that I think he is in Rwanda. And yes, so we've recorded the apologies of the minister who will be leaving early. So thank you so much. Honorable members, the agenda, Hajira, is before us. May I please just quickly go to the agenda and we can adopt the agenda to proceed?
Just one addition, Acting Chairperson. The Acting DG GCIS is also tendering an apology. Thank you.
Yes, I also noted that from the entity FBP that the chairperson is also tendered an apology, and Professor Sia, whose hand is up, the deputy chair, will be representing her in this meeting today. So you're welcome. I think those are about the apologies that we have got. Councillor Catherine Mushi is attending on behalf of the ICASA chairperson. We've recorded that. So thank you so much for those apologies. Thank you so much. May I now move for the agenda? So we'll go to the minutes of last week. Then we have the GCIS and its entity that we will then deal with. We'll present their annual report and financial statements. I propose we do that one after the other. And thereafter, we will deal with three entities, FPP, ZADNA, and ICASA, from the DCDT portfolio in terms of their annual reports. Honorable members, I don't envisage today's meeting to be extremely long. Just for information purposes, the meeting does indicate we have been programmed to go on from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And the main reason that we have done that is that we've taken a principal decision that we want to have meaningful engagement with each entity. And from our experience last year, when we tried to cram everything in one day, it was literally an impossible task, or even over 2 days or 1.5 days. And therefore, we have thoughtfully stretched it out so that each entity is meaningfully engaged. I do believe, however, that today we have got the smaller of the entities in terms of across the board, except for maybe ICASA, we have much smaller entities before us. And I don't believe that we would be the entire day. So I wish to record that. I also wish to record that we have been granted permission by the House Chair for being in the meeting whilst the plenary is in session, and that permission has been granted. Secretariat has shared that in the group. I did note Honorable Shabeleng's concern in the WhatsApp group regarding the House sitting at 2. Honorable Shabeleng, my proposal is that if we work expeditiously and we go till 2 p.m., I do believe that we can make substantial ground, if not complete the meeting by 2 p.m. And then we won't break for 1, as I would ordinarily have proposed we break for lunch. And those who wish to be part of the sitting then can join the sitting in physical. However, if you are making a motion, the motions usually are done towards the end of the House sitting. And I do believe that will be, members who wish to go in physically or even virtually will still be able to make those motions, because I do believe by then we should be substantially over, if not complete, with the meeting. So, honorable members, with those few opening comments, may I please request the support of the members to adopt this agenda before us? Thank you, Honorable Mkhakha. May I get a seconder for the adoption of the agenda, please? Yabonga. Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Thank you so much, honorable members. For those few comments, may we have the first item, which is the adoption of the minutes. This was circulated to members prior to this meeting.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Kelisha.
Yes, sorry, Chair. Aren't they supposed to say it for the record? I know I see the hands as well, but for the record and the purposes of the meeting, maybe they should say I adopt the agenda and stuff. I just wanted to say that, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhakha. May I please request you to say it?
Okay, thanks, Chair. Good morning, honored members. Good morning, everybody in the platform. I move, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhakha moves. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, Minister, and members. I move to second the proposal by Honorable Mkhakha to adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Thank you, Honorable Kelisha, for that guidance. Honorable members, the minutes have been shared. I did see there was an edited version of the minutes that was shared. This was the minutes for last week's meeting, in which we adopted the meeting minutes for before that, and then we went through the AGSA's audit outcomes, and we dealt with 5 entities last week. I think we set a record for this meeting. It ended at 22:25. Can you continue, Hajira?
Good morning, members. Minutes 14 October. I'll just page through. That was the attendance. Page 2 was the entities, attendance, staff attendance. And then, Chair, there was an opening and welcome. We adopted our outstanding minutes for the 7th of October. The Minister made opening remarks. And then we just highlighted the briefing by the Auditor General. In addition, the briefing by DCTT, SABC, Centec, BBI, CETA, and USASA, noting that a report will be written and adopted by the committee. The matters arising, Chairperson, was that the letter would be drafted to the Minister, DCTT, and National Treasury, requesting an update on the shortfall experienced by Centec and SABC on the SABC debt. And in terms of that, Chairperson, this letter has been drafted and has been sent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can you just confirm to us who the letter has been sent through?
It's been sent to the Leader of Government Business, and the Minister has been CC'd in.
Thank you, Hajira. So, honorable members, and you didn't read out that the meeting adjourned at 22:25, Hajira.
It's agenda 2225, Chairperson.
It was a long and lengthy meeting, one of our longer meetings. Yes, so just some feedback. Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee did call me, Honorable Kusela Sangoni Diko, indicating that the efficiency of that letter that we had proposed, it would be more effective if it goes off to the leader of our government business, which was done, and of course the ministry was copied in that. Honorable members, those are the minutes before us. If there are any input or additions to the minutes, please may I request honorable members for the adoption of these minutes. Honorable Bodlani.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the colleagues in the meeting. Chair, on the point of the request and resolution by the Portfolio Committee to write to the Minister DCDT and the National Treasury requesting an update on the SABC Centec. If I'm understanding you correctly, the resolution was not carried out as per the meeting agreement, but rather on the advice of the chairperson, a letter was sent to the leader of government business. Why, where, I don't know, where, at which point do we go around the resolutions of the committee, especially considering that the agreement in the meeting was that the letter would be shared with us so that at least we are all happy with the content. So just as a process, Chair, how is the resolution of the Portfolio Committee changed outside the meeting? And then I will follow up based on your answer.
No, thank you so much. Honorable Badlani, as I've indicated, I did receive a call from Honorable Sangoni, and she indicated that the sending of the letter was in place, and she supported the idea of the committee. However, she did suggest that the efficiency of the letter, for it to be more effective in terms of getting the necessary traction and moving towards resolving it, because the intention of the letter is really to find a solution towards the impasse that we find ourselves in. And she felt that it would be greater if it is sent through to the leader of government business. And my understanding is that she remains the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and hence her guidance will supersede my guidance as the acting chair. Hence, that was the action taken. Of course, we must ensure, Honorable, I do believe then, Hajira, you indicated that the Department of DCDT was copied. I do believe that the Treasury should also be copied in that letter, because that was the intention. Honorable Bodlani?
Can Ms. Hajira confirm if the Treasury was copied? Because then it would mean that the chairperson made an addition, which is a different story altogether.
Okay. Hajira, can you please confirm that?
Good morning, members. The Treasury was not CC'd in. Thank you.
So thank you, Hajira. May I then therefore propose that we do ensure that the Treasury is sent, that letter is sent through to Treasury, as it was one of the resolutions we took last week.
Will do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, honorable members. I think
there's a hand for Mr. Shabala.
Sorry, let me deal with Honorable Bodlani. Is there a follow-up for you?
Chair, there was also an agreement that we will have sight of the letter, which we didn't. And if we are going to really have a collegial relationship, it's us keeping to the resolutions of the Portfolio Committee and seeing them through. So I appreciate that this has happened, but can I really call for this to be the last time that a resolution of the Portfolio Committee is augmented, and action that is against or something that does not go with the resolution is taken without us being consulted in our name?
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Your point is noted and well received. Hajira, please take note of that and please share the copy of the letter in the group, firstly. And secondly, going forward, as Honorable Bodlani has indicated, if it was a resolution that we will have sight of the letter, please ensure that that is done. Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Shabale?
Chair, thanks a lot. And I just wanted to actually touch base on what Honorable Badlani was saying. We have a committee where we sit for hours and we discuss and we agree on a point going forward, and yet when the outcome comes, it is done independently and it is done without the committee's oversight work. So that creates us a huge problem in a sense that either we are going to be seen as a captured committee that does things outside the committee agreements, etc. So I think let's be very cautious on this issue, because the point that this is happening, Chair, under your watch is becoming concerning, because then it's going to give us a problem going forward. Whatever we decide when we sit in meetings with you, it means it doesn't hold. There's a certain other power structures that then do override the committee. So I think maybe on a cautionary level, can we not have a situation like this? Everything that is decided in the committee must be carried out based on the committee's instructions and based on the committee's agreements. You know, there are no individuals in the committee, as we've been actually made to believe. But if it becomes now a culture whereby things are done outside our purview and we don't even have an oversight of what is happening, soon we will be held accountable by our own, you know, constituencies and representatives saying that why did we agree to things that we were not even party to. So please, on a cautionary level, this cannot come up and happen again. We really need to be very serious. And even the extension of, I didn't want to raise this objection, but I raised it in the group, the extension of the committee meetings. You cannot just write to, for instance, to do an extension without having consulted us as members. It's a very big issue, and that is why I raised it to say that we all know we have plenaries, physical plenaries, not even virtual, where we have to raise certain motions. Some of us are acting and participating as whips in these physical plenaries. So it becomes very concerning when things are just done willy-nilly and we are just passengers going along in this committee. Can we be taken serious, please? And this is just a plea. We're not coming up with a problem or creating a crisis for the committee. We're just saying that procedurally certain things must be engaged with us. And if you need a quick 30-minute call for members to decide on a position, please do arrange and request for that. We can always engage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Shabeleng. Let me just quickly, briefly respond. Firstly, the issue surrounding the extension was not something that I decided upon. We did have a committee report that was adopted in the first meeting of this term. And in that report, in that committee program, this 9 to 5 was there, and that would have covered the period. So that was adopted by this entire committee, and that would have been, we were all aware that they're just going to cut across plenary sittings. And it was concerning, but as I said, it was not my decision. It was a committee decision when we adopted the program. My task was just to ensure that whilst the committee has adopted the program, we must ensure that there is clearance by the House Chair. Hence, there is a procedure that we must always write to the House Chair to alert them and get their permission. So it wasn't my decision, it was in the committee program. Your point is noted. I think, Hajira, the point is emphasized by both Honorable Bodlani and Honorable Shabeleng. It was a decision made by this committee that we will send out those letters and that we'll have sight of those letters. In defense of Honorable the Chairperson, she did try to call me on Friday, and I was unable to connect with her until yesterday. So I would imagine she was attempting to discuss this matter with me. And had I taken that call, then I certainly then would have done what I needed to do and reach out to the committee and give update in the committee. So I'm not defending Honorable Bodlani. I'm merely stating the facts that she attempted to call me on Friday, and I didn't take the call, and we only managed to speak yesterday. So yes, the point is noted. And thank you so much, honorable members, for your guidance. We certainly are a team that is well oiled, and we certainly don't want to disrupt the collegiality that we are working with. And certainly, I think the Honorable Sangoni would have acted in our best interest, but the point is noted. We should have communicated this with the committee. Thank you, honorable members. Are there any other hands? Honorable Shabeleng, I assume that is there a follow-up? Is there a legacy hand?
Chair, it is a follow-up.
Yes, Honorable Shabeleng.
Yeah, it is a follow-up, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, on that regards then, can you please then afford the committee the opportunity to have oversight of that letter?
Yes, of course. We've indicated that Hajira will share the letter. Hajira, please share the letter immediately in the group.
I will do that. I will do that, members.
Thank you, Hajira. Hajira, also please note the procedure the honorable members has highlighted to us. As secretary is also just ensure that what is decided upon in the meeting is followed through. Thank Thank you so much. And I didn't have sight of the letter either, just so that the meeting reflects that I didn't have sight of the letter either. Thank you, Honorable Chabeleng. We'll for Hajira will.
Then, Chair, you are raising even a bigger problem. Please note my hand.
Your hand is down, Honorable Bodlani. Yes, Honorable Bodlani.
Then, Chair, you are raising an even bigger problem. At this committee, we stood and supported your election as the acting chairperson for this portfolio committee, while Honorable Sangoni Diko is busy with the ad hoc committee. So if you are going to then not be available on a Saturday and a Sunday to deal with matters of the committee, it is going to be a problem, Chair. We are trusting you sitting in that chair to guide the committee. And if that is still going to be outsourced to somebody else, then the workings of this committee are going to be very difficult. And if the letter has been sent without you having had sight of it, it's even a bigger problem for me.
Okay, Honorable Bodlani, I'll respond to you. Honorable Chabeleng, hand is still up. Okay. So, Honorable Bodlani, I did try to contact Honorable Sangoni over the weekend. So it's not I'm not available. I was available the entire weekend. I tried to reach out to Honorable Chairperson on 2 occasions, and I was unable to connect with her, and we missed each other. So that is it was not I'm not available. I'm certainly available unless I'm unwell, in which case the committee will be aware. So it's not I wasn't available. I was available, and I did attempt to contact Honorable Sangoni to establish why she was trying to phone me. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you for that guidance. It's well received, and in the spirit of collegiality and running a team in a committee as acting chair in a committee that holds each other accountable. I really appreciate the guidance and the oversight that you guys are carrying out. Honorable members, with that, I think have we adopted the agenda? Yes, we have.
We need to adopt the minutes, Chairperson.
Oh, yes, we need to adopt the minutes. Thank you so much, Hajira. Honorable members, can I then request you humbly for us to adopt the minutes so that we can proceed with this meeting? Honorable Bodlani, I recognize you. Honorable Matafa, can you come in first, please?
The letter has been sent, members.
Honorable Matafa, I recognize you.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Bodlani, your hand was up.
At this point, Chair, I'm not sure I know where we are in the meeting, but let me say I second the moving of the minutes.
The adoption of the minutes.
Thank you. Of the minutes, I do beg your
Gabonga, thank you so much, Honorable Bodlani. Thank you so much, honorable members. With that, we therefore have the minutes have been adopted. Now, honorable members, as we know, we are continuing with the BRRRA process, and one of the entities that we have oversight over is the GCIS and its entity MDDA. We therefore then welcome the team from GCIS led by Minister Ntshavheni, and I call upon Minister Ntshavheni for her opening remarks and then to lead her team into the presentation of their annual report for the 24-25 financial year. On Minister Ntshavheni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members and good morning to the senior government officials on the call. Honorable Chairperson, if you permit me, I'll do the introduction of both GCIS and the MDDA, and I'll request the colleagues when they present to do the highlights, given that the report has been shared with members. I'll see if I'm able to stay a bit longer to allow maybe a first round of questions of members for me to respond. But if time is not permitting, the officials who are here are very much capable of responding to the issues that may be raised by the members of the committee. I must from the outset indicate that we are here very proud of ourselves, having achieved for GCIS another clean audit for 5 consecutive years. And for MDDA, having achieved a clean audit, which is an improvement from last year where we had an unqualified audit opinion. This year we've got an unqualified audit opinion with no matters at all, which gives us a clean audit, which we are very proud of, both the GCIS and the MDDA. In terms of performance, GCIS performance is at 89%, that is the audited performance, with 42 planned targets and 5 targets not achieved. On the MDDA, we've got 88% performance and 16 planned targets and 2 not achieved. And I'm just going to quickly do with 2 fundamental issues that that members may raise, which I feel I must clarify myself, and then round up before I call the acting DG of GCIS to present. On the one matter that GCIS did not achieve is the green paper which I put on in abeyance. And the reason is that what was in the green paper we put in the government communication policy, which is now approved by Cabinet, is the government communication policy 2025 to 2029, which was reviewing the government communication policy of 2018. What is fundamental is that in the government communication policy, what we sought to do through a green paper, which will take longer, we could do it quicker through the policy. For instance, Cabinet in its approval indicated that we must then draft the code of conduct of government employees on communications, which will then be shared to the DPSA, who are responsible for the public service, and then they will then gazette that to become a code of conduct for the entirety of the public service, so that government communication is coherent messaging and so forth. And that is achieved now immediately. We are finalizing the drafting ourselves. We have given ourselves a target that by end of the next quarter, because this quarter is just completed. By the end of this quarter, actually, December, we are going to finalize the drafting of the code of conduct and share it with GPSA so that they can do what they are required to do. The second part related to that is that we believe that we have a bigger role to play in terms of a bill or legislation, and that legislation affects how the community media is treated. Our proposal is to remove the provision for community media coverage from the Electronic Communication Act, ECA, which is the responsibility of the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, to move it to be the responsibility under the Minister who will be responsible for GCIS. And why it's important, there are a number of areas of concerns, regulatory issues that arise from the lack of a very robust protection. For instance, you've got 84 community media, community broadcasting that closed down in the period from 300 to 86. They closed to 206. They closed down because the regulatory environment is not supportive of community media. For instance, if a community radio station or a community TV misses to apply for a license for very genuine reasons, a very acceptable reasons with a very good explanation, ICASA does not, in terms of legislation, does not give them an opportunity to extend the application period and to keep their frequency. They simply close them down. And that issue is a problem because for the commercial media, they do not have that burden. They are guaranteed their frequency, and also they are given an extension of period to apply. And there's no intervention that comes through that. And so we feel that instead of focusing on what the policy could cover and we implement the policy genuinely, we need to then focus on how to build media diversity and supporting community media as part of increasing our reach to make sure that we communicate with South Africans. So that is the prioritization of the bill we are working on. To this regard, we have already communicated with the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies, requesting one, that they give us enough time and extended time to comment on the audiovisual policy, that paper that they are working on, so that we could then comment from that basis. Two, we have requested that we do an amendment of the ECA, but also move the ECA provision out of the ECA on the section of the community media, and do a standalone bill, which this committee will then champion. And our view is that by that intervention, we can then go a long way. And I've just informed you that we have now gotten Cabinet to approve the government communications policy of 2025 to 2029. But our focus is to move from proliferation to diversity. And in that regard, GCIS is undertaking a community media plurality and diversity index study, in this current financial year, to then deal with, to say how do we support diversity and not necessarily proliferation. And the other issue that there's an under expenditure on is on the MDDA side, where they've under expended 8.5 million rands on the grant part. They will provide further details, but what has happened is that the implementation of the project has been over a 12-month period, and majority of those projects do not complete within the 12 months, so it results in the under expenditure. As an intervention from this year on, project implementation is on 18 months basis to allow all projects to be under expended, to be fully expended and also be completed, because we cannot pay for a project that has not been completed. We pay as they reach the milestones that are set. And the other part, as my last portion before I invite them to present, is the issue of how do we make sure and the decisions that support the funding of stations. There is a call that they do out, they'll explain that, but on our part, we have been emphasizing that there must be geographic spread. We must now start to also check on the sectors to say, if within a radius you've got language representation, what are the other things that must be covered, so that we can then say, is the interest on, for example, religious groups covered, is the interest of the people with disability covered, and so forth. And those are the things that we are focusing. We are focusing on to make sure that the MDDA performance benefits all South Africans. We can drive media diversity across the country. We can build the diversity and support the diversity and the plurality of South Africans through the work that we do with the MDDA. But our understanding is that community media is not just a community media, but is an important player into the building the creative industry, which is amongst the fastest growing industry globally. And we believe that if supported and they can be financially sustainable, we can then make an intervention and contribute meaningfully to the creative sector. And I almost forgot one important thing, that amongst the work that we have done well, GCIS has met its target on disability in terms of employment equity. With that, Chairperson, and through your permission, I'll invite Acting DDG Sandy Lenene to then present on behalf of GCIS, and from him we can then have the CEO of MDDA, Mr. Shweshwe, to present on the MDDA, and I've urged them that we must use maybe 10 minutes to present each, and then we can then deal with the questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister Ntshavheni, for your opening remarks. Let us invite the Acting DG Sandy Lenene, Acting DG of GCIS.
Thank you, Minister, and good morning to members as well as colleagues. Chairperson, I'm going to present the audited annual report and the annual financial statement for GCIS for the year 2024-25 financial year. Chairperson, it's quite important to remember that this will be the last annual report for the sixth administration, which had the erstwhile medium-term strategic framework. Chairperson,
sorry, Sandile, we don't see any documents being screened. Are you not screening?
Are you not Chairperson,
presentation?
Oh, okay, Chairperson. Let me share.
We prefer a presentation to be spoken to. It makes it a lot more interactive.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it becomes a speech.
Oh, okay, no, Chairperson. Let me just share. Chairperson, can you confirm if the presentation is visible on your side?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, Chairperson, in doing so, as we've said, what we are going to do, Chairperson, is that we're going to then, in presenting our GCIS, we are going to then move, starting with slide 3, on to slide 3. Chairperson, can I just confirm if you are able to see the presentation?
I can see the first page. If you move, I haven't seen you move it. If you move it, then we can confirm. We can see the next page. You're still on the cover page.
Oh, okay. Chairperson, let me start on slide number 3, because I think as Minister has guided us, we need to summarize. So when we started the actual financial year and we ended, we're doing 2 things, Chairperson. We needed to then prepare for the GCIS of the future through the organizational design, and which we has completed. And one of the things that we were able to do, it was one, we were able to then do a skills audit that determines the state of readiness in as far as the skills requirement of our staff, but also some of the skills gaps so that at least we are able to prepare. That was finalized, and the organizational design was actually signed off by our minister in concurrence with the Minister of DPSA. Which is part of the legislative requirements. What we've also then done, Chair, is that we were able to then ensure that of the 27 positions, vacancies, we're able to fill 25 of those. And of course, the most important thing, Chairperson, there is that we had 11 posts that were earmarked for the designated groups. Unfortunately, we held interviews in trying to make sure that we are centered and we are also specific in terms of our target audience, in terms of the race groups that we wanted to employed, but in some occasion we couldn't meet at least the candidates did not give us what we were looking for. So with that, we were able to be at 25. However, Chairperson, if you look at it in the next financial year, which is the current financial year, we've made so many strides in terms of filling that. So what we are sitting at, Chairperson, we are sitting at the vacancy rate of 5%, which is lesser than the DPSA threshold of vacancies at 8%. But that has also been given us the sense and the source of irritation, Chairperson. And as we present, we want to use this committee to be our advocacy against National Treasury, because one of the things that we picked up, Chairperson, is that we've got about 84 posts that, in fact, 82 posts that are not funded. These are critical posts that we need to be able to fund. Chairperson, I think you must have gone, as the committee, have gone out to at least 2 provinces in Gauteng and the Eastern Cape. You've picked up the need for GCIS to really become a leader in terms of our provincial liaison, but also in terms of ensuring that what we offer at GCIS everywhere is harmonized and the skills are also harmonized. So what we are trying to do, Chairperson, is that we would want this committee to then have that in mind, at the back of its mind, that we've got 82 unfunded positions. Of course, and then we've also been able to get this 15 posts that has been funded for at least the next financial year. The other element, Chairperson, is that as GCIS, we've been made through the process of how we are funded to live from hand to mouth, in a sense that the COLA funding that we get every financial year, depending on the percentage that is agreed to by the union and government for levels 1 and 12, we received 2.5 million instead of 13 million. So what it does with the COLA funding is that we now need to fund our COLA from our operations, and you'll see in the next few slides that I'm going to deal with, Chairperson, that it affects some of our operations, because we have got to now fund the shortfall that is not funded. The important elements, the minister has spoken to it, but I think one of the things that we are proud of, Chairperson, in line with the vision of the NDP that really says that 11 million jobs will be created via the SMMEs, is that we were able to process 5,074 invoices. And of that, the bulk, or 92% of that, was processed within 30 days. Where we have failed, it is because of some of the issues. For instance, the system would have been down from CETA, and there would be other issues that would have made it impossible for our staff not to process the invoices on time. Our own internal process is that in terms of the payment of SMMEs, this is what we always strive for. Chairperson, the other thing that the Minister spoke about, because I'm using this slide and then summarizing the next 4 slides, which will make it a little bit easier, is the importance of overstating the reality is that GCIS is actually at 3% in terms of the employment of people with disability, because most departments are failing. But also there's a reality that in as much as GCIS we do have in our stakeholder metrics, Disability SA, National Council of and People with Disability, DEF SA, the reality is that we do find that in as much as we would have worked with those, sometimes professionals themselves do not want to declare their disabilities, which makes it more difficult. So the importance of achieving the target for us is something that we are proud of. What we are also then proud of, Chairperson, is that in terms of our own demographics throughout the GCIS establishment, staff establishment, we've got about 60% overall in terms of the female versus male ratio across all levels. And I think if you look at the pure numbers, it's about 235 versus 162. That's a very incredible number, Chairperson. Chairperson, as we move towards the other elements, because I'm going to skip this one, we've already spoken to it, as I've indicated. There are areas of improvement, Chairperson, but in terms of our employment equity plan, we are really doing not well on 2 areas, but we've indicated that it will be covered in the next financial year. Chair, I've already indicated on this slide, and then I don't think that I need to repeat, but it's quite important that the portfolio committee assists us in terms of filling the 82 unfunded vacancies. Chair, I'm going to then talk about our performance, which will be the next slide. One of the first things that I think, Chairperson, we're going to have to talk about is we need to address the elephant in the room that in as much as GCIS, we are in charge of and we are assisting the IMC on elections, where the communications approach has been drafted and approved by GCIS. We've also mobilized communicators across the system in terms of ensuring that there should be campaigns around the need for our South Africans to collect their IDs. But the reality of it is that we just do not have funding dedicated to the local government communications campaign. So what we are doing is that we are doing with the constraint, and it's the same thing that happened to us during the national elections, where, for instance, even the campaigns that we are able to mount were campaigns that we are able to source money from the Department of Home Affairs and COGTA. But we want to then state it up front that it is becoming a little bit of a problem. In fact, it is a big problem because even that communication approach, if it's not funded, it remains in vain. But also what we end up doing is that we end up having to substitute the other parts. Chair, the highlights in terms of the performance, as we've indicated, were at 89%. But one of the biggest challenges, at least achievements that we have had, was the engagement rate at 3%. And then we're able to grow our followers by 9%. When Minister first came to GCIS on Facebook, for instance, we at 350,000, and she was able to challenge us to reach 1 million. We've reached that 1 million target. But I think one of the things that we're always doing is we are constantly innovating as GCIS is that if you were to look at the engagement rate across, we are now at 280 million across. The other thing is that we have migrated the Vuk'uzenzele, and part of what we were able to come up with is the Vuk podcast, which is really an audiovisual series of the content that you'd find at Vuk'uzenzele a digital platform. All our post-cabinet media briefings in line with the sign language interpretation are now carried through the usage of the sign language interpretation. The national campaign, Chairperson, we were able to reach a total of 123 million South Africans in terms of those that interacted with our campaign, those that were touched by our campaigns, but those that were able to then be moved to our campaign. On the private sector-led initiative in terms of the transformation responsibility that is attached to the minister responsible for GCIS. The annual transformation report was produced, and then there's quite a number of things that we're able to pick up from there. Besides the cases that we've got 10 cases of funding, but there are still women on boards that can't be permitted to vote. There are other companies that still have not seen it correct, even though it's a constitutional provision to employ all race groups in this country. Of course, in terms of the National Population Register of 1912, we are still struggling in terms of actually extracting those that are, we call the SABC as part of the employment equity beneficiaries. By SABC chairperson, we're talking about the South African born Chinese, because the 1952 population register says that there were 100,000. So we should be able to find that. Chairperson, as we continue with the highlights, as we move, we continue to then use and work with South Africans through the development communication, which really is about our interaction with South Africans, so that we are able to get insight from first hand, and we're also then be able to then deal with some of the issues that they have. And we've also then done media engagements in terms of ensuring that we relate our messages, our communication approach, our communication activities via community media. And I've stressed the point in terms of us working with the IEC during the year under review, where we're dealing with misinformation and disinformation. Part of what we're able to deal with, Chairperson, is specific disinformation elements, and we're able to clarify those, and then we'll stem fake items. For instance, you'll find that there'll be unverified declaration of victories, and then I'm sure Massive picked up that during the last elections, and we were there with our partners to ensure that we deal with that. In some instances, it would be the issue of delegitimization of the electoral process outcomes, and then we were there to ensure that at least we provide information to South Africans. In celebration of in commemoration of Black Wednesday, we're able to then work with our partners to through the panel discussion that we had. As Minister indicated, the overall is 86%, but there's a tie between branch 1 and branch 2. Chairperson, the one other element, and I'm hoping that the portfolio committee at some point at the invitation to the minister would come and present. We are able, Chairperson, to deal with the coordination of the system, and we are able to see who has complied with the National Communication Strategic Framework. We are able to deal with the understanding of who is communicating at what point. Just to give you an example, Chairperson, over the last 6 months through the GCIS, which is the Government Excellence Communication Excellence Tool. The last 6 months, we will tell you that the department that communicated the most in terms of 5,000 communication output, it was the Department of Social Development. And we can tell you that the least department that communicated, looking at the statement, looking at the media briefing, looking at the social media usage, it was the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment at 105. And we're also able to tell you who is the most followed in terms of social media or all social media platform. And the contradiction, you'll find that people follow the SAPS more, and the National Treasury is sitting at about 5,000 to 9,000 followers. So with that, Chairperson, we're able to then say that the compliance in terms of those that complied and those that gave us report is at 97%. What we are taking forward, Chairperson, is that we are taking the GCIS report to analyze the state of compliance to provinces. Chair, the other element that we have always been doing, because as GCIS, we're driven by public perception research, that allows us to get insight in terms of what worries South Africans, but what sort of messages are they looking for? But what is beyond the messages? What do they want their government to go and do? So we do that through what we call a tracker research that has given us an improvement in terms of South Africans who feel that the country is going into the wrong or right direction. And then we've improved from 18% to about 33%. Now, it's a huge improvement because the indices that people will be talking about would be issues like electricity. And once government come and intervene, you'll find that there's a positive change based on that intervention. We also then assisted our sister entity, Brand SA, in terms of our own research to run what we call ad hoc research. In those, we have done the repositioning of South Africa as a brand study. And secondly, we are also then working or have worked with Brand SA to ensure that we come up with what we call the central idea, a country beyond extraordinary in terms of what we're looking at. In terms of the G20 chairperson, it must be understood by the committee that we're only given a mandate as GCIS to run the G20 outreach program. We're not given any branding awareness, though that was given to DERCO. But what we've also been able to do is that we've run the G20 outreach programs. In doing so, chairperson, we continue then to conduct research in terms of people's awareness of G20, their state of readiness, and what they feel should be the beneficiaries of G20 to South African. Chairperson, what we've done is that in terms of the administration, knowing that at least this is a closeout report, we've given you in terms of the state of where we are. Branch 1, in terms of throughout the 5 years, we have at 86%, but obviously in other financial years, there were 2 financial years where we reached 100%. The typical unachieved target relates to what I've said, where we had to, instead of implementing 20% of the digitization strategic project, we had to now reprioritize because of many other things, including the COLA that we needed to fund from our operation budget. Branch 2, this is what we have done. This is where the minister's shareholder interest comes in terms of the entities. 30 Years of Freedom became the hallmark, and Goza TV was one of the projects that we've implemented. What was unachieved is the 6 hours per week on Goza TV. Chairperson, how we've been doing it was that our streaming platform during the year under review, it was still at an infancy stage, so we had a lot of back-end issues that we were able to contend with. But the last 2 quarters, we were able to overachieve the target. However, because the target is non-accumulative, so you need to be able to be at 6 hours per week every day of the week. And of course, the other element, chairperson, is that in the number of posts per day on GCIS managed platforms. And this is where, for instance, our target is that we post 70 posts per day. There were instances where we posted more, but there were equally instances where we posted less. And then the average was that we missed the target by 2. The minister has already spoken to the areas. Safe to say, chairperson, the focus for us is the need for us to deal with some of the elements. For instance, if we were to go to the Broadcasting Act of 1999, which is where the first legal definition of community media is found, there's a section 22A around regional TV station, which was originally intended to the function of the SAPC. One of the things that we're working with the DCDT on is also to ensure that that provision from the Act is removed so that at least we deal with the elements. There are other elements that we have spoken to, including the issue that the requirement that says that or at least community broadcasters must notify ICASA within six months, if they intend to renew. We are simply saying, but why is it only applicable to a community radio that requires handholding? Can we then, and then we have also met with ICASA to deal with these issues. So there are quite a number of things in the ECA as well, beyond just the issue of the licensing regime. We also missed the target in terms of the print and digital media transformation report, and this is owing to the integrity that is at the heart of GCIS, because we submitted the document at, I think it was 12:03 in the morning, which calculated as the following day. Chairperson, the branch 3, we've achieved everything. And this is just the pictorial description where, for instance, this is the branch which is the hub of media engagement of provincial liaison. And of course, in terms of imbizos that we actually run and some of the elements that, as you can see there, Chairperson. Chairperson, with your permission, I will just allow the CFO to just run through the next 2 slides. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members and our minister and deputy ministers in the platform. For the year under review, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. For the year under review, the total spending was 97.8%, which means that we missed the full spending by 2.2%. Administration, which is Program 1, they spent 95.4% of their allocation. Program 2 spent 99% of their allocation, and Program 3 spent 98.3% of their allocation. Can you move to the next one? The next one with the numbers. Thanks. Chairperson, the total spend for GCIS was 74.015 million, which is a total spending of 97.8%. Included in this expenditure, Chairperson, is 91.5 million, which was spent on the designated groups, rural areas, as well as township economy. So out of the 91 million, we spent 57 million on women-owned businesses and 19 million on youth-owned businesses. And then we spent around 11.9 million on township and 2.4 million on rural areas. For people with disabilities, their businesses, they got around 487,000. So that is the total spending, as well as also our contribution to the transformation agenda of the country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, Chairperson, just on the last part on our side, I think the point by the minister is that in many countries they've answered the call. At what point are we going to reach a state of media diversity? And when we talk about the media diversity index study that we are working with as GCIS with the MDDA, it's going to answer that question, because minister spoke about how we started with 300, now we are 885 down. This morning, Chairperson, 5 radio stations were actually closed down. This is Rise FM, Uku FM, Ingwane FM, Radio IFM, which is the Eastern Cape Muslim Broadcast Radio, and Kuha FM. Now, they are owing Centec between 1.3 million to just over 700,000 each. But there's that need to discuss the level, so that what we do is that, as Minister says, we are able to then deal with how do we then focus on ensuring that we assist ICASA and assist the country, so that we don't regulate for failure. So we actually deal with areas where we want to avoid media desert, areas where there's no community media that exists, so that the obligation in terms of the policy of the government should also be that maybe the function or the secondary function that would be allocated to MDDA is that when they fund fully, they should be focusing on what we call reserved market, areas that would not have any economic activity that support the radio stations, because the mainstay of broadcast or media generally, globally, is the fact that they survive on their advertising revenues. And with that, Chairperson, we do want to stop at this point owing to time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sandile. Mr. Nene, for your presentation to you and CFO. May I now invite the CEO of the agency, MDDA, Shri P.
Chair, the chairperson of the MDDA board is in the meeting.
Oh, of course, yes. Can we invite the chairperson first for some introductory comments, and then we'll get you on board. Chairperson of MDDA board.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. A minister and the deputy minister is present in this meeting. Chairperson, I thought it would be important to make a few comments before the CEO can join us to give us the presentation, which will be very short. But firstly, to introduce a new company secretary that we have just concluded and have just joined us, Miss Advocate Menicia Duplessis, who joined us on the 13th of October, replacing Yolanda Dupris. Chairperson, you will know that for the past 2 years, a MDDA has come here and made pledges, and I personally made pledges that I think that we should be able to get a clean audit prior to the end of my term, which is what we have then achieved in this round. What is more crucial, Chairperson, is that we're not only coming to you and presenting a clean audit, but we're presenting an organization that in itself is actually performing much better than it has been. So this is not about only compliance. This has not only been about tick box exercise. You're not going to open some things and some things are closed, but you have a better institution, better functioning institution, and I'm not saying this that this has been achieved without major challenges. There have been major challenges, and I think that we have faced those heads on, and we have been able to resolve those in some instances. At 88%, Chairperson, and a clean audit, in my final year term in the office as the Chairperson, I really want to express my gratitude to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the MDDA board, the executives, and the staff of MDDA. But more crucially, the Portfolio Committee in its various form. You will know that we have really had gone into each other quite robustly in this committee. And we appreciate the robustness with which that we have been engaged. I came here, Chairperson, and indicated that we can't only blame management. So accountability doesn't rest with management if we don't achieve a clean audit, if there is negativity in the organization, that even board members, and I took a decision that I will forego for 2 consecutive periods my own board fees, because I thought it was important to show that when the organization is not performing well, we shouldn't, at the level of leadership, we shouldn't only point fingers to management, but we must as well recognize that we as well are capable or culpable of the activities that are going on in the organization. To that extent, I'm hoping that whoever then replaces me, Chairperson, will have the benefit of being able to get their fees because I've then done this as a national service. I really feel that over this period, we have built an organization and media landscape that reflects diversity and resilience and aspirations of our nation. And to that extent, with the local government elections coming through, I think, Chairperson, and honorable members, you will admit that MDDA and the work that it does will be very crucial in ensuring that we're able to, government is able to reach to the most disadvantaged communities to pass the message of government relative to the issues of elections and other important matters that government is able to communicate. I would really like to urge all of us to continue to work together to empower the communities and amplify the diversity and amplify, diversify the voices and strengthen our democratic discourse. To that extent, Chairperson, let me ask the CEO. This is not a goodbye speech to present, but it is important to indicate that it is my final year as a chairperson, and it has been a tough job to do, and I really appreciate the support that the minister has put on me and the board, various members that has come through, but crucially, I think we have a better institution than we have had over the past few years. Those who have been around will know this. CEO, you may take over.
Chairperson of the meeting, The chairperson has done a farewell speech. The CEO will present in 5 minutes because I need to go. And please be strict on her on 5 minutes because I'd already done the introduction.
CEO, as you present, may I please insist that you cover 2 key areas. What is the met targets, what's the unmet targets, and your audit outcomes?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm still awaiting rights to be able to present from the colleagues. Chair, I will not repeat, however, while I wait for the confirmation that I'm able to present. There we go. I will not repeat the minister has already presented, as well as what the chairperson of the board has presented. I will also be presenting with the CFO. I will then just cover the highlights. You'll confirm, Chair, that you are able to see my screen.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I will then move to the areas which are key for us to highlight. In the 2024-25 financial year, the MDDA board approved an agile organizational structure that has been able to support the performance within the organization and deliver on their mandate. We've also improved, dropping our vacancy rate to under 10% at 9%. And I think this is a key achievement for the agency, where we've had high terminations or resignations within the organization. Just to highlight, Chair, we had 2 targets that we didn't achieve out of the 17 targets that we had. The 2 targets that we didn't achieve, which led us to getting the 88% achievement, and the clean audit, or that we did not achieve rather, related to in the previous financial year that we had wanted to achieve an unqualified audit opinion. The minister and the chair have already indicated that the agency was able to correct in this area, and we intend on maintaining this as we have developed an audit improvement plan, which will ensure that we maintain this. The one other target we were not able to achieve was supporting the community and small commercial media sector with audience measurement tools, which we as the agency and the sector would use to encourage the channeling of resources, more specifically advertising resources, to community media. We did achieve this target by the end of the quarter. Chair, we continue to support the community media broadcasters and publishers across the country in a geographic spread, but also in terms of language and language diversity. I'll not get much into those details because I think the minister also captured a need for us to look at sustainability in terms of these projects that we work on. I want to just highlight some of the key trainings that we delivered included research on the utilization of AI. And while the sector has indicated they're not ready, the agency has started with training programs to support community and small commercial media with digital skills to be able to deliver in this area. We carried out elections training in the previous year. There were some lessons learned, and what we are looking at in the build-up to the local government elections is a programmatic approach where we deliver training for elections and also look at supporting community media with content production that support civic education, and this we are looking to deliver with GCIS. We have had support from the board as well as the minister in developing that concept. Chair, our income remains largely from the universal access levy. We do receive support from government, which assists us in managing our operations and ensuring that there's continuity and sustainability within the organization. I will now hand over to the CFO, who will take us through the financial performance information briefly. Ms. Baji, through you, Chair.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister in the Presidency, and everyone in the platform. The agency in the period under review spent about 156 million of its overall budget, with the understanding of 16 million. I won't go into that because the minister has already covered it. Under governance and administration, the agency spent overspent by about $1 million, which is within a range. And then under grant and seed funding, the agency spent about 88% of its budget, and grant and seed funding contribute 53% of the budget. That is where we do transfers to beneficiaries. And then other partnership, public awareness and advocacy, the agency spent about 85% of its budget, and that contribute about 2% of the overall budget. And then capacity building and development spent about 75% of its budget, and then about 2% of that expenditure of the overall budget. Under innovation, research and development, we spend 61%, and that is about 3% of our budget. Under innovation and research, the reason for the underspending is due to audience measurement project that we are embarking on. The contract for the project was signed at the end of the financial year, and then the work is continuing. So that is mainly on research and innovation. And then under partnership and awareness, those are commitments, the work POs that were issued to carry out the work, and those were committed in the period. So there was no issue of service delivery with regards to the underspending. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to MDDA and thank you to GCIS for your presentation. Honourable members, we have received the presentations of the two entities that report to us that we have oversight over. We now have the opportunity to engage the presentations and the team that have come before us. I'd like to take hands whilst members gather their thoughts. Let me maybe just indicate Honorable Matafa, I recognize you.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, mine is very brief. Maybe before, let me start by thanking the presenters for the presentation they've made. The presentations are very straightforward, Chair, and we truly appreciate them. I just wanted to maybe also appreciate the remarks by the Minister, as well as the awareness that she has displayed on the gaps that have been identified, as well as the commitments that she spoke to in terms of how those particular gaps are going to be addressed. I just have two questions and a comment. Maybe the comment is to commend the GCIS on the payment of invoices within 30 days. I know they have achieved 92.5%. It's a good achievement considering that other organs of state are failing in that regard. And Chair, I'm speaking about this because in other committees we serve in, we indicate the effect of not being able to pay invoices within 30 days. There are SMMEs, there are black business which are not supported by old money, who struggle to make ends meet. And when invoices are not paid on time, some of these businesses fold up, or some of them just completely disappear from the surface of the earth. And for us, this intervention also talks to the economic transformation of this country, and we truly commend the work that is being done in that regard. Chair, the first question is on the issue of the closure of local broadcasters. Now, we understand there are regulatory issues where ICASA requires certain compliance. My question would be, since we have noted this as a challenge, how many of these broadcasters received support from government, be it financial or non-financial, which have been affected by this particular closure? Because for me, it speaks to the return on investment as far as government funding programs are concerned. Because if we invest in radio stations or local broadcasters, but yet they end up being closed, then it might be that we are working backwards. I've noted Honorable Bodlani's comment on the chat group. My video is on. Thanks, Honorable Bodlani. So, Chair, that will be my first question. And maybe coupled to that is to understand, is there no way that there can be a intentional mediation by either GCIS or MDDA with the ICASA to find out how best can these local broadcasters be supported through certain programs of capacitation? Because if you listen to entrepreneurs, their complaint throughout the country is the cumbersome compliance requirements that come with doing business in South Africa. Hence, in some instances, we have appreciated the intervention by government when the president introduced Operation Vulindlela in order to simplify doing business in the country or to push certain sectors forward as far as efficiency is concerned. So my follow-up question would be, is there a way that GCIS or MDDA or the presidency can get involved in assisting these local broadcasters that they are not closed as a result of non-compliance? Chair, those are just my issues, but the presentations are clear and we truly appreciate as they help us do our oversight work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Singh, and thereafter Honorable Botlani. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the ministers, deputy ministers, and colleagues on this meeting. Chair, a lot of stuff has been covered by the previous speaker, so I'll just add some particular comments from my side. Firstly, for GCIS in the department, we welcome the clean audits and well done on that. I do want to also raise the point about the 92.5% of the invoices paid. And whilst this is a wonderful milestone, I think we must just also bear in mind the amounts that it relates to, because the balance of invoices that were not paid amounts to just under 20 million rand. And if those invoices were not paid to MSMEs, that is a lot of money which could have serious consequences for MSMEs and their sustainability. So perhaps if we could just get some kind of explanation as to what are the challenges for some of these invoices not being paid. The other thing, Chair, and forgive me on this, but I've also learned that there are no silly questions. So as a new member of this portfolio, the issue of wanting to remove the licensing requirements, if I got that right, from the ECA and move them to the department dealing with GCIS and MDDA. The question is that it is distressing to hear about the number of community radio stations that have had to close down. That is really unfortunate because we depend on them to reach the underserved areas. That is not in dispute. However, for us to have radio stations, there has to be requirements that have to be met. There has to be licensing requirements. So can I just have an explanation of exactly what are the measures that will be put in place in the new arrangement that cannot be amended under the current act, and what's the rationale for that? And then regarding the MDDA, my concern there is that when we have an entity that's receiving qualified audit opinions, that is very problematic. And I think there must be a clear way to indicate to us as to how this is going to change. Thank you, Chair.
Can I go ahead, Chairperson?
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, I think maybe let's start by congratulating the GCIS on a 5th consecutive clean audit. It is commendable. Chairperson, I think the issue of the switching off of community radio stations is something that came out strongly when we did our oversight in Gauteng. We even saw some broad community radio stations talking about self-administration and saying that it works out far cheaper than having to pay Centec fees. The worry that then brings us, that we are now faced with, is that we have a Centec, which, as we had conversations this morning, is owed billions now by the SABC. And now Centec looks like it is also now somewhat expected to also carry the community broadcast media, which on its own is problematic. But the problem I have is where we are hearing that there is no parity in terms of how Centec carries out the switching off, where commercial radio stations I would be given leeway to a day and 3 months or so to still make sure that they apply for the respective licenses. That is problematic because as much as we heard also from the MDDA to say community radio stations continue to struggle because the issue of getting ODS figures is not really consistent and is something that is only now that they are catching up with. So therefore revenue generation for community media remains a problem. So for them to be harshly treated as they are, it's exactly one of the reasons why we are hearing that we've had radio stations closing. So I think it's a conversation that at ministerial level needs to continue to happen to say, how do we find the balance? Because it is my view that if you are going to open a community radio station and then remove it because of the failure to comply, that does more harm. That does more harm to the community than anything that we could measure. And it really is a regression. So I don't know how far we can go in terms of getting both ministers to really sit around the table and to say, how can we do this? And the point I always make, the MDDA should really fascinate themselves with the quality of and the sustainability of the community radio stations. And we see in the media how they are providing state-of-the-art equipment for community stations to really be able to do their broadcasting. But the key thing that should really be at the heart of what the MDDA does is really making sure that they go back to empower the existing ones to be more sustainable. Again, it's an issue of quality over quantity. And the GCIS spoke about how they somewhat failed in some instances to pay their service providers within 30 days. And if I understood Mr. Nene, he said sometimes it would be the reason of the SITA system being offline. That being said, Minister Malatsi has issued a directive to say organizations are more than welcome to outsource their ICT processes. And if SITA is going to be a hindrance to you really achieving and being your very best, what is your consideration on your relationship with SITA? How far are you engaging them to make sure that they do not add to the reports of you not being able to pay within 30 days and affecting your payment performance? I think let me stop there, Chairperson, and appreciate the presentations and of course to Professor Matebula, we note the farewell speech.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Shabaleng, I saw you had your hand up. I'm assuming that Honorable Bodlani has you covered. Honorable Felicia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm gonna request, Chair, I'm already making my way to the house. I'm gonna request to turn my video off. It doesn't look good.
Fine. That is fine.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, I dealt with two reports. I don't know, they look very different from each other. There is a report that I had engaged because I was thinking that we would have this meeting with GCIS last week. And then there's an updated one, which is the one they presented. But it is different from the one or maybe certain points were not covered on this one. Because, Chair, I just wanted to bring to the attention of the department and even ourselves that GCIS admits to unprecedented deliberate misinformation campaigns. And for me, for a department whose core mandate is communication, I think, or I conclude this as a complete and significant failure, because it suggests the lack of credibility. You know, if they're going to be unable to effectively combat narratives that undermine the states, you know, because that is their core mandate. And maybe the other thing, Chair, I really think that there is a lot of high expenditure on talk than tangible, you know, delivery. As I'm saying that we've got a GCIS whose core function is communication, which can be perceived as costly. As a communicator myself, I know that it is a costly exercise in government publicity rather than the service delivery. But the report is clear that a significant portion of the budget was transferred to brand South Africa. And in my view, I find this as an expensive effort, you know, to create a positive brand for a state that is failing its people. We can't not note that we've got a state that is failing its people in many tangible aspects like unemployment and poverty. I think, Chair, I just needed to raise that. And my other concern is that given the crippling unemployment, especially amongst the youth, I just want to know if there are any measurable and direct benefits this expenditure brings to the unemployed, you know, and poor South African. I ask because I wonder if these funds could not be better utilized for direct job creation programs. Maybe such as expanding the community work programs or funding the SMMEs in the media and communication sector, especially owned by Black South Africans. I think also, Chair, the vacancy rate, and I think we talk about this, I cannot raise that. We always talk about the vacancy rate. At the executive level remains staggering, you know, and this includes the critical position of the DG. So I just wonder I was just wondering how can a department tasked with leading government communication function can think that they can effectively, you know, deliver these services without permanent leadership. Because I think for me, that is an indication of a deeper governance crisis. So I think we need to look at or maybe the minister can explain to us the plan with the vacancy rate, because we have a high rate of unemployment, and all the departments that came in front of us, even last week, they have these vacancy rates and these vacancies. And I don't know why they think it's okay to not fill these positions when we are faced with the crisis of unemployment. I think, Chair, we must get an answer to that. That what is the plan? Why are they not bothered with not filling these vacancies when we literally have people sitting at home? I think that's all from me, Chair, for now. Let me just see. And this was what I picked up last week from the presentation we had last week. So the 3.7 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure case from 2010 to 2011 remains unresolved for the 14 years, right? The SIU reportedly closed the case for lack of evidence. I just wanted to know, maybe from the minister, what is the department doing to recover this money? is there anything, because these are like massive loss of public funds. So, in how do they make sure that it doesn't happen again? I will leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tanisha. Honorable Chavale.
Thanks a lot, Chair, and to the committee, as well as the executives, honorable ministers online. Chair, I think maybe before I waste a lot of time, maybe let me get into the key issues. One is, are we not at a crisis level where you have about 84 radio stations, and we were told this morning about 4 of them additional were shut down? This is a crisis level, which I think we should actually note it and actually take a position on it. The issues around it, one, there was a highlight that there is outstanding license fees, etc., to Centec. Why is this allowed, and why are we still continuing having radio stations being levied so much amount of money for actually access to frequency as well as a Centec signal? You can't have a situation where radio stations that are unprofitable and unfunded in that scenario be expected to be coughing out so much of money in order to stay connected in terms of the Centec signal. That's number one. The second part of it is, and unfortunately, I don't know much of the information as to why these radio stations have been shut down. There was another highlight to say that ICASA does not approve their licenses, and if they do something wrong in their licensing, ICASA simply just shuts down and actually de-licenses them. I mean, that's what it is. How do we really go around this situation where all these radio stations, community radio stations, particularly going into an election on the 2026 local government election, and we have major radio stations in critical areas of our constituencies, all of them being targeted for shutdown? This is a major, really point of concern, and we want to know. Yet the department on the other side returns back about 16 million rand worth of money, which is unspent. Wasn't that necessary or prudent to say, let's support this ailing as well as struggling radio stations? That's number one. The other part of it is, I'm still failing to understand the model of GCIS and failing to understand the model that MDDA is performing, because we're given an overall, yes, challenges, issues, as well as what has been achieved. At one point, there was a mention that, for instance, you have, I think it's the Department of Police, as well as another department which is enjoying about 5,600 followers. I mean, some of these things, it's not things that we should be celebrating and we should actually be highlighting as successes. If you have a department that cannot even reach a minimum of 100,000 or even 1 million, in a 62 million South African population, we're having a problem, which means some of these entities do not really need functioning. They need to just have their own clause. I mean, last time I said it, I don't understand the reason why we still have some of these existing entities where they should be using WhatsApp to communicate and actually make it efficient. But unfortunately, there's a lot of budgets going into all of these processes, but very little is yielded in terms of return of investment. That's number one. So I think at some point, without a rush, because I know the minister is rushing and she already indicated to you that she needs to get done and finish with this whole process. At some point, we need to come to a point of agreement as to saying, what is the process going forward? Are we going to allow for a situation where we pass budgets for failure, or we pass budgets to enable our own entities, especially the community radio stations, the community TV stations, as well as the community media platforms, to survive, including the training of people in that media space, in that communication as well as content space? This is the work of this committee that needs to be done. And anything else that we're not going to help uplifting the lives as well as the quality of life of our people is something else that we can discuss. But I'm saddened to see that budgets are going into this spending, but very little of it is actually yielding value with regards to the money spent on it. And it's something that as a committee we should really take very seriously. The issues raised here are serious and they call for a major cause of concern. You can't have this situation happening. The other part of it attends to the fact that there is a total underfunding of Centec. Centec receives money for keeping its signal alive from the entities. If the entities from SABC right down to community radio stations and TVs are unable to pay, you definitely have no existence for Centec. So the funding model of this particular entities needs to be evaluated and needs to be really thoroughly presented. And to us, we need to understand what can be done by the community to support. If it needs legislation, if it needs additional funding, if it needs overhauling, if it needs proper board and structures, we need to be given all of that information so that we can make better decisions. But right now, and I think because of the fact that we were constrained to time, we will take what we have, but we are still saying that we are not satisfied in respect to the performance of these entities, GCIS, MDDA, including the deliverables of their budgets. You know, we're spending a lot of money in South Africa, and that money needs to actually be returned back in terms of return of investment towards the stakeholders, which are South Africans in general. The chunk of the budget of GCIS as well goes to commercial platforms, and part of it is given to Brand SA, which means we're not supporting the really struggling entities as well as South African or organizations that needs to survive. Instead, we're paying for the likes of either this major, newspaper companies as well as the TV stations that are already making money out of the retail as well as the commercial platform model. So the relook of this model needs to be redone properly, and we need to make sure that we really get into the nitty-gritties of things and be given the opportunity to understand how can it be done to make sure that we solve the problems that are facing these entities. And on that short one, I'm just going to hold it on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chabaleng. Honorable Delisha, I see your hand is up. Is that a legacy hand?
No, thank you very much, Chair. It's not. I just have I forgot to ask just one question for MDDA, right? Chair, the digital support seems to focus on giving station equipment. I just wanted to know, maybe the CEO or the chair of the board can tell us, is there any strategy that they have, though, to help these stations become or develop to being independent and sustainable, so they are not dependent on the MDDA grants and they can be in a position where they can compete. I just wanted to know that. Is there any way of assisting these stations to be sustainable and independent on their own? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Delisha. Honorable members, I think you all have largely covered me, except to maybe as I input briefly. I think there's a clarion call, Honorable Minister, from committee members regarding the sustainability of community media, particularly community radio. And maybe the question for me would be, what then, how are we guided in terms of how we fund these various projects? We've seen a spreadsheet of various radio stations that were funded. What guides that? And then how do we manage those that don't meet those criteria? Given the fact that if a radio station wishes to seek funding, is unable to meet the criteria, it probably is a really struggling station that has no access to resources, maybe not registered with SARS. Then how do you support those that don't make the criteria initially to ensure that no one is left behind? And maybe as a follow-up to that would be, then be, how then do we honestly and seriously have an engagement about sustainability? Because at the heart of entire GCIS and MDDA is to ensure that the poorest of the poor, the most rural of the rural, to whom community media, that is radio and print media, is the most accessible form of communication and the oldest and trusted form of communication. How then do we ensure that that ecosystem is not disrupted to the extent we've heard from 300, it's dropped to 200, and just today we had 5 stations. Surely, I think content advisors, I do suggest that this item be maintained for discussion in the next term as a discussion point where we find and invite solutions. How do we deal with what Honorable Shabaleng has described, a crisis in community radio? So that would be my question largely around the GCIS. I was quite perturbed, Mr. Nene, when you mentioned that in the report of the annual transformation report, that we still have women on the board who are unable to vote. That is unacceptable. And we have no sight of this annual transformation report. Maybe my question then would be, what are the other ghastly inconsistencies that you have observed? And more importantly, how then is GCIS going to respond to the findings of the annual transformation report that is inconsistent with the spirit of the type of transformation we need to achieve in our country? And maybe lastly, we noted that the print media there was just a handful of that. What is the position with print media? Is it something that is still sustainable in the ecosystem? And then the issue surrounding languages, how then are we able to manage the issue surrounding the various languages so that we ensure that the radio, the community radio, is an inclusive system in terms of we ensuring that we are broadcasting in various languages? And maybe also in my first question is that there is some form of consistency in terms of geographically when you do your allocations, no poorer province is left behind. I did note that, Minister, you would be responding first. Let me recognize Minister Nshiveni.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think there was a lot of misunderstanding by a lot of members in when we're presenting and when we frame the issues. But let me first clear a few things. The transfer to Brand SA is not a choice of GCIS. It's an allocation of budget, because Brand SA does brand management internationally and it does globally. So it's that how allocation, how it's done. So GCIS receives the money as the key department and then has to transfer it. It's like us deciding how much, whether we decide how much goes to MDDA, whether how much goes to Brand SA. It's not a decision of GCIS. It's a allocation. It's a budget allocation issue where I must rush so that we can fight for some of these battles that you are raising. So to compare, to say all of the money goes to Brand SA, majority of the money bulk, yes, it goes there because there's a lot of work to be done. Honorable Kalisha, we need to remember what type of responsibility we have. It's not all of us who are going to be laying brick and mortar. Some of us have to do the speaking, and we are speaking. And the issue raised around disinformation, GCIS does not run a disinformation. GCIS response to disinformation and misinformation campaigns, and we have reported on how we have dealt with that, including the pace at which we were stamping the fakes, we were articulating the matters. I must indicate I'm being sued by some of those who were running a disinformation campaign for standing up and saying that is misinformation and disinformation. So it's not GCIS. When people decide to be naughty and to be unpatriotic, GCIS, what they can do is to counter that. It doesn't mean that those ones won't be spirited. It means we must also be spirited in our response. So that is the issue. And on the vacancy rate at executive level, I think, again, you are misinformed. At an executive level, we've got two vacancies. It's one of DG and one of DDG content management. The DDG content management, we've already submitted to DPSA to process the appointment through cabinet. So we are technically left with only one of DG, and that will be finalized also within this month, this next 2 months, the position. The major issue with the vacancy rate is the unfunded post, and explained by Mr. Nene is that Our unfunded posts are a result of there is no enough allocation for the cost of employee, what we call the COLA. And in that allocation, for instance, when they do the salary increases when it's agreed, we don't get the full component of what is agreed as a salary increase component. And then we have to, they'll give us an amount this year, they give us around 2 million or somewhere there. We have to then find the balance because employees are already on the job. So you need to find then the money from your own budget to make sure that everybody, the salary increases are effected for everybody. So that's what we are saying, to say the impact of the salary increase decisions which is not matched by an allocation that's from National Treasury that supports that salary increase. It makes a negative impact on us. As we stand there, this number of positions that remain unfunded, 82 positions are unfunded, and we can give you the breakdown of the level of those positions. But we have tried within our means to make sure that we fund, because unfortunately, our assets are the people, so we need people to be actually to do the work. Of course, AI has come in; we're starting to deploy that to use, but it cannot replace people in our instances. On the 2010-11 food lesson expenditure, you'll recognize that they will not, Auditor General will not have given us a clean audit if the matter has not been attended to. So how we have responded to it's sufficient for the Auditor General to clear us and give us a clean audit. There was a question raised by Honorable Botlane to say Minister Malati has given departments a free ride. If you're not happy with SITA systems, you can leave. Unfortunately, the payment system is not an individual department system. It's a National Treasury system. So the National Treasury must be the one that decides where are they going to house their transversal system. It's not us. We can, if National Treasury stays at SITA and the systems that the payment system is a SITA system, so they can't move out of unless they change and move completely to a different system. And then there was no clarity. The closure of community media, in particular community radios, is in two forms. There's a closure that is done by ICASA because of their regulatory requirements. That closure is the one that we're saying we need to make a legislative amendment, because we need to change the regulations. We need to say these conditions that apply to commercial media must also apply to community media, an extension of period and so forth and so forth. It's a number of issues. That's why we're proposing a bill. Honorable Botlane will bring the bill and discuss with you as a portfolio committee, and you'll then make the inputs on what are the other areas we must cover. And by the way, Honorable Singh, we are not saying remove licensing requirements. We're saying make them fair for community media as the same way you've made them fair for commercial media. And in fact, you must make them better for community media because they don't have the same funding as the commercial media. So there's nobody who say don't license. We're saying license, but the playing ground must be level and it must be fair. The second component of the closure is the closure because of the frequency and signaling fees of Centec. And that, if you recall, when I was the Minister in Communications and Digital Technologies, I at some point took a decision that the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies from the Universal Access Fund were going to make a contribution to make sure that we alleviate the plight of community media, so that they don't, because you can't say Centec must not be paid signal fees, because it means Centec must be funded somehow. Somebody must carry the burden. Centec, for them to do that work to signal and release frequency, it means somebody must actually do the work and get paid. So we knowing that there's no money that will come through from Treasury to Centec, Centec needs to collect the money. So at the point when I was Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, I took a decision to say from the Universal Access Funds at USASA, we're going to take a portion and part of the budget of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, and we paid for the signaling fees for the community media. And at some point we got them to a clean bill. And then this issue around their ability to pay signal fees, it goes to the debate of, are we working to make sure that they are sustainable? And again, we say to deal with the sustainability of community media is not only the support of MDDA, it also requires a legislative amendment. And that legislative amendment, as we speak now, community media cannot take advertising to a certain level and all the conditions that make them not sustainable financially. So we're saying relax the conditions, allow them to play fair. Their community media that in particular radio, that was a larger listenership than some of the commercial media, but they cannot monetize that listenership of theirs. And that's why through the MDDA and GCIS, we are doing an assessment of their listenership and audience ratings and so forth, so that we can be able to help them monetize through advertising and so forth. And that is the part of the amount that was not expended because, and they will explain that there was a moratorium that was put by the broadcasting, the Bureau of what the measure, I forgot their name, that would allow them to say, this is how the audience rating are, the listenership are. That's part of the component of the money that was not expended, that we under expended, but now they indicated that we have recovered on that. But also the other part I had already explained to say it's because projects were not done. And I think Honorable Singh did not hear us. We said we got clean audit, unqualified audit opinion with no material findings, both at GCIS and at the MDDA. We are there. And as I indicated and the chair added, we are not, it's not only a compliance issue for us, it's also linked and supported by the performance of the organization. And so, as I've already explained, the issue that was raised also by Honorable Matafa around the non-financial and financial support. So we provide the financial support and also the non-financial support. But the problem is that even if you provide that support, and I'll give you an example of Member FM. Member FM, the founding members were fighting. And the other ones agreed to say we're going to renew. The other one said he's not going to sign the application form for renewing frequency, whatever. For a whole 18 months, the board of Member FM had been communicating with ICASA to say, ICASA, we've got this challenge. There's this one member who does not want to cooperate, so it will affect our ability to renew our license on time. Can you intervene? ICASA says, no, we can't help you, we can't intervene because we have no authority because it's an ICASA matter. And then come the deadline, the closing date for the frequency application renewal. They don't submit. And when they don't submit, they say they manage to do something, they submit, I think, a few days later, and ICASA says, no, you're shut down, you didn't apply on time. So that is the problem. So you can throw anything on it. You can throw the non-financial support, you can throw the financial support. But if those regulatory issues are not resolved, and that's why we're saying, because the ECA is in the mandate of DCDT, but you need a focused legislation to support community media. We want to then propose a development of a bill that will deal with community media to support their sustainability, their regulatory requirements, and so forth and so forth. And we'll bring it to yourselves so that we can intervene. And there was a question by Honorable Matafa, intentional mediation between ICASA and community media. Unfortunately, ICASA works by the rules. So if the rule says it's X, it cannot be Y. It cannot be A. And that is the problem. So you can't even mediate. When you mediate, remember ICASA, they're independent. They'll tell you that you are contravening the provision of their independence. And that's why we say, let's develop a legislation that will support and manage those things that over time we've learned the challenges facing community media, to support them to be to be responsive. And there was an important issue that was raised to say, before I come to the last issue, to say, why is GCIS still spending money on commercial media? If you go and check the commercial media we spend money on the SABC, it's because we have an obligation to support the national broadcaster. But also we check audiences where there's going to be large numbers, and we put. On the print, there's a requirement that when you do job advertisement, you must publish on a national paper. And that's the DPSA issue. We're still fighting with DPSA because where we stand, Chairperson, correctly, there's no more a national paper. The circulation numbers are so low because print media, not only in South Africa, globally, is battling. So imagine if commercial print is battling. The numbers have gone down now. Nationally, we are left with Sunday World, Sowetan, and the Sunday Times, which is printed. The other ones have gone digital. They're online fully. So imagine if you had at one point you had 80, and now you've got 3 or you've got 300 and you go down to 80, then the numbers are just staggering. So our focus is to say, when you look at the print media, how do we support community print media? Is it not time that we support community print media to go digital themselves and cover the local news and give them that circulation? So we are looking at the sustainability, as indicated when we're presenting, we're looking at the sustainability of community media in its totality and say what is best for this country. How do we make it? But that sustainability will not be achieved if there's no legislative amendments, and the current legislative amendments that must be done are in the ECA, and we're saying we don't have full control of the ECA. Is it not better to then do a dedicated bill and repeal sections of the ECA and the Broadcasting Act and all of those that impede the functioning of community media, and we bring that legislation through, and it doesn't matter who becomes the custodian department of community media, whether it goes to communications or whether it remains in the GCIS. You will then have a legislation that governs community media that is focused and dedicated to that. I'd like to thank you, Chairperson, and request your permission to really leave so that we can then go and fight for the budget issues.
Thank you, Minister. Would you be handing over to the other team members to respond? Is there a need for that, or you feel you've sufficiently covered it? You're leading the responses.
I'll allow them to decide to add. I don't know if I've covered everything, but I'll allow them to add and clarify and bring further details where I may have been lacking. But I just need permission to leave.
No, thank you so much. I think, Minister, you covered and addressed it substantively and gave us clarity around two critical issues. One is around your intention to legislative intervention around how then do we relocate the elements concerning community media that are sitting in the ECA, and so that we get greater power to manage and support this. So I think that you provided clarity, and I must commend that, and as well as surrounding the signaling fee for community media. So it is something that is grappling, and I think that is always been at the heart of our engagement with GCIS. As I had alluded to, what we want to see is an informed South African populace, and community media, and particularly community radio, is at the heart of it. And I also liked your response and an honest response surrounding the future of community print media, and the fact that we need to now consider whether that is something that's sustainable, or how then do we change it and move to a digital. So thank you so much for your responses. Maybe I'd like to get the responses by MDDA, because I had raised issues around how then do we fund the various I'll release you, Minister. I know you have to attend another meeting, so thank you so much for being with us. It really has been a pleasure having you with us and for your pointed responses. MDDA, as I invite you to respond, I think I raised the issue surrounding how then do we allocate funding to the various radio stations that is there, and that I did ask the question, how then do we make sure that rural communities are not excluded, or rural provinces are not excluded, and those who don't make it the first time around, how then do you support them to ensure that they get the grant funding the second time around? I think for me that question was not responded to by the minister, but I think maybe MDDA, let me hand to you to respond to that there.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, I do want to indicate, I think the minister just highlighted it, that we do look at a geographic spread wherein we are funding projects across the country in the combination of the print and as well as the broadcasters. The reality is that the resources to fund community media are limited. What we do support the community media sector with is content production. We also support them with the capital investment. We did have one of the questions from Honorable Gridisha, which I will link in this response, Chair, on the Honorable Botlani, also on the digital studios or state-of-the-art studios. Do we link that to anything else in the support that we provide? The answer is yes. What we do provide is the equipment, but linked to that is training to operate the equipment. But also the guidance and support that we've received from both the board and the minister was that we need to also allow for the community broadcasters to open up their facilities to communities, content creators to be able to utilize those studios to then develop further within the content creation market, which is one of the growing spaces, but also utilize the studios to allow for recording. So we do have skills development under those after the studios are handed over. In the instance where a station or even a publisher has applied for funding and was not compliant, and compliance is compliance with the ICASA, they provide assurance in that area, but also compliance with their own Companies Act, or if they're NGO, with the related NGO regulations, as well as SARS. We do have training and support to those projects that were non-compliant to ensure that when the round for application for funding comes up again, they would have dealt with the issues that they might have had at the previous funding call. We make these calls then annually. I think, Chair, that's the only question that that might have been left out. And I did then link it to some of the other questions which the Minister only touched on lightly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shweshwe. Can I then, I see Honorable Shabaleng, you have your hand up. Can I take you before I invite Mr. Nene to further respond? Or is that a legacy hand, Honorable Shabaleng?
Thanks a lot, Chair. No, it's not a legacy hand, it's actually a quick follow-up. Chair, quickly, I think before maybe you release the Minister, you should have consulted with us, because we had some follow-ups. We wanted to raise the issues with the Minister with regards to some of the responses and stuff. I understand ministers are busy, but when we call ministers to a committee, the culture of committees is that they should give respect and give credence to the call and actually prioritize these committees, because they are not here on a daily basis, you know, and nothing else is more important than actually them being able to bring us into confidence and respect to their own prospective work with regards to the departments. You know, and the culture of celebrity ministers has to end. We want the level of accountability, and we want people to actually take us into confidence in respect. We are all busy. You know, nobody is not busy. So if ministers are telling us they're too busy to be attending to us, then they shouldn't come to these committees. We can deal with the issues differently and that. So please, you know, engage us and actually take us along some of these processes. You know, they don't have the luxuries like anybody else. We understand the business, but please, at some point, we have to be serious. We've raised these issues in other committees, and we have ministers attending to our committees on a full-day level. If you have a full-day program, and it is particularly their purview for that particular department to be attending, they should give us that time. That's all we request, and really respectfully so. We're not pointing at a particular minister in any sense. We're just saying generically. Quick one on the follow-up. Can we please have a list of all the closed radio stations, of every radio stations, and particularly along the list, just a quick description as to why was this particular radio station closed, as well as a list of all the community TV stations that have been shut down, and the audit of what is the current situation of all of that. How much was spent already in subsidizing and giving grant support to this community and TV stations, as well as publications in the arena, so that we can really have an understanding of the situation. The other issue is, I'm still surprised we're talking radio signal when there's already a digital as well as broadband-based, spectrum-based, where people can actually be doing some of this work on a digital platform. South Africa has not moved towards digital radio station platforms, where you could even create more opportunities for people to onboard. So I just wanted to know, what is the strategy around that digital radio station, as well as digital broadcast migration is a failure anyway, we can't talk about it, so I'm not going to get into that. But on the radio station part of it, you could still be doing digital signal distribution, and Center could be moving towards that digital space. I just wanted to know that, and if we can get an answer to that list, so that we are able to prepare ourselves in understanding the crisis around community and radio TV stations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Shabaleng. Let me then hand to Mr. Nene. I think you would be able to respond as well, provide that list between yourself and MDDA. I think those are important information sought, Sandile, regarding the list of closed radio stations, so the committee has a grasp in terms of Indaba, why these stations have closed, and then we can provide greater support and oversight. And also noting that I had proposed to content advisors that we continue this discussion around the crisis in radios closing down into the next term. And it also, given the fact that the minister has inputted that the department is looking at, legislative intervention there. Sandile, let me invite you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I think the list we can provide, obviously the sources to the list would be Centec and ICASA, but I think also to alert the committee members that the bulk of the community support, both in terms of financial and non-financial, sits with us as GCIS via MDDA, as well as the CDT, because you get money from ICASA in terms of the ICASA levy. NEMISA, which was started as the School of Broadcasting, provide the support, and many others. So the basket of support that we've been providing will be able to then provide. In the last discussion, I think the research that we had conducted by PIGMA, this was in 2014. The combined support coming from government through the entities that I've highlighted, Chairperson, it was around 600 million. Including the number of things that I'm going to raise. Firstly, we asked in terms of what support do we provide as GCIS. So GCIS, in terms of the media bulk buying, we ensure that at least 30% of government advertising goes towards community media. We're the only department that advocated for and provided a community media advertising rate card that assists government departments to be able to advertise using that rate card. What we've also done, Chairperson, through the vision of the minister and the team GCIS leadership, is that with the appointment of the marketing, advertising, and communications sector charter council, we've also then outsourced the responsibility of community media sustainability, so that it's not the responsibility of government alone. So the private sector now, in terms of the revised code, sits with the obligation to ensure that they also contribute towards advertising on community media for positive BE points. The question Chair would ask is that, but what has been the reception? Of course, it has been mixed, but everybody has understood the importance. They've also then clarified the point, Chair, that if you are a Jaguar Land Rover, you may not necessarily say that you are advertising to community media and all of it, or in terms of the outlets, they meet your target. But the question that has been asked, responded to, and agreed to is that they would also then provide other support other than the placement of advertising. So it is indeed quite interesting times in terms of the community media support. Chair, the other element beside all of the other points that we've raised, it is important, Chairperson, that on a quarterly, monthly basis, GCIS, Centec, MDDA, we do provide community media workshops where we take the sector through, because we understood that this is a sector that requires handholding. So we take them through in terms of the governance. We take them through in terms of many other topical areas, including how do we ensure that at least we don't use or at least we work with them to ensure that even the payment of royalties, as you know, Chairperson, one of the bigger things that is also facing the industry is the royalties. Because each time a community media or station plays a song, that song must be paid for, and they are collecting societies. Chair, as we move, I think one of the other things that you need to clarify is that when we spoke about 5,000 output by the SAPS, we're talking about 5,000 communication output. That is media statement, media briefing, campaigns that we're running, all of that, because ultimately we have indicated that we've got about 280 million South Africans that are touched. And then we make the reference that because the gap is too wide between somebody who then provided 5,000 output versus somebody who just gave you 174. That's what we, in a form of demonstration, we're looking at that. In terms of the question around what are we doing? So in all our platforms, products and platforms, whether it would be Vukuzenzele, Goza TV, and my district at the level of our provinces. We always provide and empower South Africans because I think our function and our constitutional mandate is to ensure that we have an empowered citizenry through provision of information. We run stories in terms of how you start a business. We also then provide incentives and the different numbers and contact details which you would require somebody to contact. It would be working with the Department of Small Business and their agencies. So we constantly then provide that information. On the issue of Centec debt, Chairperson, I think it's an issue which GCIS is very, we are always impacted by it because, one, we understood that, Chairperson, in terms of the ECA, what Centec charges in terms of the law is a differentiated rate. The charges that are charged to community media, obviously, it differs to commercial. But what we also know, Chairperson, is that the very same law does provide, and some of the community radio stations have actually taken that opportunity to then do what we call self-provisioning, which means if you don't want to go to Centec, we can opt out. The other element that the minister spoke to was the issue of Section 88, which has always been emphasized between our officials at DOC and at DCDT and at minister's level to say, how do we then use that use of levy to deal with? Because currently, MDDA is unable to deal with historical debt. And the usage of the instrument in the current legislation are the ones that are going to assist us, Chairperson. Then there was the issue of say one of the different elements, or at least one of the key elements in establishing GCIS through the COMTAS was something called South Africa as seen from abroad. And that's why the creation of an entity that must create the country of origin effect. What you have, Chairperson, is that in many countries, if I had to ask you to close your eyes and think of Germany, if you think of engineering and the automotive sector, we never think of many other things. So that's the function of say to create the country of origin, original effect of origin effect when you are looking at South Africa, and that's the important role that they're playing, because we live in a competitive world where we compete for investors, we compete for tourists, we compete just about anything, Chairperson, and it's quite important that we support the role of GCIS. Lastly, Chairperson, I think the minister spoke about where to from here in terms of media sustainability. As you are aware, Chairperson, the minister appointed to the steering committee of CEOs in the country in the print and digital media transformation and revitalization process, which is the first on the African continent. In many of the countries globally have failed to deal with this issue. And the report deals with quite a number of things. I think subject to a few other areas which are outstanding, the minister will be launching the report in terms of where to both in terms of print media in this country, both commercial, public, as well as a community. So that is our story, Chairperson. And then, of course, I think we may not have come out very clearly. When we talk about the community media support, this is last week, we have implemented what we call the Draft Community Media Support Scheme. And the people of the government of the Free State, for instance, who have seen and were consulted on the actual process, have now, having realized that in Free State we had 19 radio stations, today there are 10, 9 have dropped. So they are implementing elements of the support scheme where, for instance, the provincial government has taken its money to support community radio stations that are there. So we'll continue to ensure that at least we mobilize support and advocate more work and more support for MDDA work through the different provincial government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nene, and thank you to the team. Honorable members, I think we have ventilated the concerns to the best that we could do under the circumstances. And let me just check if there's any further comments or follow-up questions from honorable members before we release GCIS and MDDA. Okay, so suffice it is, I think, to thank the team for your presentation, and I think the concerns have been raised quite clearly with regards to community media and particularly community radio. We look forward to receiving, Mr. Nene, those reports of the closed radio stations and also with regards to current ones. Yes, Honorable Chavale?
Maybe just on the point I raised with regards to the digital signaling and stuff, where digital radio and everything, and I'm glad that in part of the discussion, the minister did indicate that they are looking at bringing legislation to the committee in order to actually get support. That is very proactive and very, really quite interesting to see. We need that legislation and we need that imperative so that we can start supporting. We are sitting with a crisis. This is not something that we can leave to go. So let's explore opportunities. Let's explore alternatives. Digital signal is available. Digital radio is a long-term process that has been going on. We are the only ones who are still using terrestrial. So can we look into that option? Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Shabaleng. I think we're all on the same page. I have indicated that we must take this item on to the next term because of the seriousness of it. And I think exploring alternative means of communication, moving digital is certainly one of the ways. And certainly, as the minister had indicated, including print media, exploring and empowering how then these print media can move into digital print media. That's the other option. So thank you so much, honorable members. I think we've had a meaningful discussion. We are staying focused. I think we are putting impact in the people in the front of our discussions. And that for me is very heartening as a committee. We are not just sitting here as a tick box exercise, but we're really placing, ensuring that when we speak, we put the South African citizen before us, particularly those who are the most rural of the rural and the poorest of the poor. So thank you so much to the team from GCIS and MDDA for your participation. We would like to release you. Gabonga, and thank you so much. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the GCIS, and now we move back to three entities from the DCDT stable. We have got first the Film and Publication Board, that is led this morning by its deputy chairperson. We have got the apologies of it. The chairperson could not be with us. The FBB is led by its deputy chair, Mr. Professor Siasanga Kiali, together with the acting CEO, MS Hulisani, and I think the CFO will also be joining us, Mr. Matidza. So let me invite you and welcome you, Professor Chiali, to our portfolio committee.
Thank you so much, Acting Chair, for the opportunity. And good morning to yourself, Acting Chair. Good morning to the honorable members, as well as good morning to the colleagues that are on the call. And so maybe just to align with your request that you have made earlier on with regards to being prudent with time, I'll just briefly touch on the opening remarks. I won't say a lot, and I'll allow the acting CEO and the rest of the team to come in and expand on the issues that we are required to report on. Just a few, one or two issues that I'd like to outline in terms of the opening remarks, Chair. The one being that for the 2024-2025 reporting period, the entity has achieved 100% of its set annual performance target. And Chair, this is despite the budget constraints that could hamper the entity in terms of the delivery of its mandate. And also just sticking with the finance issues, in terms of trying to deal with the issue of the budget constraints that we've noted, the entity is trying to strengthen our revenue generation strategy. And part of what we are trying to do in terms of that, we have secured, services of a entity that is called GTech, and these colleagues are then assisting us with regards to the revenue generation strategy. In terms of the audit outcomes, there is a bit of a regression, and the acting CEO will speak to the items that have been identified. But safe to say, Chair, that we've noted as the council that some of the issues that were picked up, they are aligned to the challenges that we're facing with regards to the period where there was a bit of instability. And this has been resolved as we've had to let go of the CEO who was in charge of the entity. And then, and maybe lastly, speaking of the CEO issue, as we know that the position has been vacant since that CEO has left, and the council has moved and is at an advanced stage in terms of trying to fill that vacant position. A submission has been made to the executive authority in terms of concurrence that we as the council need to have with the minister. And I think that once that has been ironed out, then the process will then move to the cabinet, and then the requisite pronouncement should then be made if everyone is aligned in terms of the recommendations that have been made. Let me then, Chair, through you, invite the acting CEO and the colleagues to then present in terms of our report, as well as in terms of the audit issues that we'd like to outline to the committee. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Professor Siali. Can we invite Ms. Hulisani Ramukadi, the acting CEO?
Good morning, Chairperson and committee members. I would request to just put my camera a bit and switch it off if that is okay with you, Chairperson, and then I'll share the presentation.
That is fine, so that we get better bandwidth. We would like to see your presentation. Please talk to a presentation, dear.
If I can be allowed to share a chair, or if the host can share my presentation.
You can share. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will jump few slides because the Deputy Chairperson has covered some of the information on those slides, and I'll go directly into the performance of the organization. As the Deputy Chair has indicated, we achieved 100% of all the targets we had set for ourselves. So I'll just briefly go through those targets, highlighting the desired outcome for the set target and how we performed. The first one was the target that intended to build the organization sustainability in terms of the human resources. So we had developed a plan to be implemented over a period of 3 years, and for the 24-25 financial year, we were to implement 80% of that plan. So on the plan, the focus was to reskill some of the employees to make sure that they are able to deliver on the expanded mandate, to also prioritize critical positions and make sure that they are fully funded. So the first two targets that is on screen talks to that, and we were able to achieve those. Then the next target was a strategy that we had developed to assist us improve the financial sustainability of the organization. So the strategy was also spread over a period of 3 years, and in the year that we are reporting on, the target was to implement 70%. of the revenue enhancement strategy. And as a result, we also linked it to the 12% increase on self-generated revenue when you compare it to the grant that we are receiving from DCDT. So with the efforts that we put in, we were able to increase that revenue by 18%. And the main contributor to that increase was the distributors who were long on the negotiation table, and those negotiations could not be finalized and have them come on board. So during the year, then we finalized those agreements with the commercial distributor. But we had to bill them for the previous years that they were distributing content in South Africa without registering with the Film and Publication Board. The next target was focusing on the implementation of the digital roadmap. We had few ICT projects that we had to implement to make to achieve the target of 95%. So all the targets on the digital roadmap were implemented, resulting in 100% being implemented. So we overachieved in that space. But this was the last year of the digital roadmap strategy, which was also implemented over a period of 3 years. But seeing that we were implementing the final year of the roadmap, we also started developing the AI strategy, and we implemented 20% of that during 24-25 financial year. We continue implementing the AI strategy for the next 2 years. To make sure that we maximize the use of AI in our processes and improve efficiencies. Then we also had set a target for research projects, and for the 24-25 financial year, we prioritized 3 research projects. One was focused on the economic outlook. This would assist us when we conduct a strategic plan review and the annual performance plan. We will get some insights in terms of the market analysis and the behavior in the film space. So that research was completed. We also conducted a research on the review of the game regulation or classification. The main purpose for this research was to assist us in developing a regulatory framework in classifying the games. The problem statement that we picked up was that because most of the games are online, we are finding that there are a lot of similarities that we are picking up when we compare the games and the gambling. As you may know, that the online games also have some incentives that are more or less similar to those of gambling. So this research aimed to assist us in developing classification guidelines specific for gaming. And the last research that we the last research that we did was on age assurance. The main aim for us to conduct this research was to benchmark with other countries and see how they are dealing with the issues of age assurance, but also assist as a starting point for us to start developing the strategy on age verification in South Africa. We also had a target that is focused on assisting the public when they raise complaints. We must be able to close those complaints within 60 days. We have seen an increase in complaints that we are receiving. Hence, you see an overachievement there, because we had targeted 75%, but we ended up resolving 83% of those complaints. These complaints also, we are using them as a dipstick to assess how much of the impact of online harms are out there. And when we design our advocacy programs, we are able to target to the right areas. We also have a target that focuses on bringing the commercial online distributors on board. This is a process that we took time trying to find an efficient way of bringing them on board, but the target allows us to finalize that process within 90 days, and we did 100% onboarding of all the commercial distributors within 90 days. And we have a target that now looks at once the commercial online distributors are brought on board, one of the conditions is that they self-classify. But Film and Publication Board must then go and quality assure that self-classification to ensure that they are using the classification guidelines correctly. And we target to do 7% of their library for the year. However, we ended up quality assuring 94% of the library. The reason why we do we target 7% is because the library of the self-classifying distributors is actually quite big. If you use Netflix as an example, they will have quite a lot of numbers of movies. So we then go and sample and assess if they are applying the classification guidelines correctly. And where we pick up gaps, then we'll provide training to ensure that the content is classified correctly. The next.
I think, Sio, can I just get a point of clarity? In the earlier slide, you mentioned 94%. We can read 9.4%. Can you please clarify that? Go back to the previous slide on the last item.
It's 9.4%, Chairperson. It's probably the slip of tongue. 7% versus 9.4%.
Thank you.
So the next target talks to the classification decision. So this target aims to assist the value chain for the filmmakers. Once they are done with their films, they will submit their films or games to us at Film and Publication Board for us to classify. Our aim is to release these films classification decision within 7 working days, and we actually sticking to that target. We overachieved a little bit by 4% in that target, but it does not mean that if the decision is not issued within 7 days, we do not then issue it. Our average issue date for those decisions that were not issued within 7 days is about 11 to 12 days. The next target focuses on the registrations and renewal. So for all the distributors that are coming on board, we thrive to register them within 5 working days, so that we don't have a lot of a backlog where distributors wants to register but they cannot get through. And as you can see, we did 100% of those registrations within 5 working days. The next target focuses on the child sexual abuse and exploitation material cases that we've assessed. In this target, we receive system material from law enforcement agencies from all spheres, and we analyze this material to support the prosecution process. So we had a target of 90% material assessed, but we did 92%. The reason why we're not analyzing 100% of these materials that we receive is because of the limited human resource capacity. You will remember that this is a space where all the material that we receive are analyzed by the warm bodies, the human being in the unit, and we subscribe to the InHope organization, which provides the guidelines and requirements of analyzing this material. For example, the people who are analyzing cannot analyze for more than a certain number of hours. To also take care of their mental health, they must also take a debrief sessions after they have analyzed a certain number of material. So we over the MTF, we thrive to analyze 100% of the material, but we are also required to comply with the in-hope requirements and limited by the human resource availability. This is one area where we are thriving to get ICT systems to assist us, because the processes that we are using now are not sustainable in a long run. The next target talks to the compliance plan implementation. We had targeted to implement 70% of the compliance plan. So the reason why we have this target here is that the Film and Publication Act actually has a responsibility of the compliance monitors to go to the distributors and monitor their library, how the material is displayed, if they're complying with the Film and Publication Act and the classification guidelines. And in the event that the distributors are found to not be complying, then the next target, which is the enforcement action plan implemented, takes place. So you will see that after we have implemented the compliance plan, there were quite a number of non-compliance that were picked up, and we had to implement the enforcement actions. This will include compliance notices being issued. This will include raids that were conducted, referring matters to the enforcement committee, and so this target supports the compliance the compliance plan that I talked about earlier on. The next target talks to the integrated stakeholder engagement plan. We had targeted to implement 100%, and we did achieve 100%. And this is where, in this target, this is where we talk about a lot of advocacy work, the sessions we have with the learners, the engagement we have with the parents, the engagements with the educators, law enforcement agencies, and our stakeholders with the bid to raise awareness on the online harms that are out there and how we can prevent them. The next target that we had on our APP was the victim support plan implemented. We identified that as we are receiving complaints, as we are raising awareness, there are victims that we identify in the process, and there was a need for us to map a proper, clear process on how we are assisting this victim, be it providing the first level of support within FPB, or depending on the complexity of the matter, refer these victims to our stakeholders or sister departments and entities. So we did implement 50% of that plan, and that is the last indicator. I'm going to hand over to the CFO to present on the finances. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Can you show the slides, Chairperson, CEO? Thank you so much, Chairperson, honorable members, board chairpersons and deputies, and the members and the colleagues as well. I'm going to be presenting on the outcome of the audit. Unfortunately, we did not get a clean audit. However, we did get an unqualified audit opinion with findings. And the only issue that led us to get the unqualified, it's basically the issue around the procurement. That talks to the number of days in terms of advertising. One of the contract that we were advertising, but it's basically the issue of interpretation of prescripts that we were not entirely in agreement with the AGSA, and we have since requested the National Treasury to pronounce in terms of whether their interpretation was correct or not, because the prescripts do allow us to, approve from an accounting officer and to advertise for less than 21 days, but the AG pronounced otherwise, and it's just a matter that is still within the National Treasury for them to pronounce.
CFO, can I just intervene? Can I please request that you switch on your camera, if it's possible, please? Thank you. Try and keep it on for as long as you present, unless there is a signal problem.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you so much for that. All right, so the next slide talks about the financial performance of the organization for 2024-25. In terms of the revenue, we have increased our revenue from 120 to 121 million, which is about a percentage. And that is mainly due to our own revenue that we generate from regulations in terms of the classification, as well as the online licensing and physical licenses of the companies that are distributing films online. And in terms of the expenditure, we worked very hard to reduce this from 130 million to 128 million by ensuring that, from a cost containment point of view, we do capitalize on, technology when it comes to things like workshops. And also we have minimized in terms of travel fees so that we can be able to direct the funds to the flagship of the organization, which are things that has to do with enforcement, compliance monitoring, CSAM, and the likes. If you look at our employee cost, which was one of the area where we were trying by all means to reduce, so we only increased that from 80 million to 80.922, which is about a percentage, by making sure that the positions that are not critical, we do not appoint, and also where we have an opportunity to upskill our own internal employees, we basically do that. And we also try to procure strategically in terms of the lease and lease rentals by partnering with SABC in Durban and Cape Town to ensure that, at least from a rental point of view, we are not paying as much as possible. So we've managed to reduce that from 6.8 million to 7.5, and in the year 2025-26 you will see a decrease in terms of that, because we have entered into an agreement with SABC for Durban office, and the margin in terms of how much we have decreased that cost, it's quite substantial. So in terms of the deficit for the year, we have managed to reduce that from 9.9 million to 6.3 million in terms of those expenditure that I was talking about, that we managed to contain that. You can move to the next slide, CEO. Yeah, basically here in terms of the slides I have already explained, this is just a narration in the graph of the slide that I was talking to, as well as this one where we actually look at the comparison of different costs. And then this one is just a statement of financial position, just to indicate where we are as an organization from a liquidity point of view. So if you look at the solvency ratio as well as the long-term viability in terms of making sure that whether our current assets and both non-current assets are able to meet our current liability or non-current liability in terms of whether we can meet our obligation. So the numbers are looking quite good in terms of the stability. So we are quite stable in terms of how we can finance those things moving forward. Move to the next slide, Sio. Yeah, I think this is just to, so in terms of the cash flow, from a net flow from operating activities, this is basically where we receive the amounts and pay our employees and suppliers. So you can see that we have a negative amount there, which reconciles back to what we have on the statement of financial performance, which shows that, from a revenue and expenses, we are still looking at the deficit. And then in terms of investing in the organization, we have acquired some plant and some equipment to the value of 3.7 million. And then in terms of the financing, we're just financing the equipment that we have listed in the organization, and we close the year with 25 million in the bank account. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much then, CFO and CEO. Back to you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson, Professor Tyali, and to your team for your very succinct and precise presentation. And let me compliment you on once again presenting to this committee an excellent achievement report in terms of meeting operational targets. And we are constantly reminded of the huge responsibility you have in terms of filtering and ensuring that the information that we see through all forms of media, particularly the harsh digital media and growing that it is filtered, and that you are able to manage that terrain for us as best as you can. Honorable members, this is the presentation for FBP. I now invite you to engage the presentation, and I will look for hands. Maybe whilst members are gathering their thoughts, let me start by maybe asking the question that we did note that you had done 3 research reports, an age assurance report, a gaming classification, and an economic impacts analysis. Maybe around the age assurance report, one of our most vulnerable groups is our young children, our young people. And maybe give us an indication of how assured we are that the controls that these various platforms have, how assured are we that our children are unable to access the adult platforms? Let's put it that way. And what's the gap? I mean, I know there's always going to be those gaps, but how significant, or are we making progress to closing that gap? Because our focus should be on the most vulnerable, and that is our young people. The target that I asked for 7% and 9.4% from acting CEO, maybe the question around that is, I can't remember what that target was, but what I did understand, it's quite voluminous. Maybe my question then would be, why is that target so low? And what can we do to improve that target? And maybe what are the consequences of having such a low target? FBP, when you have come to us, you have, in our engagement, we have spoken about the deployment of AI, and I noted that was one of the targets. I think it mentioned 20%. Maybe the question is, why is 20% a target so low? given the fact that if we utilize AI, we'll be able to massify our level of interventions and oversight. So are we, maybe the first question is, are we investing into the AI infrastructure to act as an aiding tool? And then the second question is, how then can we scale that and massify that so that we can increase our reach? Maybe the question around victim support, and let me welcome that as a new indicator. That we noted that the victim support was placed at 50%. Maybe the question to you would be, why can we not improve that victim support? Because these, I would imagine, are talking to people who have become victims of online bullying, online abuse, etc. Maybe what kind of abuse? Just give us that insight into, when you say victim support, what type, victims of what? And then can we not improve that 50% to a lot more than that, so that we are able to help everyone? And maybe I'm pushing it here, especially when it comes to the target for child sex abuse. I know you targeted 90%, and maybe I'm challenging you that every child is important. Why can't we target 100% of our children that have become victims of child sex abuse? Why can we not then be able to ensure that 100% of those cases are assessed? And maybe also, let's just talk a little bit about the financial position. We do note and acknowledge that you have reduced your loss from 9 million to 6 point some million, a substantial amount, about over 3 million rand. And that talks to the issue of sustainability of the FPB. Maybe the question then is, how and what is the entity going to do to further reduce that loss? Because whilst we do have substantial cash resources, maybe those cash resources, talk to us about that. Is that cash resources set aside for some capital projects, or is there a risk that that can be returned to the state? Because you do have substantial cash resources. Is that set aside for other capital investment, or will you use that to fund your losses? And then how are you, or what is the entity doing to create a sustainable model? That would be all from myself. Honorable Chabaleng, I recognize you.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Just maybe coming back on some of the questions posed there. One, I would like to maybe go back to the whole digital economy and how the Film and Publications Board is working in respect to the digital economy, and one, supporting digitization and massification with regards to the film and documentary as well as content industry. We haven't had much of what the board does, apart from the fact that there's been a reporting on issues. The other element of it is on safer internet. What campaigns are they running with regards to making sure that the internet is safe and is actually free from bullying, as well as the element of sexual exploitation, etc.? Because you have a lot of issues around that space where content in the internet is so bad that we don't have almost a space where kids gets exposed to flesh, very, very violent content. Not only that, content that is of a sexual nature that is very harmful. And we've over-sexualized our society as well, even on television, etc. Advertising, everything else is overly sexualized. What are we doing with the Film and Publications Board to make sure that there is a proper protection of child and children's protection in respect to the current act, of the Film and Publications Act, of 1996, that makes sure that content is protected in such a way that there is no harmful exploitation of minors, kids, as well as people of younger age. Not only that, the element of explicit sexual conduct and element of how television has pervasively been abusing society's level of tolerance with regards to, really overly sexualization of our society. This is a very key issue, and particularly coming from us as tribal authorities. We really respect, human rights, but there's a limitation to what some of these rights are imposed on society as a general, where the over-sexualization, the explicit nakedness and content that is currently pervading the internet space, and the over-utilization of vulgar language and vulgar, comments, etc., which is seen as modern, but, it doesn't really, I don't know. I just wanted to know what is the role there. And then the element that the board shows that they've gone over and above part of their budget. I mean, it's a slight over and above, but what are the reasons for, the board overspending on their budget when most of their work has not even yet transcended into the technological space? They're doing quite a lot of review as well as analysis work. Can they just maybe give us an insight on that? Thank you. I will do a follow-up question based on that.
Thank you, Honorable Shabaleng. There are no further hands on the platform, so let me invite Deputy Chair, Professor Charlie, to respond, to lead the responses.
Thank you so much, Chair, and to the Honorable Member Shabaleng for the questions. I'll take a few, and then I'll invite the CEO and the rest of the team to respond to some of the ones that may need a bit of more technical insight. Age assurance, Chairperson, and I must say that there is a global shift in terms of matters around age assurance. Almost every country, it's an area of key concern. The UK and Australia recently had amended their laws to make sure that all companies are required to actually provide age assurance and that they be held accountable in terms of age assurance measures. And really part of the research that we were then trying to do was, one, to analyze the teeth that we have in terms of the FPB as a regulator in the space, but also how we can then compel distributors, including distributors of adult content with regards to age assurance. The current challenge in South Africa, as you have rightfully observed, is that it is possible for a child who is 12, 11 to go on a site and where then they are required to indicate their age, they can simply state a false age and the site will then give them access. Part of what we are doing is to work with our enforcement committee. As the chair knows, that the Amendment Act 2019, FP Amendment Act, tries to address the issue of the teeth and the FPB being able to hold this company accountable to the enforcement committee. And so once we have then analyzed the research itself, and once we have then engaged the enforcement committee, the idea is to put measures in place of compelling all of the platforms with regards to the global challenge that is facing all. In terms of the deployment of AI, the council recently approved the strategy, I think in the last financial year. So what we are seeing is the gradual deployment of artificial intelligence, and this will affect the entity across the board, including on matters that have to do with classification, because what we have observed is that a lot of our budget goes into the payment of classifiers. And so we are then trying to find strategy of balancing the classification requirements as per the FP Act, but also deploy technology so that it assists us in terms of reducing the cost, but also in terms of being up to date with the global shift with regards to classification and the use of, your latest technologies such as your artificial intelligence. The others I will request the team to respond to, but let me just touch on one. I think which was raised by Honorable Nchabeleng around the role of the FPB. And I must say that since the enactment of the amended 2019 Act, what we are seeing a more relevant FPB, because we would recall that part of the reasons that the Act had to be amended was that we had an Act that was out of date in terms of developments within the space, in terms of OTTs, and many other platforms such as your Netflix and so forth that came into effect. So what we have then seen is an FPB that is aligned to the developments in the sector, but it is still important that we looked at our mandate, because the mandate is for films, certain publications and games, and this should be limited to the spaces that we are in control of, and not to spaces such as broadcasting and your traditional television. It's a fine line that we need to walk as an entity, so that we do not encroach in the space of other entities such as ICASA, your BCCSAs, and other regulators in the space. CEO, can I then just, and the team, request that you then also respond to some of the issues that have been raised? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dadeta, please come through on the ICT issues, and then acting CFO on the financial issues.
Can I please request cameras to be switched on? It's a broadcasting requirement of Parliament that all speakers must keep their cameras switched on. Unless there's a difficulty with signals, in which case you request a chairperson, and then we'll give permission for it to be switched on.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Acting CEO, yes, I will come on the other questions. So yes, Prof, thank you on the AI. I think yes, as Deputy Chair was saying, Chair, is that the first year of this, at least in the 24-25, it was just getting the approval of the strategy, which Council has done, but we're ramping up on the AI implementation going forward into this current financial year, and as part of our 2029 strategic plan. And then there was a question from you, Honorable Chair, on the 90% of the child sexual abuse material, and we agree with you, Chair. On I think the last financial year of the strategic plan, we are aiming for 100% achievement of this, but we were really taking into consideration the challenges in terms of the resources, while we're still looking out for the technology that can assist us to really analyze this child sexual abuse material and the human resources capacities, but we are working up on it 90%, 95%, up to the 100%. Ideally, yes, we would have loved to be at 100% in the last financial year, but we are moving it going forward, taking into consideration the challenges. There was a question from Honorable Nchabeleng as well on the work we are doing on safer internet, and just great the work that we are doing, especially in relation to child protection. So, Chair, we work very closely with stakeholders within the industry, Department of Social Development, UNICEF, working closely with the DBE as well from a school's perspective, where we really send the message across, especially to young children, that, online harms, how to protect themselves, because we're realizing that we can have all the regulations, Chair, we can have all the legislation, but it's about the societal issues. Once children at a young age, especially in a classroom setting, they can be taught how to protect themselves. We're also teaching parents on how, because what we're seeing, and this is the issue that Prof talked about on age assurance, the message we send into parents is that please do not set up your child's device as if it's your device. So it needs to be clear that this is a 9-year-old that's using the device, so that, you know, at least from a platform's point of view, because according to the regulations, no child under the age of 13 should have an account on social media. So if the device is set up for a 12-year-old child as if this is the parent's phone, there's no way for platforms themselves to realize whether there's a child or not. So the message that we're sending when we're engaging with communities, either through children through classrooms or parents in community settings, we really urge them to set up the devices with the child's age, so that, you know, the device itself can also have restrictions, and parents can come up with, or at least use apps and technologies that can restrict content that children are sort of consuming. So I think just generally is that although we are holding technology companies accountable as well, but also it's a societal matter where parents and ourselves need to take responsibility in terms of how are we setting up the environment for our children. Those are the ones that I really wanted to touch base on. Acting CEO, I'm not sure if there's anyone that I missed, but I can still come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, CE. I think on the questions of what is it as the entity to mitigate the loss moving forward? Yeah, we are working very hard as an entity to ensure that, you know, from a revenue point of view, you know, we look at the aged debt to drive so that we can convert those into revenue, and also to implement the revenue enhancement strategy that has been proposed by GTEC, and also to ensure that all the non-compliance distributors are brought to enforcement committee so that they can, you know, push those revenue to come in. But however, in terms of reporting on the accounting surplus, so majority of the amount that is sitting there, it relates to non-cash item, which is your depreciation, which result in that loss on the statement of financial performance. And then with regard to the cash that we have, whether it has been committed, yes, I can confirm that it has been committed with the ICT projects that we have, as well as other project that you know relates to HC. The only amount that we requested, the retainment of surplus from National Treasury, I think it's below a million rand. So the whole 25 million has been committed, and we are definitely going to spend on it. So there is no risk for us not to get that money back. So in terms of the reasons, I think I've already explained this one, that it's not necessarily the overspend on the budget. It's just the timing in terms of how we report, in terms of the accounting, and the majority of the amount relates to the non-cash item. Thank you.
Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, I take it that is your responses of the team before we allow for follow-ups.
Yes, thank you so much. Back to you, Chair. Apologies.
Thank you so much. Honorable members will allow an opportunity for follow-up. And maybe we did note that there was an attempt by acting CE to respond to the issue of safer internet. But I think the question being asked is the general environment for over-sexualization or vulgarity in the South African society. If one were to look at who in this entire ecosystem controls that and manages that, and I think FPB would have this responsibility. And I recall last year when you all appeared before us, We were at a venue outside Parliament. That was the first time I engaged. It was a similar sentiment was raised as Honorable Shabaleng, is that we see FPB as custodians of monitoring how much of the vulgarity, the sexualization the South African people get. So the question one need to ask is maybe where is that limit? Have we defined that? And I think maybe we need to have a deeper conversation around that. But what I'm not seeing happening, and I'm saying this, is that I hear, and then we know that a lot is out of our control in terms of a young child at the age of 12 can take his parents' credit card and get onto the internet. And, the question then is, that's being reactive. But the proactive means is getting into the schools. Does FPB have programs where we deal and educate or coordinating with the Department of Basic Education, where this is a constant conversation that takes place in schools? We've had before us, we had the GCIS and the MDDA who control largely the community radio stations. Then you also got the commercial radio stations that are outside that. Has there been an effort to take this conversation to that level where people are informed, where there's critical conversation, radio shows are dedicated about the harms of this, where young children are given an opportunity to also come forward and speak up and motivate their colleagues and their friends and young people, because I don't think it's something that we can ignore. There's an English cliche, out of sight, out of mind. If we don't have this conversation, and I believe if it's not an active part of our program as FPB, then we will probably end up spending a lot of time on AI, a lot of time on technology, time and everything else. But probably the low-hanging fruit is utilizing the means that we have as a government communication and information system to really take this message to our people, using the Department of Basic Education and take this message to our people. So I thought that would have been my addition, and I'd like to get your responses to that. Honorable Shabaleng, your hand is up. I assume that's a follow-up, Honorable Shabaleng.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Yeah, it's actually up. One was just to do a quick one follow-up on this one, where they reported as well as persecuted cases, any update on this thing, particularly on child cases with regards to either pornography and as well as child whatever. What is the progress on that side of it? Because we have heard that there's been a lot of people caught with, rated and X-rated material on child level, etc. But we haven't had any report coming from PBF in terms of what they're doing in respect to that space. That's one. And earlier, I think I said that as tribal authorities, yes, we are tribal, not tribalistic. We are tribal authorities as well as traditional authorities, where they're safeguarding our cultures. And some of us, as myself as a crown prince, our work is to make sure that we promote culture, we promote the heritage that we have and the diversity. But I don't see FPB playing a critical role in promoting some of our cultural ways, as well as our cultural, heritage, the past in terms of our wars, our communities, how things were established previously, in terms of our ways and how we used to live and coexist. Instead, the Film and Publication Board is focusing more on, the element of just encouraging modern content, which is extremely violent. It does not talk to issues, study values with respect to fact of, we have a culture where you can't swear. It's part of our cultural norms. You can't be aggressive. It's part of our cultural norms. You can't be talking to elders in a wrong way. But today, when you look at media, television, production, etc., you have everything that is wrong in it. young people talking rude and aggressive towards elders, and elders completely being minimized, not given the right space in society. And this is all done on television. Maybe it's with an agenda, we don't know. I'm saying we are seeing it, the over-sexualization and the non-respect of parents, at the same time parents not being able to control the kids and the children in that space. But from the traditional authority, we tend to ask ourselves the question, have we let go of our society? Isn't it time that, for instance, the Film and Publication Board starts playing an active role in promoting these things and even talking to content producers? You know, there was a time where they would do a Shaka Zulu movie to show the heritage and culture, but it ended there. You know, I mean, after what I saw being done, I think with whether it was Netflix or MultiChoice, where they did the Mojaji documentary. These things don't continue. They don't show the richness of African history and heritage. And instead, we're bombarded with a whole lot of content material on Western civilization, their empires, their kingdoms, their kings and whatever. But on our side, we don't have anything to show, you know? So, I mean, the Film and Publication Board's responsibility is to promote that diversity. Not only that, to deal with the issues, but to be very direct. We would like to see an environment where it is utilized, encouraging content producers, going into DTI to actually ask them to say, fund films that talks to issues of Bapedi, issues of Botswana, issues of culture for Amazulu, issues of culture for people that of Amaxhosa in terms of what we have done hereditary, on heredity, on how we used to be brought up and stuff like that. But it doesn't reflect, you know, we've given up to the internet, a lot of the junk that comes from the West that does not talk to, you know, seem to say to, does not talk to our values. So I think maybe because I'm the only one who's going to comment on this, Chair, so I might take the opportunity to go to town, you know, to really talk to our ways and values. I'm more passionate of being an African, and there's ways that we want to start expressing, and not just only on rands and cents. I think money should be made available to promote our culture, and at some point, Chair, maybe bring in the Department of Arts and Culture to start talking to us on what they are doing on this issue, on film and publication, as well as documentary and content, in respect to honoring our cultural ways and our heritage of being Africans in this particular continent. I'll just hold it on that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you.
You represented as well, Honorable Nchabele.
Chair, should we respond, or should we? I'm just asking for your guidance.
I was unmuted there. Please, Prof, can you come back to respond?
Thank you so much, Chair. And we do agree with you in some of the roles that the FPB should be playing, particularly in terms of child safety and the online space. There are some partnerships. I think that the CIO has indicated, including, and I think that we don't report as much as we should on this, including quite a number of outreach programs that we have with schools. One, to speak to issues of child safety and the role of the FPB and the need for kids to be cautious when they access the online space, because largely that is the mandate that we have in terms of making sure that kids are safe in the online space. We have an ongoing collaboration with the Department of Basic Education, which is I think aligned to your point of a need for more structured partnerships in pushing the agenda of outreach programs, particularly with key stakeholders. And another partnership that we have, it's a three-way partnership with UNICEF and DBE. And this is for in terms of the role that we should play with regards to child safety and so forth. With regards to responding to, let's say that there is material, inappropriate material that finds itself in the online space. The CEO would have then indicated that we require platforms to be registered with the FPB. And part of what this does is to allow us to play a role with regards to takedown notices of inappropriate content, let's say, that finds itself in spaces such as your Twitter and other social media platforms. We work with our enforcement committee, which allows us to actually push, requirements of takedown notices by platforms whenever entities, platforms, they find themselves with entity that is inappropriate, whether it is bullying, whether it is adult material and so forth. And I think that this point is also aligned to some of the points that have been raised by Honorable Njabeleng with regards to material that we see, or at least within the space that we as the FPB operate in. I should indicate that when we classify material, we have classifiable elements. And these elements extend to language, I think, which is the point that he has raised, that sometimes kids are exposed to rude language and so forth when we view content, whether it is on Netflix or any other platform. And some of these elements, they speak to issues of violence and so forth. So this is the space that we tend to limit ourselves in terms of the FP Act, at least, so that, as I indicated, we do not, in terms of our responsibility, extend it to other areas that we are not supposed to. But I'm sure that, and I know that ICASA, with regards to their broadcasting wing, they can speak to some of the issues that have been raised. I think that is some of the issues that have been raised, Chair. But let me then also invite the colleagues from the entity to also try and respond to any area that I would have missed. Thank you, Chair.
Acting CEO?
Yeah, I would like to touch on the collaboration with GCIS. We are working very closely with GCIS to tap.
Your camera, please. Acting CEO, your camera, please.
Is it on? Are you able to see me?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. So that we are working very closely with GCIS. They have access to the radio stations, in particular, that talks to the language of our consumers. So that partnership is very critical for us. They also have, allow us access to the podcast. They already have followings in the podcast, and also their social media platforms. They've given us access to those. We also share in the media statements from time to time, depending on the topical matter at hand. But we are working together with GCIS the same way we are working with Department of Basic Education. But there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. We are trying to reach out now to SABC. We do not have enough monies that SABC normally charge, but we're trying to see if there is any way we can collaborate and send these messages out and raise awareness as much as possible. And with regards to the system cases, on the actual annual report, we did report on the cases that are currently underway. But we do have some prosecution that we report on our annual report that would have happened during the year. I think also taking into account that the prosecution process takes a number of years. Some of them are concluded within shorter space of period. Some of them will overlap across the years, but we do report on the prosecutions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting CEO, and thank you, Prof. Maybe as we conclude this segment, the take home we get as a committee is the concern over our children and the future generations, and the critical role FPB has to play as a vanguard for that. So it would be my recommendation, therefore, that as you look into your APPs and you come before us, you keep this as a pointed item on your targets in terms of your engaging with schools or GCIS, so that this item of reaching out and keeping and informing our young people through the various avenues that are available becomes a strategic focus, and we don't lose sight of that. It is my appeal then, because that's the sentiments I've got out of this. Ultimately, the work that we do must translate to protecting our people from information that will be harmful, and the most vulnerable of them are our young children. And so that would be my proposal and my appeal to the FPP as you plan ahead towards the new year. As Chair did indicate, Deputy indicated, maybe you haven't given us sufficient feedback of what you are doing, but you can see this is foremost in our mind, and it will remain foremost on our mind every time we engage as a committee with you, that what are you doing to protect the most vulnerable, to protect our young children, to protect our youth. So thank you so much to the team from FPB for your presentation and for this engagement. And we release you. Yabonga, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. My colleagues.
Honorable members, we now invite the team from ZADNA, who are the custodians of our space, our .ca, our namespace custodians, and the team from ZADNA. May I just welcome you? So the team from ZADNA is led by the board chair, Ms. Paleza Lekoze, and we have Ms. Pangla Lakarani and Wazen Kanyane, and the CEO, Mr. Peter Mdau. You're all welcome, the team from ZADNA. The platform is yours. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, Honorable Chairperson, committee members, chairpersons of boards on the platform, and deputy chairs. Good morning to all. Good afternoon. It's afternoon now. Yes. Yes. And maybe on the onset, maybe I would like to declare that, as you had said, Chairperson, that I'm being joined by the acting CEO. I would like to bring to the attention of the committee that the CEO has currently been put on precautionary leave after as a result of the investigation that took place and the findings thereof. Currently at ZADNA, we're in the process of conducting disciplinary hearings, and we will ensure that we update and inform the committee on the outcomes of the process. Moving on to the under review. Under review, there were new board appointments to the board of ZADNA. I think the previous few years there were about 7 members. Now there are 9 members. There were 5 new members who were appointed, and 4 reappointments to the board until 2028, October 2028. With regards to performance, ZADNA achieved 89% of the targets set out for the under review. We had 19 targets, 19 targets, and we achieved 19 of those targets. And we had an unqualified audit. I think the colleagues from finance will speak more on that. And I think also we have continued with the expeditious, alternative dispute resolution regulations that we have in place, where we have resolved 29 cases that were there. And I think what's key about this process is the ability for complainants to resolve their issues expeditiously and at a reasonable cost, rather than having to go to a protracted process of having to go to court to go and dispute a domain name. We have expanded the domain name space, which means that we have addressed the decline from the numbers from last year, and also to say that, you know, the compliance in terms of the non-commercial and commercial second level domains have increased from 52% to 67%. And I think one of the most important things that we as ZADNA are mandated to do is to ensure that the infrastructure, the namespace is always resilient, robust, and secure. And I'm happy to report that, you know, we have had 99% uptime with no disastrous or, you know, interruptions having occurred on our systems. Also to say that we have been to the breadth and depth of South Africa, you know, to the 9 provinces, engaging and creating awareness about what ZADNA is, what the domain namespace is, the importance of registering the, you know, a domain name rather than, you know, registering a .com or a .net or any other name. I think maybe to bring to the attention of the committee, you know, one of the important issues about registering a .za name is that the money remains in the country and that the money can be used in the country. But if you do register any other name like your .com, then the money leaves the country. I will now hand over to the acting CEO and the Finance to take us through the presentation. Mr. Madavu, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and Chairperson of the Board and other members. Thank you so much. Chair, I'm going to...
Can I request that you? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I, after introduction, please switch it off for the sake of the bandwidth, if it's okay with you, Chair?
Let's keep going, and we find if we're struggling, then we'll request that you switch it off.
Okay. All right. No, thank you. Chair, the chairperson of the board have already touched on a number of issues, so I'll just go straight to the issue of the highlights of the 24-25 financial year. As the chair said, we managed to achieve a total achievement of 89% achievement rate for the year. We also proud to announce to the committee that we had obtained an unqualified audit for the 24-25 financial year. And also to state that as members know, we don't get any funding from the National Treasury. We are a self-funded institution, so we continue to collect an amount of 15 Rand per domain name, which constitute our revenue. We also had some alternative decision resolution that we have conducted for the financial year. Maybe let me also state that for the year under review, the namespace expanded by an amount of 28,313, which was an increment from 67.5% from 52.6%. Chair, we also managed to have some awareness campaigns to the total of 24, which were concluded throughout the country. We touched on issues, the cities, towns, rural areas across the entire country. Chair, the chair have also confirmed that our IT infrastructure functioned without distress interruptions during the year, and she also confirmed that the governing structures are on point through the introduction of the other 4 members that were appointed by the minister. Chair, for the year 24-25, we also had challenges. Part of the challenges, other than the issue of the finances, we missed 2 targets, which were, number one was to provide 100 township business with the domain name spaces and digital skills. The second one was to provide all recognized South African right houses with the domain name digital skills. Chair, I must say that we thought we were going to achieve these targets, but we didn't sit down. We made sure that there are some works that are done at the background to make sure that the target, even though they're not part of the 2025-26 APP, we have partnered continuously working with DCDT together with the Department of Small and Medium and the small businesses to make sure that we take this progress, these projects further. Chair, these are the 2 targets that we are unable to achieve, and we're going to make sure that we achieve them going forward, even if they're not part of our APP. Chair, under the policy and regulations, we had a total of 29 disputes during the financial year, and all the decisions were transferred to the favor of the complainants. For the year under review, there was no mediation. We also had some internet governance, conducted a total of 24, which were also done in different provinces, cities, towns, and rural areas. On the registrar licensing framework, Chair, you will remember that we had consultation with the DCDT, and we also briefed the DCDT and the Deputy Minister, and we got some reviews. So we are waiting the final decision on this issue on how they're going to consider moving forward, including promulgation. Chair, as I said earlier, the registrar market expansion, we also saw the decrease of the registrars, accredited registrars from 824 to 407. The decline was compared from the last financial year where there was no movement actually. In terms of the commercial and non-commercial SLDs performance, we had seen the net growth of 28 domain names, which was a sharp swing from last year's decline. And we also cleared the annual registration of 25,000 domain names. In terms of the non-commercial SLDs, we did not attract any registration and renewals for the financial year. Chair, this to confirm that the name servers for our namespace are 3 of them, and there are 3 secondary name servers. 2 of them are ICASA and the other one is Unicast. Chair, also to confirm that everything under the infrastructure is still running well, like the chairperson have said. We did not experience any security issues. Chair, this also to confirm, the slide also confirms the activities that we have done in terms of the awareness, where we were teaching people, educating people about the South African, about the advantages of using the online presence, and specifically the ZA domain name. In terms of the workforce, Chair, we have seen us increasing our workforce of up to 56% female and 33% male. We're trying to make sure that we give the women within the organization some time, issues of them to be responsible. Chair, we also have a management team that's comprised of 6 individuals, 2 of whom are female. We have also decided to make sure that we're going to increase that number so that there should be equality within the management level. We also had some engagements, employee engagements. The idea was to increase the staff net promoter score. We had a number of activities that were done. Some of them was to make sure that we promote issues of various culture change and staff engagement initiatives. The satisfaction score index that we have done, Chair, was also increased to over 87.5% by the end of the financial year. We also had created some good environment for the workers through the employee wellness, where we also issued the multivitamins. We had fun walks and also used the services of the employee assistance program. Chair, chatting to the issue of the payments, I'll just try to be fast on this one. Chair, the target, the first target that we had was to achieve 25 domain name registration. We have exceeded that. And the second one was to make sure that there's fractional availability of the domain name. Through the CIPC, Chair, we have exceeded that by having 536. We also, the target of 4 awareness events, we have exceeded that by concluding 22 actually to be specific. 11 registered training were also exceeded by achieving 13. The target of 9 public schools domain names that were registered, we have registered over 9,024. We also achieved the target of 4 research and 1 benchmarking through the year. We also touched on the strategic partnership agreements. We said we have 3 for the financial year, and we have achieved that. The target for the year in terms of the IG, which is internet governance, was 17. We exceeded that by conducting 24 of them. Chair, we also have the target of the stakeholder engagements where we've exceeded. Improve compliance baseline for the registries, operators and administrators and registries by 30%. We have achieved that. The total percentage on that was 52%. The target of the 2 annual domain name and technical training on registrars, we achieved that, Chair. It was, we done 2 for the financial year. We also had a target of 90% of audit findings resolved with no overfindings. The target was achieved by maintaining 90%. Chair, you remember on my introduction, I also confirmed that we were able to achieve the clean audit. The audit findings with remedial actions resolved, the target was achieved. Implementation of staff wellness initiative, Chair, I've touched on that at the beginning. We have achieved, we had a number of activities. We also have a target of 360-degree feedback survey conducted on CEOs and executive management. The target was achieved, Chair. The feedback process was successfully completed and achieved its objectives. And then we also implemented the report from that. Chair, please allow me to, through you, Chair, to allow the finance team to continue with the financial matters. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members, and a good morning, fellow colleagues. Yes, I'm just trying to project. Please go to the next slide. Chair, in terms of our financial position, in terms of our financial position, our total assets for the 2023-2024 financial period were sitting at 31.7 million, and in the 2024-2025 financial year, they were sitting at 28.5 million. The decrease was mainly due to low bank balances. In terms of our total liabilities, we saw an increase rather in our total liabilities from 3.6 million to 5.9 million. The increase was due to the increase in the payment days of creditors.
Wengiga, sorry to intervene. We need to request that cameras be switched on.
In terms of our financial performance, we made a deficit of 5.6 million. However, revenue increased from 20.7 million to 22.8 million.
Chair, I don't think that is
in terms of the preparation of the actual financial statements. The statements were prepared under the going concern assumptions. There were no changes in the accounting estimates as well as the accounting policies. As mentioned by my previous colleagues, we received an unqualified audit opinion with 2 findings. The first one was in relation to the late submission of pay-as-you-earn return. And the second one was in relation to the unsigned board meetings. In terms of the changes that were made in the annual financial statements, we introduced a new note, or rather we presented additional notes to enhance—
point of order, please. Point of order.
The notes include
can you hear me?
Provisions.
Yeah, point of order. I don't think this person is actually playing. It looks like somebody's playing a real here.
Parties,
this doesn't look real.
Ms. Bongile. In relation to the disclosure of the
but it doesn't make sense.
That the entity owes to
the person who's controlling the Zoom. Can you just make sure you tell the presenter to listen to the instructions?
In terms of the variance analysis,
what is this?
For revenue, we had budgeted to receive a revenue of—
Can you please step in?
However, we managed to receive—
I'm sending a message, Chairperson.
This is ridiculous. What is this now?
It's a pre-recorded presentation.
No, it's not pre-recorded. It's Bongile.
It looks pre-recorded. How is it that the person is not listening to us?
And price.
It doesn't make any sense. This is a glitch.
In terms of other income, we had budgeted to receive 7.6 million. However, we were only able to receive 2.7 million. This was due to a decrease in the number of sponsorships that we had received.
Ms. Bongile, there's a problem. I think you're not listening to the instructions from the chair.
I'll now be taking you through the breakdown of trade and trade receivables. Our trade and trade receivables balance was mainly consists of ZAC, ICASA, and MICT-CETA. In terms of the number of days, ICASA and MICT are under the 120 plus days.
Are we getting any assistance here, Chair?
Of trying
you have a Zoom operator which should have already indicated to the speaker that there's a problem. This is not acceptable. I mean, we can't have somebody who's just talking over and does not listen to any instructions. This is ridiculous. It's like somebody's playing a reel here or a video. This is not acceptable. We should have already made sure and indicated on this matter. You can't have somebody who's just talking over and not listening to instructions here.
Hajira, can I request that we withdraw the hosting rights at the moment? Let's get some order in.
Chairperson, I have sent a message. I've called ZADNA. Are they addressing the issue? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. So we will have to redo this segment. It's unacceptable that we have all been talking over it because the presenter did not listen to the instructions. Obviously, there's a problem in terms of they're unable to hear us. All members have been howling in terms of we need order. So we need to go back and redo this presentation. So let's pause at this moment and request that they organize themselves and go back to the financial presentation. Yes. And there's an echo, etc. Can you request the team at ZADNA to please resolve this presentation issues? There's an echo. It's an important presentation because what we can see from here is a huge debt owing by ICASA, and I don't want honorable members to miss important and critical information. So can we firstly start off by seeing can we see the presenter, please? One presenter, who is the presenter? Is it?
Chairperson, could we request Peter to just introduce the team, Chairperson? Thank you.
CEO, can you please come through and introduce the team and provide us some order here, acting CEO, to what's going on, because what had happened is really not acceptable. We were not listened to, and the presenter just went on and on.
Apologies, Chairperson. I'm not sure if you're able to see me now.
I can see you, but we did not see the presenter of the financial information.
Yes, apologies for that, Chair. Let me introduce her. Let me reintroduce her. Her name is Sbolungile Ndlovu. She's going to start from the beginning. And apologies that you couldn't get the discussion earlier.
But what was the whole problem there? Because this person, you spoke several times requesting that the person must ensure that the video is on. They ignored the instruction. You indicated several other times to say the presenter must stop, and they just went on. What was the problem there?
Okay, Honorable Shabaleng, let me manage the meeting now. Honorable Mr. Peter, before you hand over, can I request that you not hand over until I have released you to hand over? Mr. Peter, can you please switch on your camera so we can engage?
Chair, apologies for that.
Okay, so there has been a concern raised that the presentation that was done was a pre-recorded presentation and the person could not hear our interventions. Can you please render an explanation why that was the case?
Apologies, Chairperson. We are at the DCDT strat plan. We borrowed a boardroom, so we are sitting next to each other actually. She thought her camera was on, and only to find that the camera was not on. So I then opted to give her my camera, and for that we apologize, Chairperson.
But nobody could hear our interventions. Is that so? If somebody.
Chair, we were lucky. We got a call from the board chairperson and our ARC. They phoned us through their cell phones, and we were able to attend to that. Chair, are we audible?
If whilst now we start to present, if I intervene. Okay. So can I then suggest that in the position you are, can she not sit in your?
I'm not sure if the chairperson's line is only bad from my side. It's breaking. Chair, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
But since we have lost the chairperson.
Apologies.
Sorry about that. We seem to be having some difficulties. So, Mr. Madawo, can we come back to you? Can I then request that the person doing the presentation of the financials be seated in where you are sitting and do the presentation, because in that position we were able to engage with you and see you clearly.
But that explanation is not sufficient. You can't be sitting next to a person and you cannot even tap them to say there's a problem, can you stop now? So the fact that we were told that this person was sitting next door and yet Mr. Mudau couldn't do anything in order to engage on the situation does not make any sense. So really we have been given a short story here.
Thank you, Mr. Shabaleng. I think, Mr. Madau, you've heard the frustration of honourable members. We find that this is an important engagement, and I think it's critically important, just as how we have taken the time out to be here. Many members, like I know Honourable Shabaleng, when he logged on, I saw two devices, and that is to ensure that if one device goes down, we are able to log on to the other. And similarly, myself as well, where I'm sitting, we are constantly ensuring that we are connected, because this engagement is critical. So I think it's a message for all of us that when we come before the committee, we must ensure that we are well positioned, we are well connected, we are engaging with the committee members. It's really unacceptable that we wasted so much of time in a very important presentation, and we were not heard. So, Honourable Shabaleng, your point is noted. Let us now move the meeting forward and then request the acting CEO to please allow the presenter to sit in his place and do the presentation. Mr. Madawu, can we have you, please? I don't see you on the line. I see Honorable Shabaleng.
Chairperson, I've sent the message. I'll get back now, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. Am I audible now, Chair?
Yes, you are audible, and I'd like to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me introduce Ms. Bongile Ndlovu, our Executive Finance Manager, to take us through the finance part. And apologies for the experience, Chair.
Chair, kindly confirm if you can see me now.
I can see you, Spengele.
Firstly, I'd like to apologize to the committee and my fellow colleagues. I will now present the statement of financial position. For the 2024-2025 financial year, we saw a decrease in total profits from total assets from 31.7 million to 28.4 million. This was mainly due to a decrease in our bank balance. In terms of our total liabilities, we saw an increase in our liabilities from 3.6 million to 5.9 million. This was mainly due to an increase in the debtors' payment days due to cash flow constraints. In terms of our financial position, we made a deficit of 5.6 million. However, our revenue increased from 20.7 million to 22.8 million. In terms of the actual presentation, in terms of the actual preparation of the annual financial statements, the annual financial statement.
Sorry, CFO, can you go back to the page on the income statement, please? I think you haven't spoken sufficiently to that. That's a very critical page that shows a total change from a deficit, from a surplus to a deficit. You need to take this committee into confidence in terms of what gave rise to that. We see a huge drop in other income. You haven't spoken to that. You just highlighted the increase in revenue. You need to explain, because there's a very material change in the financial performance of the entity, and we need to talk to that in greater detail. Thank you.
Chair, on the point of order, we can't even see the presentation. We only see the face of the presenter now. The presentation is not there anymore, so.
I am able to see the presentation on the page here. Other members can confirm that you can see it. I can see statement of comprehensive income. It's on, I can see it. Other members, Honorable. Thank you. So I'd like, thank you. CEO, through yourself, I'd like there to be a deeper conversation on this page here, because this is talking to a systemic problem. We see a huge drop in other income from 9.9 million, and I think the CFO's presentation to rush through this is unacceptable to us. We need to spend some time on this page here.
No problem, Chair. There is a slide on the variances, but I can quickly take the committee through this current slide. In terms of other income, there was a huge decrease from 9.9 million to 87,000. This was because most of our sponsors did not assist in terms of sponsoring us. However, our expenses decreased, Chair. You will see that we went from 28.1 million to 27.9 million, which isn't a huge decrease, but it indicates our effort of containing the expenses of the entity. So our loss was mainly due to our expenses being higher than our other income. Our other income was also affected by earning lower interest than anticipated. This was due to low bank balances as indicated in our statement of financial position. Can I move, Chair?
Yes, you may move on.
The statement of changes in equity summarizes the financial results. It shows the loss that we incurred of 5.6 million, and the revaluation gain that we made when we were revaluing some of our assets. In terms of the preparation of the actual annual financial statements, the statements were prepared under the going concern assumptions. There were no changes in the accounting policies and the accounting estimates. In terms of the audit opinion, my fellow colleagues did indicate that we received an unqualified audit opinion. We had two findings. The first one was in relation to the late submission of the pay-as-you-earn return. We have put in place controls to ensure that the submission as well as the payment of pay-as-you-earn is on time. So far, from the beginning of the year until now, we have been compliant. The second finding relates to the unsigned minutes of the board meetings. What we have done, Chair, is that for all the meetings that took place from November 2024 till today, we have ensured that they have been signed. For the minutes that took place prior November 2024, this was before the current board was appointed. What we plan to do with those meetings is that we are going to appoint a service provider that will provide the current board with assurance that the meetings are accurate and complete. This will assist them in ensuring that they do sign those minutes. In terms of the disclosure notes, we did introduce new notes. This was per the recommendation of the auditors. These notes include intangible assets, provisions, a note on prior period errors that were noted, as well as related parties note. The note is to ensure that all the balances that are owed to the directors are correctly disclosed. In terms of the variance analysis, Chair, we had budgeted to receive a revenue of 21 million. However, we did receive revenue of 22.7 million. This improvement is due to an increase in the number of domain registrations, as well as the increase in the domain price from 15 rands to 16 rand 30. Other income, as indicated, because of a decrease in sponsorship, we had our other income amounted to 1.2 in total. This is lesser than what we had expected of 7.6 million. I'll now touch on our outstanding trade and trade receivables. Our trade and trade receivable balance, per the statement of financial position, is sitting at 10.9 million. The balance is made up of amounts due from ZAC, ICASA, and MICT CETA. The two balances, or rather the two debtors that have been long outstanding, include ICASA and MICT CETA. We have been trying to negotiate payment of these balances with these two entities. Chair, I will now hand over about ZADNA's financial challenges, as well as the turnaround strategy that we have put in place. Thank you.
Sorry, who's going to do the turnaround strategy?
It's
me, Chair. I hope you can see me. I'll be guided by you. Thank you, Chair. And Honorable Chair.
Sorry, can we go back to the slide before this? And kindly introduce yourself, sir.
Yeah,
Mr. Kanyani.
Yes,
no, the slide after this. The slide. 1 second, Mr. Kanyani. It's a slide after this. The one that talks to the turnaround strategy, because clearly we can see a red situation. Thank you so much. So our expectation is that you will talk to the issues surrounding financial challenges at ZADNA and the turnaround strategy.
Yes, Chair. Good. First, I want to apologize, Chair, for the hiccups that we had. And good afternoon again to honorable members, to the Chair of the Board, officials and senior management from the department and other entities. In terms of our financial challenges, Chair, one of our difficulties is around the cash flow. And because we are a very small entities, any small amount, it can be 1,000, it can be 1 million, have a very big effect. And one of the things that have put us where we are, it was at the beginning when we identified that problem of financial challenges, we appointed a donor fund to try to assist us to fundraise, particularly from the private sector, and on amounts that we could use to implement certain projects. But as a result of that donor fund, the donor fund failed to deliver, which automatically having an impact on us to be able to operate. But it was also impacted, Chair, by ICASA particularly. What happens, in line with our agreement, we went and implement the project of the school programs, utilizing our own funds, understanding that when ICASA pays us back, we will take that money and close where we'll have taken it from. So as a result of that, where we are today is because if ICASA were to wake up tomorrow, for example, give us just 4 million rand, our position will change dramatically in relation to that, if they were to wake up to do that. So, but we are continuously engaging with them. So that is one of the key issues that we face. In order to augment that, it forces us to reduce our investment and also to look in from a point of utilizing the interest to manage our day-to-day operation. We currently have an investment of between 12 and 15 million. That will be maturing next year and in 2026. And we believe that certain amount of it will want to close this deficit that we currently face. But some of it, if possible, again, is to reinvest it, also to guard ourselves for future if the organization finds itself in that type of problems. And coming to that, in terms of our turnaround plan, the board have sit down, came with a turnaround plan, and some of the short term that we have looked at it is to cut our expenditure, our operational expenditure on the short term basis, which will assist us to try to balance the books. But also the other issue that we have looked at it is the issue of appointing a new fundraiser. But this time we look at a panel. Instead of appointing one company, we are planning to appoint multiple of them so that we don't find ourselves one company, we depend on them, and then when they fail, it becomes difficult. But we have also identified some of the work expertise that the team have that we want to try to commercialize those areas. That immediately when we commercialize them, we believe that it will be able to provide us with additional revenue. When it comes to USASA, one of the things that we have done, Chair, we have asked for the department through the Office of the Deputy Minister and the DG to intervene. And we believe that because we have just appointed the new board, that the new board will assist us in terms of making sure that that amount get paid. But we need to link that amount to the schools program, because as a result of lack of funding, we were unable to move with the school programs to implement it across 22,000+ schools because we did not have the resources. So we believe when that amount get activated, it will assist us in making sure that that particular program continue to be implemented so that each and every schools can be able to have a website where they can be able to keep the information of the school. So as a board, we are looking and making sure that that turnaround plan get implemented. We introduce new revenue streams that we believe that when they're done, they will be able to assist the entity in moving out of the difficult position that is currently in, Chairperson. I will stop there, Chair, and then we will take questions. I will hand back to the Chairperson of the board if there is anything that she will want me to highlight or not, and then it will come back to you, Chairperson. Thanks very much. And then I will be switching off the camera, Chair, with your permission.
No, thank you. Thank you, sir. Chairperson of the board, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Nkanyane. I think you have covered all the bases, Mr. Madavu and Mr. Ndlovu. Once again, I would really profusely apologize for the hiccup that happened, and we'll ensure that that doesn't happen again. We will now take questions, Chairperson.
Thank you, the team from ZADNA who challenged our patience in a very eventful presentation. Thank you, honorable members, for your support in co-chairing that session with me. It was really appreciated. But we have received the presentation, and I invite ourselves to engage this presentation. I'll give you a moment until I recognize your hands. Honorable Budlani, thank you so much. You can go first.
I just need to find my notes, Chairperson. Just give me a second, please.
No problem. It will be Honorable Budlani, then Honorable Singh.
Chairman, it's a very short engagement with ZADNA. But I do understand that there would be sensitivities in terms of having placed the official on precautionary suspension. But I don't remember there being a letter written to the portfolio committee to inform us officially. If there hasn't, could I please ask that that is forwarded to the portfolio? If I missed it, I do apologize, because I don't think we should get into that conversation. I suspect it could compromise the integrity of that process, because I am believing it could be an HR matter. So just to get that out of the way. Chair, I do appreciate organizations that will come in and say we want to make interventions to ensure that we are seen to be operating efficiently. But it would be amiss of us to allow a sentence that says because the board could not produce signed minutes, and that was an audit finding, therefore a service provider is going to be brought in to ensure that those services do happen, those processes do happen. That is absolutely unacceptable. It's a basic function of being a board member, of being a board chairperson, to ensure that the administration happens smoothly. In fact, I saw there is a compliance officer but I'm not sure how the compliance officer would fit into the board. But the reality is that this is a fully capacitated organization where somebody just needs to stand up and make sure that their part is done, get the minutes signed. So I do not believe that is a suitable and advisable. It will lead to definitely another finding to be outsourcing such a basic function unless you are going to then augment with other functions. And that being the case, what would those other functions be? And what does that mean for the organization and the people in organization for their ability to then be said to be fit for purpose? Because if this small thing is going to be an issue, it really is unacceptable. Those are the only two things, Chair, and I think I trust the colleagues to come in on the rest. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Singh. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick things from my side. The one is that there's a recurring theme of entity. Yes, Chair. I'm going to switch off my video, Chair. Hopefully that helps.
That's
Chair,
fine.
hopefully
That's in
this
order.
helps. Thank you. Thank you.
It's in order.
Thank you. Chair, so yes, we are seeing a recurring theme of entities not paying each other, which is obviously jeopardizing the sustainability of other entities. And it is now imperative that all these entities are looked into so that we can have a proper structure, and especially in terms of the funding and how this is done, Chair. So I think it's been emphasized in other presentations as well, and it's something that needs urgent attention. The second thing I would just like to ask, the late submission of PAYE returns was one of the reasons cited for the entity getting a audit opinion the way they did. So normally when we submit returns of this nature late, it generally attracts penalties and interest for these late submissions, which would then be regarded as fruitless or wasteful expenditure. So I would just like to find out, has there been any consequence management to recover such fruitless expenditure from the relevant officials who were responsible for these late submissions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. I see no other hands up, so I'm gonna give my input in. Let me begin by saying that ZADNA being probably the smallest entity, it's self-funded, so we appreciate that circumstances. I am worried. I am worried about ZADNA because ZADNA is the custodian of the namespace of the Republic of South Africa. And it is charged with this responsibility to ensure that we have digital inclusion. Digital inclusion in this, that every school in the country should have a namespace. But we've heard in this presentation that is a challenge, and that's not being achieved because of this interrelated debt with USASA. I am concerned, as Honorable Bodlani said, that we want to hire a service provider for the purpose of ensuring that we have signed minutes. And again, Dr. Singh, Honorable Singh has echoed a very elementary statutory obligation of submitting PAYE that hasn't been done. And the question we need to ask is, why wasn't that done? Something as simple as signing the minutes. We need to understand why was that not done. I am very concerned that a low target of 100, connecting 100 township businesses was not achieved, given the fact that the township economy in the country is worth billions, and there's probably hundreds of thousands of township businesses. And a simple target of ensuring, to start for digital inclusion, ensuring that we have township businesses having a .co.za name and bringing them into a digitally inclusive environment, we were unable to achieve that. And one of the comments I heard that even if it's not a target on the APP, you will still continue with it. So my question is, why should it be dropped as a target on the APP? If anything at all, if we want to be impactful on the lives of the people, this is service delivery of .ZADNA, where it really contributes to digital inclusion. It should never be dropped. In fact, it should be strengthened and enhanced. 100 is a small. What was the reasons we were unable to connect 100 businesses, township businesses, to the digital environment through the namespace? And similarly, the second element of that on that unmet target was, I think, royal houses. And we have been to, this committee has been in oversight in Eastern Cape. We've been to Gauteng, and in Eastern Cape, we went to the most rural of rural areas, and we met with tribal authorities there. How wonderful it would be, and how it would be so important for digital inclusion if these tribal authorities have a website, they have a space, a digital identity, and that hasn't been achieved. Again, the number was, you said you want to collect all. I would be really, chairperson of the board, I would be really, really concerned if you were to tell us that that target is being dropped. Both those targets of connecting 100 businesses, of connecting tribal authorities to a namespace. So we really need to have a proper, valid explanation, because that talks to what this committee is here for and what the president has spoken about of creating a digitally inclusive economy. And digital inclusion starts over here. So for me, that's hugely, hugely concerning. Losing and mindful of the fact, as I said in my introductory comments, that you are a self-funded through the income you earn from the space, from the name. So maybe 16.38 is the new income that you get. Is that per month, per annum? Can you please just give us an indication? And then we spoke about, there was a reduction in accredited registrars, a substantial number, I think probably from 700 or 800 to 400. So what does it mean? Why were these registrars reduced? Is that good or bad? I mean, are these registrars on sellers of the .co.za name? Then that talks to, is that now we're talking that did that impact on job losses when those registrars are no more registered? What is the domino effect of that, and why did that happen? And what's the consequence, and what's the impact of that in terms of job creation and loss of jobs? Yeah, the next very material aspect, again, mindful of the fact that you have to be a self-sustaining business, is that self-sustaining entity, is that we lost sponsors significantly. Almost 9 million is gone. So maybe the question is, how and why did we lose those sponsors? Surely we should have a team that's going out there and that's actively soliciting the sponsors. I mean, if one typically looks at a good business case to get sponsors, is that we are connecting 100 township businesses, we are connecting royal houses, and that's a good reason for big businesses to want to sponsor ZADNA. So why did we drop the ball in terms of sponsorship? What was the reason? Who was raising these sponsors? Who was approaching the sponsors? Do we have a business case? A sponsor will sponsor you if you have a strong business case. So I am concerned, chairperson of the board, that, you know, particularly if there's a will surrounding the 100 businesses on the side of ZADNA to truly empower our township businesses and those who have been historically excluded from the economy. And maybe the issue surrounding the ICASA debt is certainly something that we need to have a greater conversation. And it's been talking about, as Honorable Singh has pointed out, to the systemic problem we're having. Now we found a new relationship. We've got the ICASA and the ZADNA. You know, we've got the Centec and SABC, we've got Postbank, and we've got Post Bank and the Post Office, and now we can see the USASA non-payment is having a knock-on effect on ZADNA. And maybe the last question is, in your debtors list that you've given us, you've indicated that USASA and MIC-SETA were owing you, is owing the entity 8.4 million in 120 days. And maybe my then concern will be, who is ZARC, Z-A-R-C, the other debtor owing 2.4 million? Is that debtor paying its money? And maybe what critical conversation is taking place with USASA as we speak right now regarding the recovery of its funds? So that would be my contribution. Let me invite Honorable Shabale. Honorable Shabale.
Chair, thanks a lot for the opportunity. I'm currently driving, so I'm not able to give a full video, so I'm just going to exit out of the video.
Thank you.
Given the experience we just had, which was quite traumatic and really strange, is that I don't have confidence in what ZADNA is doing, one, and it's actually starting to now augur some of the complaints about ZADNA's capability to operate as a company. One, given the fact that there's just too many problems in the organization, and this organization is supposed to be the forefront and the frontier for internet as well as a technology platform. One, they don't own their own system. They don't host their own project. Most of the work is outsourced. Then there is no internal capability of even running the platform. So one would need to know who actually operates ZADNA and at what cost, because most of these things are all cost related. Whatever you outsource is based on a cost. So, Chair, at this point, we would have loved to have a session where we can pose a question and get a response rather than doing question lists and then they get lost in the reply process. So I don't know at this stage what to say, because I really don't know who to really sort of point the finger at in relation to the operations of ZADNA and what we just experienced with regards to the earlier presentation, whether we were given a AI or some kind of a pre-recorded presentation and there was no ability to interrupt and stop it, because, the excuse given later by the, I think, CEO was a bit insufficient and was a bit almost clumsy. We really must be respected and be taken into confidence when the issues. And what happened was not really satisfactory. So I just want to know, with regards to the operations of ZADNA, what is going on? Because this organization is supposed to be, as I said earlier, the frontier of our internet.co.za. Major organizations globally, if you want to buy websites today, you don't even need to waste your time with .co.za. You only buy it because you need the .co.za stamp. But in most cases, you can go to GoDaddy, you can go to who is on the internet, you can go to who hosts what, and then you can get most of the things actually sold there. So their competitive market is doing advanced work, while our South African environment is actually laid back and really taking it easy. You have a full board to run a small company like this and still not produce any results. So this is quite really worrisome, and then needs a bit of further investigation in terms of the operation, as well as this loss-making and inability to even recover basic debt, such as hosting debts and all of that stuff. So I just want to know from the Chief Operating Officer, what are you really doing in this company? Because these problems are things that you're supposed to be dealing with on a day-to-day level and be able to sort out. When you report to the board, you give them confidence to say, we have done our work. I think when the board chair, in the opening, said that out of our 16 or 18 targets, or 19, I think, we have reached all the targets as expected. But it doesn't show that any of the targets has been reached, because you can't have a 100% successful target achievement, but you're still having problems that are so systematic in the organization. So can you maybe, Chair, allow us the opportunity to just be interrogative on this matter, on that point? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shabaleng. As I hand back to Chairperson of the board to lead the responses, may I also then request clarity on what is the namesake infrastructure? Just take us into confidence. And where is it sitting? And I want to talk to the issue of data sovereignty and protecting of the South African.co.za. Where is this infrastructure where this .co.za is safe? Because we spoke about the namesake infrastructure in the presentation. Where is it sitting, and the issue surrounding the sovereignty of our name, that it is not hijacked? Let me give it back to you, Chairperson, with a serious appeal to you to take the conversation and the engagement in the serious tone. I think Honorable Shabaleng expresses concerns, which we also echo, that we are concerned that a small entity like this, with the .co.za as a huge entrusted commodity, has not performed to the extent and has got a host of issues, and that unfortunately does not present a very positive image of .ZADNA. Jefferson, let me hand back to you.
Chair, can I just have a two-finger, please?
Sure, Honorable Lani.
As the chair comes in, can she just confirm that the organogram that is on the website is the correct structure of the organization, please?
Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe let me start with the letter to the PCC. The letter hasn't been sent, and I will ensure that it's sent through the department regarding the CEO. We know that. And with regards to the minutes, I think the board met last in October, and on the 1st of November there was a new board that was appointed. I think that gap where the last board was, that's the reason why we need to have the company secretary listen to the recordings and make sure that what is contained in the recording is what was discussed in the minutes, so that we can sign off the minutes. I think that is where the issue was, that there was a transition from one board to the other board. And I will let the colleagues respond to some of the questions. And when we talk about royal houses and the township, 100 township business, I think those are very critical. One, even though we had said that we have maybe put them in our business plan, I think we will elevate them back to the APP for the next financial year. And the key thing here, I think Mr. Nchabaleng, Honorable Nchabaleng, did talk to how are we trying to conserve our heritage and all of that. And I believe that that's the only way. That's one of the ways to ensure that we promote what our royal houses are about and how we give them the identity. So this is very critical, and also to ensure that, the township businesses have an identity, and so that they can also, be able to conduct business beyond where they are as entities, so that they can, it's about job creation, it's about employment, it's about, the three, critical issues that we have in South Africa, about three challenges. And Chair, you asked what is ZAC. ZAC is a South African registry consortium, which is an entity that is the registry operator. It is a South African entity that is the one that does the technical aspects of ZADNA. I will let the operation, I'll let the acting CEO speak more on that. And with regards to the conversations with ICASA, I think we are at a point where ICASA didn't have a board, I think, since August. So now they have a board. We are hoping that this matter will be resolved. We are engaging. I was engaging the chair of ICASA yesterday, and the DG and the Deputy Minister continue to engage. So we are hopeful that this matter will be resolved soon. With regards to the issue of funding, we had acquired the services of a funding manager who did not deliver, and we had to terminate. I think Mr. Nkanyani did speak to this, that we had to terminate his services, and now we are looking at having a panel of fundraising managers or fundraising entities that can assist ZADNA because in terms of our mandate and the funding that we get, it's not enough to do all the work that we are supposed to do in terms of, creating, informing South Africans, ensuring that, the schools have the identities that they need. So we need to go outside what we have to ensure that some of the projects that we are supposed to do, we are able to do. And the only way to achieve that is to get funding from other entities from the private sector. And with regards to the organogram, it is that is on the website. It is the ZA organogram. That's on the website, Ms. Honorable Bolani. I will hand over to the acting CEO and the finance people to take us through to respond to some of the questions that were asked.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the Honorable Chairperson. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Okay, let me start by there was a question that was coming from Member Bodlani to say that the compliance officer position. Yes, we do have the compliance officer position as per the organogram that you have seen on the website, but the functions of the minutes doesn't fall within the compliance officer. These are the functions of the company secretariat. So the company secretariat is not only limited to the minutes, also doing some governance work. Chair, there was also a question that came from Member Singh in relation to the consequence management on issues of the payee. Chair, unfortunately, the member that was in charge of that, she resigned before we could even start any processes. So we had just a meeting internally to say that let's make sure that it doesn't happen going forward. Chair, there was also a question that came from yourselves, Chair, to say that what is it that we're doing to make sure that the issue of the non-achievement or the issue of the royal houses and this 100 townships doesn't happen again. Chair, like I said in the beginning, Chair, we have now partnered with DCDT together with the Department of Small Business to make sure that the targets that we've missed are continuous, even if we don't have them on the APP, but we're going to make sure that we achieve them. Chair, there was also a question that came from your side in relation to the registry in terms of who owns the system and who the issue of sovereignty. Chair, we remain the regulator. We remain the administrator of the .za domain name. We have not given that function to anybody, and we are not intending to give it to anybody. What happens is there are some activities that we have outsourced, and those are the services of the registry. We have a number of registries that are able to interact directly with the registrars. And the people
Mr. Madavo,
we also went further to people that registered that.
Mr. Madavo, you can switch off your camera. It's affecting the bandwidth.
Thank you, Chair. I was saying the other partnership that we have had was the partnership that we're having with the CIPC to make sure that all companies, all people that are intending to register their companies at CIPC, they got to know about the platform where they are able to register for the domain names directly from that side. These are some of the things that we have. It's not necessarily outsourcing, but it's partnership with other stakeholders to make sure that we remain the regulator, we remain the administrator of the ZA domain name space. We are not intending to give our mandate to any institutions, Chairperson. Thank you. I will then hand over to our finance.
Before you do that,
point of order, please.
Before you do that, Acting CEO, may I request that you respond to the issue surrounding my question on the accredited registrars drop. There was a significant drop in accredited registrars. Honorable Shabaleng, your point of order?
Yeah, Chair, we asked as to who is doing the outsourced services, and I think the CEO, when he was talking, there was a huge scramble, so we didn't even get the input on that. Who is controlling and running the day-to-day services of ZADNA?
Thank you. Acting CEO, can you respond to both that question and my question before we hand to see the finance department?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the questions from Member Chabeling. We have not raised, we have not given out or outsourced the daily running of the ZA Domain Name Authority. We remain the authority, but within our mandates, we have registrars and we have registries and registers. So we do have registries that are the ones that are interacting directly with the ISPs. Chair, so that's where the difference is. But the daily running of the organization remains with us. We are the one that go out to meet with the public. We do we do compliance from our side. We go out and do the awareness campaigns. We are the one that are the only people that are dealing with the daily running of the institutions. Chair, the issue of the RAS, the drop chairperson, we had a number of RAS that were not active. The registrars that were not assisting in terms of the registering of the domain name. So we did not cancel them. They are the one that deactivated the process. So it's not really it's not really saying that there was anything wrong that was done by our side or anything that means that the domain name space is not growing. It was because there were not active registrars that were able to assist within the domain name space.
And maybe one more question from me. You know, I find this very painful when I hear that our schools don't have website addresses, they don't have names attached to them, because, you know, our children are being raised now in a digital world. It can't be acceptable for us that if you're going to a school, it doesn't have a website, it doesn't have a web name, because once it has an identity, you can start posting pictures. You're creating digital inclusion. Whilst our kids may have devices, but if the school that they're going through, whether it's a township school or a rural school, if it has a website presence, a domain name, it changes. It's a game changer. So maybe talk to us about what effort is ZADNA going to do to realize that vision. I know you did say it's put on the back burners because of USASA, but how much is it impeded by USASA?
Thank you, Chair. You remember that last year we came to the portfolio committee where we gave a plan to say that other than the APP, we're intending to have 22,000 schools have their own domain names, have their own website to make sure that there is digital platforms for the schools and for the teachers, for the better interaction between a teacher and learners, including the SGB members as well. So, Chair, that remains something that we're intending to do. We did not throw it out of our desk. We're still going forward with that. It's just a matter of concluding the partnerships, Chair. But as it stands now, Chair, we did not drop the ball on that. We piloting in other schools where we are able to afford. So there are a number of schools that we have piloted, making sure that the digital platform between a teacher and a learner is activated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have also raised my hand.
Yes, Honorable Choki Adonis. And thereafter, Honorable Shabaleng, your hand is still up. I'm not sure if that's a legacy hand. Honorable Megan. And then Honorable Shabaleng, then Honorable Bodlani, in that order. Honorable Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and just also appreciating the responses and the presentation. I have gone through them even in my absence in the meeting, but just listening to some of the responses that have been given, Chairperson 1 is quite concerned. I think the first one would be the response of the Chairperson, who has indicated the transitional period that took place. And if you look at when the transitional period took place, between then and now, one would have, assumed and had an expectation that would have given enough time for legacy reports to be handed over but additionally for reports that give reference to outstanding matters and programs for the new incoming board also to take over. So it is quite concerning that this must now go back to the Secretariat and must now listen to the recordings and see and reference them to the minutes of the meeting. I think this is it's absolutely unacceptable. The second one, and I think Chairperson, you are correct when you are saying that the connectivity or the digital footprint through having this, website made available for schools, it's quite critical. We are seeing it being done in urban schools, and we're not seeing it done in our township and rural schools. But also, most importantly, and I think for ZADNA, it should not be a sole responsibility of yourself as an entity to make sure that there is connectivity and digital footprint and identity through the products and services that you're offering. But what is the departmental and private sector collaborations that are currently in existence right now? One would have a particular interest to say, okay, you had indicated that I'm sure there was a shortfall from your stakeholder, manager or whoever that is responsible for outsourcing resources and funds, but now we would want to have an interest to say, who have you earmarked, who are you in discussions with, and what are the benefits that you are looking to achieve from those particular engagements with them? And additionally, when it comes to connectivity of schools, what is the collaboration with basic education? Chairperson, we had a joint sitting between ourselves as a portfolio committee and basic education that spoke to connectivity, and therefore it means it's within the scope and the agenda of basic education for them to actually collaborate with ZADNA to ensure that all schools have domains and have a digital footprint. And therefore, it means if they are rolling out any form of tablets, assistive devices, etc., identity and the utilization of resources or services, services that are provided by ZADNA can be integrated into those systems or those equipments that are provided through the Department of Education. And this could be a collaborative approach that they take. Additionally, what is then the collaboration with the Department of Small Business and Development? There should be a collaboration on that to say how many businesses are being registered. Is there a way in which ZADNA can then, through the CIPC or the registration platform that they use to register new businesses, to also give funding to businesses, the option of them being able to have access to that footprint, meaning a domain that will then be attached to them. And I think there are enough resources made available through various departments. It's a matter of has ZADNA and the institution as a whole has explored those avenues, and if they have, what's the results? If not, what is the reason why? And perhaps this will also give us an indication of where it is that perhaps they are also hitting some deadlocks, or they're hitting some bottlenecks as well and challenges, and maybe the portfolio committee would be able to also assist and intervene. But I think it's very important for us to really understand, why are you not able to meet these targets when there are these state institutions, government institutions that are available, and they do have resources and budgets made available, but there seems to be a lack of coordination and collaboration that is currently taking place. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Choki Adonis. Can we recognize Honorable, can I take Honorable Bodlani and then Honorable Shabaleng? Is that okay? Honorable Bodlani?
I think his hand went up before mine, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Shabaleng.
We don't want him to quasar us.
Honorable Shabaleng.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Chair, quick one on yeah. Chair, on the question of the questions that I asked earlier, I don't think I was answered satisfactorily. I don't believe that ZADNA has the capacity to run their own IT infrastructure and do the whole total hosting as a service, etc., and do the IT solutions combined. There's a bit of a, maybe misrepresentation there. Maybe let's get some clarity as to who is in charge of doing the whole IT solution and systems for ZADNA. And even if they have outsourced, it's fine. I mean, this is an environment where you cannot completely control everything in an IT space. We're not saying they shouldn't do their work in terms of making sure, but we wanted to know if they have an outsourced model, who is outsourced to, and what are the services that are not part of ZADNA's control. That's number one. Then the other issue to it is, I spoke about the other competitive market players, your internationals and your locals, the GoDaddy, as well as the other platforms, the WhoIs platform, etc. And I haven't received any satisfactory response on that one. I think there's an interruption. Let me just quickly pause it here and then continue afterwards.
Thank you, Honorable Podlani.
Chair, just to note that Honorable Adonis Chauke is pulling an Honorable Nchabeleng on us by recapping the morning's meeting. But Chair, in all fairness, I think there was a disruption in the process flow of the meeting where ZADNA was still asking, and there was an intervention which then brings us to where we are now asking follow-up. So I'm also going to jump on this bus and abuse the system so that at least my follow-up questions could then be integrated into the next round when the CFO replies. So the question then becomes, based on the chairperson's response on the outsourcing of the functions for somebody who's going to make sure that the minutes are signed, is the chairperson now saying us that assertion was made in error, that is not the case, so that at least we have that as a withdrawal, because that was said in this meeting to make sure that those sort of things do happen. In fact, exactly that the minutes are signed, a service provider is going to be appointed, just so that we have it on record and we are on the same page with all of us. And Chair, I asked about the organogram because the organogram, I think I saw 2 or 3 marketing positions or PR-related positions. And then when we also hear about fund managers, my issue seems to be that the ZADNA seems to be, for such a small organization, it seems to really be top-heavy. And I worry about what this means, because in my mind, the first thing was to say, we are going to at some point reach a level of saturation where we do have the .za domain fully proliferated within the country. And that would mean that ZADNA would have done their job. Unless ZADNA sees themselves going on endlessly with this big team, and it means that there's no deliberate effort on their part to phase themselves out. Because for me, at some point we must reach saturation. And when you have reached saturation, what are you going to do with the many people that you have in the system? And Chair, to hear the issue of the payee that was not processed as per Honorable Singh's question, and to hear that the person has resigned. We have seen this over and over in the system, where a person who leaves one organization goes to the other, and there is no consequences for their actions. And I don't know who to ask this question to, but it would be irresponsible of us to not be given that particular person's name, that when they do come up again, even if it's part of some communication to the portfolio committee, so that when we meet this person again, we know that they left a mess. Unless the people are just using the one who has left as a scapegoat, then that's a different story altogether. But we should really get into a point where we blacklist people who are not competent to do the job that they get paid, and we do not see them reappearing elsewhere within the system. Because I can bet my bottom dollar, this person will appear again within the system, within the department, because there has simply not been any consequence towards the actions or their inaction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Let me hand back then to maybe hand back to Chairperson to respond and then take it from there.
Yes, I wanted to respond to Honorable Nchabeleng's question about the IT systems at ZADNA. I think when you read the ACT Act, it says that we are supposed to have registries and registrars. And I think a few years ago, there was a decision to have just one registry in the country and registrars. So what we have done is ZADNA, because we are a regulator, we cannot be both. So we have, like I said, ZACR, which is the South African Registry Consortium, that we've outsourced the daily operations, the technical operations of ZADNA to. I think that's the question that you are asking, and you're asking who owns it. It is South Africans who owns ZACR, because I think when we went out on what we did was that we went on a request for information first, because we wanted to test the market before we appointed ZACR, and then furthermore we then requested we had an RFP, and what we were clear about when we went out on an RFP is that you can never outsource you can never have a foreign entity running a namespace. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. And from my experience of having been in the industry, in the DNS industry for a very long time, we have seen what happens when you have foreign interest running a namespace, because people can take the namespace out of the country and manage it from elsewhere. So that was one of the critical, things that we were looking at, to say that whoever is going to run ZA, which is, I think it's a 5-year contract that we have with ZACR, that they had to be South African. So they are South African, it's the South African entity, and the information is kept in South Africa. Maybe I just needed to just clarify that. I will hand over the rest to the colleagues to respond to.
Thank you. Acting CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. There was a question to say, who are we working with in order to make sure that this process of the 20,000 schools are something that's going to be achieved. Chair, when I started, I said we're not doing this alone. Other than ICASA, we have partnered with the Department of Communications and Technologies. We're also working on getting to involve the Department of Small Business. Of course, the Department of Education, the Department of Higher Learning has been the one that has been working with, because that's where we got the list of 22,000 schools. Chair, I also touched on the issues of the CIPC earlier, to say that they also they have a platform where all companies are able to register. We said no, this is something that we're going to use to partnership with them. So we are working with them. We're hoping that this project will be complete. Chair, there was a question on the, I think the chairperson of the board just touched on the issue of the service provider, who is a registry, that is the ZARC. The chairperson have addressed that. There was a question from Member Botlani in relation to 3 people that are within marketing department. Chair, yes, indeed, we have the manager, and then we have the marketing assistant, and we have the marketing coordinator. Chair, maybe let me also state that not everybody within the company are permanent employees. Some are on contracts, and the contracts just stipulate to say that it's a contract of 3 years and a contract of 5 years. So after that contract, that's when we're going to review and see if there's a need for us to renew, or just to consider or doing some of the things internally amongst ourselves. Chair, there was, I think that was I think those are the finance questions. But if there are any other questions that I might have missed, by all means, Chair, we are available to come over. But Chair, maybe through you, can I then hand over to the finance, our executive manager finance, to answer the questions?
Chair, there was.
Should I continue, Chair, or you still have some follow-ups before I could end?
No. I want to hear the last bit from the finance person, please.
Chair, there was a question that was raised with regards to
the quality of sound is very bad, Sungile. We can't hear you. Is it just myself? We can't hear you. Okay. We're having the same issue we had before.
My colleague indicated
Acting CEO, you need to step in and salvage the situation again. We cannot hear.
As a registry operator.
Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes, please take over. We didn't hear what Peter of what Sibongile has been saying.
Let me allow her to use my laptop, Chair.
That's been my expectation from the beginning, because clearly what was tried before didn't work out. I expect her to use yours because yours seems to be the more reliable one. And there's no need to switch on the videos, please.
Can I continue, Chair?
Yes, please.
Chair, there was a question with regards to the ZAC payment. ZAC is one of, as my fellow colleague indicated, ZAC is one of the registry operator. And in terms of them making payment, as at year end, they were sitting in the current column of our age analysis, meaning that they are very frequent when it comes to them making payment. So we do not have any issues in terms of recovering the amount that is due by them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. We've just learned that is the regulatory consortium. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Chairperson of...
Can I just add one response, Chair? Is Angalakan Kanya ARC.
Sure.
In line with, particularly when it comes to CIPC, Chair, there is that platform when you register a company, it also allows you to register a website. However, we have just pick up one of the problems is that in a timeline of a month, if you do not transfer that name to a registrar, it gets, like I would say, deleted. So that means you start from zero. So we are currently, what we have discussed is to say that immediately when it registered at CIPC, it must locate you based on your geographical location to a registrar who will be in contact with you so that they take over. Because CIPC system, the way it is done, is like a temporary place where you register and block a name. So immediately after that, you need to do that. So that is one of the issues that the public will have gone and register, and suddenly they realize that no, the name is no longer there. The other question, it's true. It's correct. We did not appoint. We are not going to appoint a company for COSEC. So as the chair said, so two things happened during that time. Whereas the board was coming to an end, also our COSEC, which is a outsourced because it's a cheaper model as compared to appoint a company secretary. Also, the contract was coming to an end. So you have two key stakeholders. They were transitioning. First, it was the COSEC. And that's why we have asked the new COSEC to say, because you were not there before, please listen to the minutes, to the recording, and confirm that the minutes as they are correct, so that as a new board, we can sign them off. And we expect that to be done in our October meeting. So those minutes should be able to come to our October quarterly meeting. So we should be able to be done with that particular issue, Chair. I just thought that let me also clarify those two issues, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much to the team from ZADNA. It's been a very, very Honorable Shabaleng, I'm taking it that is a legacy hand. I want to close this discussion on ZADNA. So it's been an exhaustive discussion with ZADNA. It's the smallest entity that we have oversight over, but clearly the issues that we've identified are very, very material issues. And I think what's important is, as we have oversight of the entities and as a committee, as we mature and we get to understand that ultimately we want to ensure that entities impact on the lives of South Africans. And therefore, my hope is that what we have engaged you with today, you would take it seriously, you would incorporate it in your APPs, and you would ensure that you firstly hold yourselves accountable to it, because we will certainly, when you come before us, hold you accountable to ensure that the .ZADNA name and the brand is used as a means of digital inclusion for the people of the country who have historically been excluded, to schools, to township businesses, to royal houses. So we will hold you accountable to that there. And we hope that this engagement here has been a means for .ZADNA to really understand that we want to see service delivery in this entity. We want to see this entity not just meeting its mandate, but really exceeding its mandate and contributing towards digital inclusion, which somehow we get the feeling in this meeting that it may not have achieved that objective, citing the two unmet targets, citing the schools, etc. So thank you so much, Chairperson, for the robust engagement, and to the team from ZADNA. With those few words, we will release you from this meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good.
Honorable members, I'm going to propose we take a break now for 30 minutes. I think it's only fair that we engage ICASA once we have refreshed. So we will break now. It's 13:59, and we'll resume with the meeting at 2:30. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, honorable members. Welcome back to the resumption of the Portfolio Committee meeting. The last entity that we will be engaging with this afternoon is the regulator, ICASA. Let me welcome the team. I have been informed that the chairperson is not with us, but we have got the team from ICASA. Let me just recognize them before we call them to the table, to the platform. Councillor Catherine Mushi, who is attending on behalf of our chairperson, as he's currently in Kigali, in Rwanda. We're also joined by the CEO of ICASA, Musiamo Maduleka, and the team. Councillor Catherine Mushi, you're welcome to lead your team into the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Colleagues on the call, let me confirm, Chair, that you can see my face and that I'm audible.
Yes, you are, Media. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity for ICASA to come and present its 2024-25 annual report. And firstly, let me just mention that ICASA has remained relatively stable in the past financial year. The authorities now has a full complement of councillors, 8 councillors and a chair. The 4 councillors were appointed in April 24. We bring now to the Portfolio Committee our key performance report, and we're going to just run through the presentation, Chair, and allow enough time for questions. Let me start by stating that we met our annual target, which was set at 91%, and we actually achieved 92% performance. This is an improvement from the 2023-24 financial year that was sitting at 88%. However, Chair, we did miss 4 of our 49 targets in the areas of finance, human resources, policy research and analysis, regions, and consumer affairs. Chair, we're not going to spend a lot of time on the projects that were undertaken in the year. That's the slide that just went past. It is included in the pack, but we will take questions related. Let me also mention on the slide that is projected, Nico, I'll tell you to move, stay on that slide. Just to, yes, thank you. Just to state that we are sitting at a 5.5 vacancy rate. This is 60% of the approved funded positions. We do have the budget, but because we operate at a deficit, we do recruitment at a stage in stages just to manage our budget. The CEO will speak in detail on the 5.5 vacancy rate. Next slide, Nico. This is yes, this is the slide that shows the performance in percentages of the 4 areas that the percentages of the 4 areas that we missed. In finance, we achieved 80%. In human resources, we achieved 86%. In policy research and analysis, 88%. And regions and consumer affairs, 75%. Let me just move on, Chair, to mention that our risks that we have been bringing to the committee have actually materialized. These risks are related to our budget constraints, to execute our mandate effectively and capacitate the authority. There are our systems issues, wherein we are still using very archaic systems, IT systems, which we rely on heavily to perform our duties. We also acknowledge, Chair, that our legislative mandate is dated, and there are a lot of barriers embedded in this legislative framework that does not allow us to innovate. But Chair, we have strived to stay afloat and perform to serve the South African communities to the best of our ability. We have brought to the committee before our turnaround strategy, wherein we are proposing a funding model, a review of a funding model. We are busy with the business case, and there we are proposing, Chairperson, that ICASA be allowed to adopt a new funding model where we can fund ourselves and reduce our dependency on the fiscus. We are well advanced with this business case, but coupled with that, Chair, is our strategy to renew ICASA's role in the new digital era. We are currently finalizing the conceptual paper on the regulator of the future that we want to take to the minister and also socialize it with the committee, wherein we are looking at how should the ICASA of the future be structured, capacitated, and also to consider its new role. We have noted the concerns around community radio stations, Chair, and this is partly also as a result of our current legislative framework that we have seen radio stations, community radio stations closing down. We are limited in how else we can put the governance framework around community radio stations, but we also want to bring to the attention of the committee that there are governance problems that ICASA has faced with regards to these community radio stations, but we do not want to make it part of this conversation. We would rather prefer to bring a focused discussion on community radio stations, same report in detail that has been requested of MDDA, that ICASA also brings to the committee its experiences, challenges, and obviously that together we can chart the way forward. So we do welcome the invitation, Chair. And on any other matters that may be of concern and interest to the committee, we do welcome an opportunity to come back to ICASA. Chairperson, with that, let me hand over to our CEO to go deeper in presenting the performance of ICASA. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Mushi. Let's welcome the CEO of ICASA.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable members, leadership on the platform from respective organizations, colleagues. I hope you are well this afternoon. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to come before this committee to table our annual report. I did promise in the last meeting that we are going to come here. We're going to take the committee through our journey, especially with the audit outcomes. But I'm going to start off where Councillor Mushi has left off, and thank you, Councillor Mushi, for the introductory remarks, and talk about the stable environment we've been operating in at the authority, which saw a vacancy rate of 5.5. Chair, I'm intentionally preempting a question that may come, and I would like to take an opportunity to explain why we're having the 5.5 vacancy rate. Chair, I need to remind the committee that we did come before you as the authority, and we said that we've got two structures that we're operating with. We have recognized that the approved structure at a time, it was in 2018, which we thought was fit for purpose, was one that was unaffordable. And what we have since done was then say that we are going to be freezing positions. So we've frozen 101 positions because those are unfunded, they remain unfunded. The 5.5 we are talking to relates to the vacancies that have been funded. There is money for that, but there is a strategy that we are employing as the organization just to make sure that we remain liquid. So what we do is, on an ongoing basis, we look at which areas are adversely impacted, and we therefore recruit accordingly in stages or staggered approach using that, Chair, simply because we want to manage the deficit that we are having. You would also appreciate that Treasury regulations prohibit organizations of government to operate using a deficit or to have a deficit in their books. So this is a non-compliance issue that has been brought about by the circumstances that we find ourselves in, the circumstances that the committee is aware of. So the 5.5 translates, Chairperson, to 60 positions. And I needed to clarify that. And I'm happy to come back if there is additional information that is so required, Chair. Thank you, Nico. We can then move. I just need to take the committee through the journey of our 5 years just to see where we have started from 2020, 2021 up until 2024-2025 financial years. Chair, we have operated or achieved our targets along the lines of 80%, 88 or so, but something very interesting happened as we closed off the 5-year planning cycle. We closed it off very, very strongly, because as the authority, we at some point were operating with limited resources, and we didn't have much in terms of us having the resources to execute our big mandate. And ICASA at some point was sitting at 29%. Chair, we've been able to turn things around, and as you see, the numbers do not lie. We closed the 5 years planning cycle very strongly. We're sitting at 92%. We are also cognizant that it's not just about the 92%, but it's about the impact. And the projects that Councillor Mushi showcased and spoke briefly about, some that resulted in us making sure that we roll out the spectrum in 2022, for example, you would recall, have made sure that we are where we are here. We also are cognizant that there's a lot that we need to do as the authority, and we're not saying that the 92% means that we must pack our bags and go rest on our laurels. But we know that there is a lot of work we need to do, especially around the convergence in the industry that we are regulating. Hence, Councillor Mushi spoke about us having a need for you to empower us using the legislation so that we do deliver effectively on our mandate. So we are sitting at 92%, a very proud moment for us, Chairperson. We've never achieved this milestone. We had initially set ourselves a target of 91% because at some point it was once achieved, and we have since been struggling. But we're very happy that we are back there. We aim to take off and improve from where we are currently. I'm ready to move, Nico, thank you. Chair, I'm going to then link the performance that you see before you together with the resources that we're having in terms of money now. If you look on the right-hand side, the statement of financial position, and we've summarized this, Chair, we are happy to expand if you so require. What we're showing you as the committee here is that our current assets and the non-current assets as a whole are exceeding our liabilities, meaning that we are liquid still, even though we have a deficit, we are liquid. And I know it's a contradiction, but I tried to explain it in that to manage that deficit, we do use the money that we're having to therefore pay our operational expenses and not recruit. That has dire consequences when it comes to the well-being of our employees. I must be honest, we're trying to monitor that with REMCO. We are cautioned and we don't take it very light, Chairperson. You will also take note that when I get, Chair, to a point where I talk about audit outcomes, which were as a result of the leave, you would therefore see the correlation of what I'm talking about, because we've packed 60 positions and we're operating with the colleagues that we are having, some that may be bent out, some that are going above and beyond, because this is a strategy that we can use to survive, Chair. So this is a survival tactic that we are using until such a point that our funding model has been crafted, has been widely canvassed and approved accordingly, Chair. On the right-hand side, Chairperson, I would like to draw your attention then to the income statement or the financial performance, and we will go into detail in the slides that are about to come. On these ones, what we would like to draw to your attention is that the 471 million right at the end that you see, this is money that we're getting through yourselves, and thank you, through the DCDT. It's called the grant, it's our allocation. This is what we are operating with, Chair. And we also get this money on a quarterly basis. So when we get it, we invest it and we generate some bit of interest. That's how we survive, Chair. So the 53 million that you see on top relates to the interest that we generated as a result of us investing the money that we're getting on a quarterly from DCDT. Together, they made up a sum of about 525 million. And you would see that in the last financial year, we're sitting at 537, meaning that we've lost money, one, in terms of investment because the market was not doing so well, but two, you would recognize that our allocation has since decreased, not a lot, but there was a slight decrease from 2024 to 2025 in terms of what we were given. So as a result, Chairperson, last year, 2024, we're sitting at a 21 million deficit. This year that concluded, we're sitting at 60 because of the strategy that we are employing to make sure that we survive and our books look credible, Chair, to some extent. I'm going to proceed, Nico, to the next slide. Mr. Mabilani, can you hear me? Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Thank you. Chair, on this slide, what I wish to bring to your attention is the money that we are generating for the fiscus as per our mandate. If you look on the right, you would see that there's two big figures. One is 2.2 billion. This relates to the 2024-2025 financial year against the 7.9 billion, which relates to the 2023-2024 financial year. You would ask, why is there a difference? The difference is as a result of the 2022 auction that saw us receiving a number of part payment requests from the operators that, and as a result, they were paying on a continuous basis. Hence, we collected 7.9 billion. This is inclusive of the money that we ought to have gotten at a time, but we have acceded to their requests. Council has given us an approval, and they were paying in parts. So there's a difference of 5 billion, Chair, but for the year we've collected 2.2 billion. I must say that this money, as we receive it from respective licensees, we then take it, we invest it for about 20 days. Once we get the interest, we take the money together with the related interest back to DCDT and inside the National Revenue Fund account as dictated to by our Act, Chairperson. I'm proceeding, Nico. Thank you. Chair, this is one slide that ideally you shouldn't be seeing. We don't want to see it ourselves. However, we had circumstances that dictated or necessitated at the time for us to have or recognize the expenditure that we incurred as irregular and some as fruitless. And I'll explain what happened, Chair, so that I don't allay any concerns or fears that may come as a result of this slide. In 2023-2024 financial year, we were sitting at 50 million in terms of irregular expenditure. And this expenditure, Chair, has since decreased to 13 million. You will also see that we've given you a narrative of what really happened. And one that we would want to talk to is as a result of us having granted a specific bidder a bid and having relied on the reference letters that they submitted. Chairperson, when we went through rigorous reviews internally, we did find out that there was something suspicious, but it was after we had signed the contract, and we investigated the matter, and we found out that the service provider had misrepresented the facts, and we have also engaged National Treasury to talk about this issue, Chairperson. There was some bit of litigation that we're dealing with that is still ongoing. I think the matter is dormant where we are currently. So that's one. But you need to also, Chair, recall that once you award a contract, then it's a multi-year contract. For as long as you've not condoned a respective contract, you would then need to, on a yearly basis, recognize that it's still irregular until such a time that you condone. And condonation would not be allowed by National Treasury until such a time that we show cause, that we've closed all the loopholes, that we have consequenced and all of that. And in this case, for example, we're dealing with an external party, as I said, lawyers were involved in all of that. The other issue I'd like to bring to your attention, not that money has been missing, there's no fraud, there's no corruption, is related to us securing accommodation at one of our offices, where we went to the market many times. We didn't get the favorable response. We then said there is SABC in the vicinity. We approached SABC. We signed a contract with SABC. We explained ourselves. And the people moved into the building. AG came in and we had a difference in opinion. Chairperson, we are a creature of statute. At times, we may not agree to the assertions of the AG, but we did that which we needed to do to therefore make sure that we satisfy the requirements and we also accede to the advice that we've gotten. This is as a result of that building. Again, we are in a condonation process. Once the condonation process is concluded with National Treasury, we are going to condone because there is no fraud, because no one did anything amiss except the misinterpretation in us having cited the reason why we needed to move into SABC's building and not go back many times to the market. The last part I'd like to address, Chair, relates to just for the quotations, especially when we need to conform to the requirements of the Department of Women and Persons with Disabilities. Chair, we are required that we recognize such designated groups and we give them the required business. So we targeted those ones, and in us having targeted those ones, Chairperson, we later on realized that there was no report of BEE that was submitted, although we knew that some met those requirements. So again, AG came in, we had our own disagreements, and then we folded and we said to an extent that they are saying we ought to have been very clear in our reports that the BEE report was not submitted, although we knew that they met the requirements. It was regarded as irregular. So those are the three cases I needed to take you into confidence on so that you are aware of what we are dealing with. Yes, I agree that we need to tighten our internal controls just to make sure that such things are picked up, Chair, very early on, and our early warning systems ought to be very rigorous. That is something that we have since corrected. For example, at ICASA, you can't get a tender now without us having written representation representations from respective people that you are naming as clients, because we've seen an instance where someone took us for a ride, a chairperson. So we've learned the hard way, we've tightened the controls, and I can tell you that the matter has not recurred in the current year. If we were to proceed, Chairperson, to fruitless, again, we started at 409 and we are at 171,000, Chairperson. And the contributing factors here, Chairperson, again, a matter that is disheartening for us around the payment of invoices outside the prescribed payment period, which is 30 days, the missed flights that are as a result of the contract that we are having with our travel agency. Chair, I don't want to be controversial, but for example, in this class, we have an instance where we were called to Parliament, and while we were at the airport, we were told that we needed to go back because the meeting will now be online. So it's such cases, Chair, and in the absence of us having a very agile contract where we then have to revert to getting another flight, you then are regarded as a no-show, and unfortunately, you have to then show cause that it was not intentional, but as you know, until such a time where AG is satisfied that you went where you were supposed to go, we have to then record it as fruitless, Chair. And we had an instance of force majeure where some of our external committee was out in the field, and as they were there were thunderstorms and they couldn't get to their final destination, Chair. We are condoning this matter, but as I say, PFMA is very clear. We have to therefore record as fruitless because they didn't get to the destination and we had already paid. But you will appreciate, Chairperson, that there's been a big decrease in the amount. And I must also give you comfort that we've got the Loss Control Committee. Where required, Chair, we do take consequence management steps and we effect those through our disciplinary processes. There are cases that are still open. There are talks that we are having and engaging in, especially with the labor partners, the union, so that there is appreciation that discipline doesn't necessarily mean violation of employee rights. And that takes some time to conclude these cases, but it's a process we need to undertake, Chair. I'm proceeding, Chairperson, to the audit outcomes, an area, Chair, that I would like to spend some bit of time on. And as Councillor Mushi has said, we have seen what we call a regression in the language of AG. For us, Chair, is a change in the audit outcome that we are willing to explain, that is, in our view, very insignificant and could have been avoidable. So the reason I'm saying, Chair, this could have been avoidable. So we moved from an unqualified audit to a qualified audit as a result of leave provision. Chair, if you allow me, I need to go just a bit to town on the matter so that you understand the intricacies around the matter. But just before then, Nico, also, I spoke to consequence management, Chair, that there are cases that are yet to be concluded. AG, when they write, they would not say that there are what I'm saying, but they would say lack because PFMA is very prescriptive. The accounting officer must. So that's a lingo, it's a PR issue. Chair, I wish we could advocate that it be written for what it is. Unfortunately, I have no control, but I gave you context and I tried to really take you into confidence on the matter and for you to understand what's happening. The invoices, because I don't want to look like I'm evasive, let me talk to each issue, Chair. Invoices not paid within 30 days. It's a matter that has contributing factors around that as skills that we spoke to as capacity. We did talk through our chairperson about the authority having one person who releases payments a check. The authority having one person who therefore makes sure that when we need to pay between us and the bank that we're using, before you click that button. There's only one person who can do that. So those are some of our realities that we don't normally talk about, but it is what it is, Chairperson. You would ask us, why are you not recruiting people? I spoke about us prioritizing. We have done that in finance to some extent, in us making sure that we get foot soldiers. We are now have concluded a process with the audit committee where we've redefined the structure, and we've made sure that that one person on the structure would therefore be having help, so that when they are not there, someone else is assisting, and we unlock the bottlenecks that are in the system. We also had an instance that the people that are in finance are not necessarily the finance people, and I'm not complaining, Chairperson, I'm just being very honest with the committee. We've trained, Chair, we have gotten consultants in, but are now at a point where we will now use a hybrid model, consultants on board to help turn around finance, because this has been going on for some time. But the other big issue is the use of archaic systems or lack thereof. So we are using manual processes combined with the skill sets, combined with the capacity. This is the real reason we find ourselves where we are, Chairperson. I've tried to outline the plans that we're having in future to turn things around, Chair. Procurement and contract management, I've spoken about the bids, I've spoken about the 80-20 and all of that, Chair. That relates to what I spoke to earlier on. I'm not going to repeat in the interest of time. Irregular expenditure, we did also speak to it. Let me see, financial statements, material adjustments. Yes, Chair, we did have material adjustments. And the point that I'm about to go into, that is leave, is one that hugely contributed to that, Chair, because when AG says change and you don't change, you find yourself in hot water. We changed in this instance under duress, reluctantly, hence we are now taking the AG head on. It is not a good position to be at. We are Chapter 9 institutions, we sit in the same forum, we ought to have found each other. But unfortunately, we were given a new team, Chairperson, that comprised 95% of the auditors that had never audited ICASA. That is one big contributor to why we found ourselves where we are. If you allow me, I'm going to get into the crux of the matter, leave. Why leave? Why are we qualified on leave? Nico, it's on this next slide. And I needed the other slides, Nico, before these ones, where we are explaining the management position. I tried to summarize here so that I'm not too long. But while you get to that, you can move from this one. I think it's the subsequent ones. Chair, in the interest of time, I can start just to give you background information around the fact that ICASA has been audited for the 5 past years by AG, using the same policy, having the same system, which we call VIP, to record our leave, Chairperson. We have not been qualified on the matter. We have not had any problems with AG. We have said to AG, we note that we've got a limitation in the system, which is VIP, that is so old that does not take away the leave days that ought to be forfeited. We know that. We use the manual controls, Chairperson, to control the fact that when someone leaves the employ of ICASA, they don't get more than what they're supposed to get. So we limit it to 30 days at a particular period. And I must put it on record, Chairperson, that the AG has not found anyone who was paid in excess of 30 days. We have not violated that. We've stuck to the policy for the last 5 years. It was only in 2024, 2025, when AG, through the new team, came and said, how you've been doing it and accounting for your leave. For the last 5 years, is incorrect and you must change it. We have consulted the National Treasury Chairperson that has come back and agreed with ICASA that we are correct. We went to AG, we were disregarded. National Treasury was also disregarded. So we find ourselves in a situation where we were not given even an opportunity to ventilate what I'm telling you now, because all along we were given an impression that they hear us, they understand. It was only on the 31st of July that AG came and said, we are going to qualify you. 31st of July is the day on which you need to sign off on the audit report. So we convened many urgent meetings. 1 a.m. we were still working, Chairperson. We thought that we were going to find each other. As a result, our audit report was signed only on the 8th of August because our audit committee and council were not hearing it. So I would not want to look like I'm complaining, Chairperson, but I also would like to record it that what AG calls a materiality figure that gets you to be qualified is 11 million. And at ICASA, this treatment of leave that they said, move it from it being accrued to it being provisioned, which is an accounting treatment, was in the range of about 6 million if we're changing from accrual to provision as per their advice. The 7 million or 6 million is below the 11 million. Even if that change was big, it was not material. And we don't know how we got to a point where we are now qualified because it doesn't meet the rules of the game that govern the auditors. We wanted to go the ethical route, Chairperson, but that would have been detrimental. We didn't want people to lose jobs and all of that. And we thought, let's allow the audit report to be signed off in the spirit of transparency, in the spirit of us accounting for public funds, because these are not our funds. So we let it go, Chairperson, and we pursued an escalation process. They've written back to us. They're misrepresenting the facts. They told you as the portfolio committee that we've changed the leave policy. That is not correct. We are disputing that. We would want to still meet all the layers of management until we meet the AG herself. And we will not tire, Chairperson, even if it means that we will conclude this next year. But for us, it's an issue that, one, it has a reputational damage, not only for us that as leadership of ICASA, but for the organization that has been consistently been audited by the same AG. But two, we are also calling for procedural fairness, because if nothing has changed, on what basis are we finding ourselves here? So, Chairperson, if we were to have an ask for you as a committee, is just to really, as you take reports from AG, to also try and convene a session where we could have a dispute resolution mechanism through your respective committees. Because at times, maybe we're not finding each other. At times, perhaps if we all come under one roof and explain, maybe we'll hear each other. But where we are, we've got 2 CAs in the audit committee. We've got 9 councillors. We've got management. Some are CAs. And we don't understand. But again, Chair, I'm not here to complain about AG. I would have liked that they are even here. They know that we are not happy, that we've lodged an escalation. But again, we wanted to account and be held to be honest, Chair, because good governance is something that we take very seriously at ICASA. Chair, if you allow me, I'm going to pass and go through the last few slides that would therefore talk about 4 targets that we did not achieve and our remediation in making sure that we catch up on these targets where applicable. Chair, I've spoken about finance and the attainment of the clean audit that was as a result of the 30 days, as a result of the material misstatements that I've spoken to. And I've also, in my presentation, I have already touched on the mitigating factors. If you allow me, I'm going to move from finance and go into HR and PRA and regions. On HR side, Chairperson, we missed the target that related to recruitment of women because we had females leaving, and the traction of replacing them was a bit slower because at ICASA, for certain levels, Chairperson, we do social media checks and all of that. So we were out by a number of days when we reported for the specific quarter. We didn't want to process those, Chairperson, and ignore what may come out of such checks that are critical that we do, because we once had a case that denoted very worrying concerns at the end of our recruitment processes. And as a result, we then decided that for other critical positions and where we deem it necessary, that we are going to do those very important checks, Chairperson. I'm happy to report that we've since prioritized that whoever that came in thereafter, for especially the bands that were affected, were females, and we are now fine, Chairperson, except where we would have lost colleagues recently. Thank you. I'm moving on to policy research and analysis, Chair, a contentious matter that I know that we may spend time on when you bring your questions. It's around TV subscription inquiry. On this one, Chairperson, we have been also harping on the fact that we don't have the skill. However, we are using the internal resources that we are having. We also are trying to partner with the likes of your Competition Commission to see where they can assist us if possible. But you would want to also know that the inquiry has therefore made some progress with the resources that we're having, although we are stretching them too hard because we are worried that we also have not been making the necessary traction. But what you also need to know is that as we are doing the inquiry, we're also taking into account what comes out of the audio and audiovisual, and obviously the convergence in the industry that we are regulating. We are going to also open this up to investigate the issues around the OTT platforms, amongst others. We are making headway, Chairperson, and we are hopeful that we will get to a point where we deliver. But as I said, we use the internal resources in the absence of the economic expert to really finalize the work internally. So we've made a progress. Yes, it's not where we wanted to be, but we've moved from where we were the last time we came before the committee. And the last one around the non-achieved targets relates to the Regions and Consumer Affairs Division, which again was impacted by an external dependency we had on a committee that was appointed by Council called the Consumer Advisory Panel. They go around, investigate and do research around the consumer issues, come back to ICASA, recommend, and of course we infuse the recommendations in the daily work that we are doing. What we realized here, Chairperson, was that again, our early warning systems ought to have been tightened, and this is an area we've never had any issue on, ever. It's the first time that we've missed this target, I think, in the 5 years. And we realized that not only was the committee new, but we also ought to have made sure that we monitor this very closely. And what we since have done now is that on their APP, we then said that at the end of Feb, we want the final report so that we have the whole month of March to process it at council level. And that way, Chair, we will be fine in terms of the reporting. Because again, this one was out by 3 days, Chair, which was quite disheartening. Chair, this concludes my long presentation, and I apologize that I took time. I just thought it's important that we come before this committee as we account, and we're not saying feel sorry for us, but we are saying that have the facts, and as I said, keep us honest. We are here to account. We want to do better, Chair, and improve. Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity.
ICASA, and thank you to Councillor Mushi and the team for the detailed presentation into the results for the last financial year. Honorable members, we have the presentation before us. We also heard a plea from the CEO as she took us into confidence into a matter that is troubling the regulator in terms of how the issue surrounding the leave pay provision was dealt with. We now have an opportunity to engage the authority, and I will take hands. Whilst members are getting their thoughts, let me start by just indicating that CEO, with regards to, let's just firstly maybe appreciate the 92% achievement that you have achieved, and the 99% of license fees that you've collected. And also acknowledge that we've heard you and your plea to us in terms of the situation with regards to leave pay provision. And we will definitely, as we conclude in this meeting later, we will take some guidance in terms of how we plan to manage that matter there. I would be keen to understand in terms of the vacancy rate, how is that the 5.5%, maybe just to give us into confidence in terms of what are the core functions of yours, or what are the main jobs that are incorporated in that 5%? What are the nature of the jobs, and then how does the non-filling of that then impact on your core business? And then the follow-up to that would be that the ECA amendment remains the most contentious point of ICASA. And maybe, are there any updates from ICASA regarding this point, regarding the EC amendment? And if so, are there any timeframes about this, the implementation of the ECA amendments? And I know one of the challenges you face is funding. And I think it is a very obvious question, but I think I'm also I want to place it in record that ICASA is one of those few entities that consistently deposits lump sums into the fiscus. We've heard in this last FY, there was 2 billion rands. So maybe the question then is ICASA able to sustain itself from the funds it receives back? And is this current financial model holding the regulator back from achieving its full potential? And in receiving your presentation, we noted that quite a few of the non-performances or the areas that you challenge with regard to resourcing. For example, you've indicated that you have one person who does payments. You've indicated, but there hasn't been too much of discussion around your core mandate, and that is really around regulations. And I think, as you have alluded to earlier, it would be important for this committee to get a business case from ICASA. Because if ICASA, and I've heard this plea from Chairperson of ICASA, that we are running a regulator with archaic systems. Chairperson has always spoken about data mining and all those key skills that are needed, which I think you are unable to fund with the current level of funding. So I would really suggest to ICASA to prepare that proposal, a strong business proposal, taking a deep dive into what is the mandate of ICASA. Is ICASA fulfilling that mandate, or is it falling short? And is it adept to what is required of it? And if so, why not? And then talk to the issues surrounding the funding model. That is important for this committee to receive that detailed presentation as an item, as a separate item altogether. I see Honorable Bodlani's hand is up. Let me recognize Honorable Bodlani whilst we wait for other honorable members. Honorable Bodlani?
Chair, it feels like Ms. Maluleke was asking and answering her own questions. so she did very well in preempting the comments from the committee. I think that speaks to how familiar she has become with the parliamentary process. And it is commendable because it really assisted in closing a lot of gaps. And just to pick up on what you are saying, Chair, last week, the Minister of DCDT, Minister Malatsi, hosted the inaugural ICT policy colloquium. And one of the things that came out from the participants of the colloquium was that ICASA, well, they were speaking about it in the past, to say that ICASA had lost its momentum in terms of being a regulator. And there was also a sense that also allowed for the Competition Commission to then enter that space, almost taking over ICASA as a regulator. I don't know if that would have been a fair thing to be said. And I also hear now they are also partnering with the Competition Commission. What sort of partnership are you looking at when there's a perceived notion that the Competition Commission is taking up space as a regulator? If you could just speak to that. And Chair, I really like how you put it, to say, we really don't quite hear, we know that ICASA is the regulator, but we don't quite hear about the regulation work that they do. So just to echo that, to say they should just really empower us more in terms of what they do, and perhaps it will also be a way that answers the question about the concerns that were raised about them falling through the cracks and the Competition Commission taking over as a regulator. And obviously nobody wants a Competition Commission that's going to regulate a space that is legislated to be within the sphere of ICASA. I'm really worried about what we are hearing about the engagements with the GCIS. And if I do remember well, Ms. Siamo in the meeting with the AG, I remember she had raised her hand, but because it was out of convention for anybody for any of the entities to speak while the AG was providing a report to the entity, I think she was not noted. And I hope I'm not misrepresenting her, but I wondered at that point why her hand was up. But I do want to take the point that she makes, Chair. And I don't know if it is the preview of this portfolio committee to make that sort of decision to say we then have a to and fro between the organizations that the Auditor General audits within our departments, or it's a decision that needs to be made higher up. I think that decision really is above our pay grade, but we must still, in the same breath, find ways, and perhaps the content advisors could come in and tell us how do we engage that, because what we are hearing is ICASA saying they lost out on a higher audit outcome on things that could have been avoided, and they also cite the issue of having had a completely new audit team from the GCIS as an issue. This brings me, I think, to the point we always make about the National Treasury, for example, not fully understanding the mandate of the entities and the organizations within the DCDT and how they relate to them in terms of finances. So if we could maybe get advice, even if it's not at this meeting, going forward to say, how can we really close that gap so that there's better efficiency in terms of how we deal with what the organization is telling us versus what the AG is telling us. Because at the end of the day, it is not only just a risk for ICASA, it is also a risk for the Office of the Auditor General if auditees are going to come out of the audit process feeling as disgruntled as they are feeling. So it's just really an issue of making sure that the credibility of the Office of the Auditor General just as is upheld, equally the credibility of the auditees is upheld. So I don't know, there was in the presentation talk about they would now be engaging the Auditor General personally, if we could just be appraised on the outcome of that, because obviously auditing is an ongoing process, and to say how is this going to be corrected in the next cycle. And I also note the risk of having one person being responsible for making payments, especially because ICASA is on record as saying that they use manual processes. How fast can we turn that around? I know it's a hindrance. For now, it's an issue of the inability to pay your service providers within 30 days. But more than anything, it's a risk in terms of handling company finances and invoices. So how far can we go in terms of changing the situation? And the new councillors that, in fact, maybe before I step away from that, Ms. Siamo has spoken about having launched an escalation. I'm not sure if I understood to whom. Was it still in relation to the AG? And if that is the case, I missed completely who the escalation is, or is it an escalation based on the auditees to the Auditor General? If you could just clarify that for me. And I've now lost my trail of thought. So let me stop there, Chairperson, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. I see no other hands. Maybe let me hand back to you, Councillor Mushi, to lead the responses. I'm sure there will be some follow-up questions. Councillor Mushi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the Honorable Bodlani for the questions. My camera is up. Sorry. So the CEO will take all the questions. I just wanted to respond to the fact that we do not speak to our mandate probably enough or explicitly so. And it might be just in the way that we bring our reports. And that this is in this annual report, we've just summarized the work that we do. But I'm just thinking that our mandate, spreads across 3 sectors: broadcasting, telecoms, and postal. And I just wanted to get clarity that is this question in relation to the resources, how we plan our resources, or is it related to whether we were able to carry our how well we have carried the mandate in the previous year with regards to the report that we are presenting now. I just want clarity that is it in relation to this performance that or is it just overall that we are not speaking to our mandate? Just to get clarity.
I think it's a merger of both. It's a merger of both. I think we want to hear a lot more about regulatory challenges, that which is connected to your core mandate. And what we've received here rather has been issues that are more peripheral, but important, but not really talking to the core issues. And this might be, and your fulfillment of your mandate is compromised by resources. So I think it's a mixture of both. What we really want to see, as Honorable Bodlani has said, I wasn't there at the colloquium, but with the statement Honorable Bodlani made, that the statement made at the colloquium that ICASA has lost its momentum as a regulator, I think that captures the concern of this committee here, that we really want to see and assist ICASA fulfilling that important and critical mandate. That is why in my responses, I suggested a deep dive and a critical business case document that talks to where are we not, or how are we not, or why are we not fulfilling what we're supposed to do? And then what do we need to get to that space? I think that's Honorable Bulani, is that what we're talking about? I think you raised that question about the regulator.
Yes, Chair, I think you have covered me succinctly. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, that's quite a question. I'm going to try and just give a highlight of how we are doing in relation to carrying our mandate in relation to the resources available to us. I will cite a few examples. One, our regulatory process is long protracted, and that is as it is in the ECA. That even in cases where we could follow a simpler, easier process that does not take too much of our time, resources, especially time, and the expertise, is that we don't have that leverage. We've got to start with an inquiry, publish a document, get legal vetting and all of that. And we find that it is a standard process across the board. Secondly, let me just mention that whilst we are following the regulatory process, we find a lot of competing interest from our licensees. What that means is that then it complicates the regulation making process that then forces us to even go external and spend money on legal fees, where we will have to get, for example, a legal opinion on a matter, just to make sure that our regulations are not litigated. And often so, some of the litigation is not even whether our regulation is wrong or right, but it's how well it serves interest. So litigation is another of our biggest problems. It's eating a lot of our budget. Community radio stations, for example, that if the few examples that have been cited, that they have been shut down because the law says we cannot take a late application. Now that leads to a litigation process where we have to spend some money. Monitoring and enforcement of our regulations. Across the three sectors, we make regulations, we must monitor compliance, and we must enforce compliance. What it means is that, for example, monitoring the SABC, or just let me say as broadcasting, how many licenses are out there, how many licenses are there in telecoms. All those regulations, whilst it is one gazette, it applies to, I don't know I can't remember the numbers of how many licenses we've got that we've got to monitor and we've got to enforce in certain instances. Let me speak to enforcement. It means we've got to appoint inspectors in the regions to do the enforcement. Go and check on the complaints that we receive. That is physical people. We're not using any fancy technology to do the monitoring. It's people on the boots on the ground that must go do the enforcement. Compliance, those reports that we do receive, they must be analyzed. We're still very manual. The forms are still physical forms in some instances. We do not have detailed tools that can help us with such. Quotations on the SCM process, as the CEO has mentioned, we rely on in the subscription broadcasting, for example, we needed to appoint an economist that could help us with the regulation making process. And we find that our SCM processes are not, up to standard. I don't know what's the correct word to use, but that we find that right at the end of the bid process, a service provider does not have a tax clearance or whatever it is, and then it means we must start from scratch. I'm talking to process issues. So it's those kind of challenges that we have not brought to the committee as part of this presentation, but we live with those challenges. We do our best to operate within those challenges. I think that will be enough. Let me just speak to the fact that ICASA has lost this momentum. We know we are not perfect, but we are doing the best with what we have. We will be seen as not to be a regulator of relevance, but largely being the challenges, the legislative challenges that we have alluded to, wherein we're still regulating in the 2005 legislative framework. We've moved along so far from the days of 2005 voice and data convergence that we have ushered 5G in the sector with the spectrum that has been auctioned, but the regulator, in us putting together regulations, we still don't have a framework that empowers us and that enables us. We are now, we've since been waiting for the analog switch off. What that means is that there is still frequencies that are stuck in the past. For as long as we have not switched off, those frequencies are not available to be given to now digital services. We have a framework that was envisioned for analog switch off. Analog switch off is 15 years late, but we do have a framework that we now have to operate in now ushering in digital broadcasting. When we consulted about 2-3 weeks ago, it is very evident that the market is saying to us, you are coming to us to consult on a digital terrestrial television framework. And today we are already talking about, DTH. So that is how I'm saying we will be seen to have lost momentum. But if we are given the leverage, and speaking now to the ECA amendment, you asked about the progress. We are still waiting for the ECA to be amended. We were a few weeks ago or so asked to make comments on certain parts of the ECA, but not an overhaul of the ECA in the way that we'd like ECA to be overhauled. ICASA is ready with the proposed amendments. We have gone through parts of the ECA that we feel if they were amended, they would empower us much better. But that's a process between us and DCDT. I'm not sure if we've submitted those comments, but we have commented on the part ECA bill that has been put to us. If I can just cite quickly, that ECA was, for example, talking to Section 21 of the ECA that is on rapid deployment. I'm sure members of the committee are aware that there is a policy out there for us to implement a rapid deployment policy. And as ICASA, in that policy, we are expected to regulate outside of our mandate. That policy says we need to put in a framework of access to land for our licensees to go roll out broadband infrastructure. But in us doing that, it means we now must regulate way leaves with the municipalities, which is way outside of our powers. Now, those are the kind of disjunctures that we need to talk about. And the colloquium, unfortunately, we were not all invited. There were only 2 seats for us. But we are not surprised at the comments, and we do welcome the comments because it is a good way to start this conversation that says, so what? How do we then lead forward? The regulator of the future, we are drafting that, but still we're going to need resources for us to put a regulator of the future document, strategy that is implement, and that is forward-looking. That is not going to be 5 years, leave for 5 years and have to be reviewed. So what does the regulator of the future looks like? I've always said, if it were me, self-regulation would have been best, because then it means less expectation from the regulator. But if the market is not self-regulating, then it means ICASA continues to exist to regulate the market and enforce compliance. And in cases where there's non-compliance, there must be consequences. And for us to be able to carry our mandate effectively, we must be resourced accordingly. We currently are not monitoring SABC, and there's an outcry out there that is it because it's a public entity, but mainly it's because we don't have resources, we don't have the capacity. And if you ask me, that is discriminatory kind of a regulation where parts of our licenses are not regulated, but it's a discussion for another day. Let me speak quickly to the competition ComCom versus ICASA situation. There are two laws, the ECA and the Competition Act, that give powers to these two entities to oversight on competition matters. The stark difference is that ICASA is doing ex post regulation, where we are looking at regulation after the effect, and Competition Commission does an ex ante regulation where they are looking at before competition, and that's where you look at measures and acquisitions. Now, it might be that the reference is made to the DSMI, the inquiry that Competition Commission ran on the cost to communicate, largely, that saw its outcomes, forcing licensees to bring the cost of data down. I must say, it's a concurrent jurisdiction. It does not necessarily mean if the Competition Commission has the capacity to run such an inquiry, it deems us, ICASA, ineffective. It is for us to just say, and lately we've been collaborating a lot with our sister companies to say, instead of duplicating efforts and where we know budgets are scarce, why don't we collaborate and leverage off each other? And I think that is the how we see it as ICASA, but I'm not sure if we are really to be seen to be ineffective. There is competition assessments that we do in our licensing process, and maybe we don't talk enough about what we do internally, and maybe there's a call for us to bring that to the fore. Thank you, Chair. Let me, through you, with your permission, allow the CEO to touch on the non-performance issues related to resources and other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Councillor Mushi. Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Chair, I think Councillor Mushi has elaborated on the other issues. I'm going to leave them there and just start off with the AG matter, just to close it, to the issue in that I asked that we be given an audience, and that's why I raised my hand, Honorable Bodlani. So the escalation has been with AG. The first response was given to us after a month of us having lodged the escalation. We received the response from the business unit leader on the 25th of September. We have since reviewed it, and we will be taking it up to the next level because, as I say, material differences in terms of the facts, but we thought it's important. Let's have a round table. Let's talk without writing each other letters. So it is still ongoing in that manner. Audit and Risk Committee has decided that we are not letting this go. We don't know when this is going to end, unfortunately, but we are there now, and we'll keep you posted. Chair, if I go to, there was a question around how is it affected. I need to give you assurance, Chairperson, that from the 5.5, the 60 I've got, I think, about 4 positions in licensing that we are recruiting for. Remember, Chair, we're not freezing the positions, we're just staggering. So we are recruiting for some such as your radio frequency specialist. We are recruiting for. There's also an analyst in our research unit that we are recruiting for. In the event that we're not recruiting for, we've also employed a strategy to say that let's bring in people for 2 years. So we have that compensating control in that environment. Then we have in the regions, we have postal officers and the inspectors. And how we then are dealing with the situation is that Limpopo and Mpumalanga we then now share, and we pay overtime, we pay acting allowance, because then the cost is less. Not necessarily that we are not going to recruit, but we are protracting it so that we have money as we go along. Then the rest are just in the support division, such as your internal auditors, but we have given them a panel of auditors, but we're not having warm bodies on a daily basis. So that's how we are surviving, Chair. The issue of ComCom is adequately dealt with. I've dealt, Chair, with the issue around AG. I've also, how can we turn around the issue of, is it 30 days, Chairperson? I hope I'm not misrepresenting you. Chairperson, what we have done in that space, because our finance structure was very thin and very lean, we therefore have expanded and we are bringing in new positions that are graded. We are also going to capacitate them by giving them some consultants to make sure that as we go along, and we recognize, Chair, that we don't necessarily want to add more people if there are people that are not gainfully employed. So there's the process of skills auditing that also is running in parallel. And I wouldn't want to say it here, but we are also exploring options where people that feel that they may want to terminate services are given that opportunity. So we're looking at a whole range of solutions. But for now, in the interim, the consultants are there, Chair. The structure has been expanded. We are doing job evaluation. But unfortunately, Chair, some of these decisions are going to need money. And as I said, in the long term, we are going to get the ERP system that is going to make sure that we automate, including the leave that we have talked about. Obviously, that's a long term, but we have allocated money for that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Councillor Moshi, for your comprehensive responses. I really appreciate it. Honourable members, is there any follow-up questions? Honourable Bodlani, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, of course, the responses that we have received from the ICASA representatives are really comprehensive, and they do really fill the gaps on what we had. What I would like, Chairperson, is for us to really, as part of our recommendations from this meeting, to call for the DCDT to do more to empower ICASA, as we have always called for that, to say nobody in this room does not want ICASA to succeed. When we talk about the regulator of the future, it's a responsibility of all of us around, the table, the proverbial table as it is, but it's a responsibility of all of us. And it really again speaks to how historically ICASA has been short-churched. And there's a great appreciation that there's not going to be overnight fixes, but we must just impress upon DCDT to come in and provide the resources that at least would assist ICASA to really position themselves in a more faster way as the regulator of the future.
Thank you, Honourable Bodlani. You probably would have summed up my closing comments on that. I think Team ICASA, we are, as we have been, with every single entity that we have oversight over, and hence our program has been structured such that every entity we've had the opportunity to engage on a one-on-one basis. We've stretched our engagements generously, going into Fridays, etc., so that we have this time to engage. And the reason for this time is so that we can meaningfully contribute and assist the entities that we have oversight over. So taking it from Honorable Budlani, in addition to the DCDT, I do believe it starts with the entity itself, as is the case with all entities that's come before us. We are we are a committee that is here to assist you, to enable you, to facilitate, and it's now up to yourselves to create, Councillor Mushi and CEO, that regulator of the future document. I think put your heads together, make the document available, and that would be the input document that you will really sit with the department, and that's what you need to engage with us. And if the sooner you engage with us in the new year, it would be better, because then it becomes, we give urgency. I mean, my follow-up questions probably would have been, what are your priorities against this conundrum and this myriad of whole host of things that needs to be done? If I were to ask you, Councillor Mushi, what are the top 3 things or 5 things, if you had a wish list, what would it be that you'd like to get sorted out immediately, that you know it would, the 80-20 rule, it would be 20% effort, but the output would be an 80%, the leverage and the talk that it would have, given the fact that we always will have limited resources. So I really would like to have that well-informed document, and that will give us then guidance, give the DCDT and this committee guidance in terms of how then can we best hold your hands and support you. And that includes substantively revisiting the funding model. I mean, it is painful that we've heard 14 million was raised through the spectrum, 14 billion rather was raised through the spectrum sales, and not much or none of that was retained to assist the entity. And we've heard now that in the last FY, you've raised 7 billion that was returned, and in this FY, you've raised 2 billion that was returned, and not only returned, even returned with the interest on that investments. Now that is painful, because ultimately there's a whole collecting process that you go through, where you have to resource your entity, where you collect the funds, you achieve 99% achievement, all to go away. So I do believe that it warrants us to have a serious conversation about how then can we repurpose, resuscitate, revitalize, and make ICASA a regulator of the future. So we thank you for coming before us, and we thank you for this engagement. Thank you, honorable members, for the meaningful and pointed and sharpened engagement that we have been consistently doing from last week. I don't think there's any further additions that we wish to make. Let me thank you all. Gyabonga Kakulu, thank you so much. And I certainly hope that the entities have received the engagement from the committee in the spirit with which it was intended. And this meeting is now.
Chairperson,
Yeah.
I think there is an announcement by Mr. Ngoma in terms of the program. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ngoma. Mr. Ngoma, I recognize you. I didn't see a hand up, Ajira.
Oh, apologies, Chairperson. Chairperson, for next week's meeting, we got feedback that DTIC will not be able to attend next week, but in fact, there will be a future meeting that they wanted. So the program has been changed slightly. There are also venues available for next week, Chairperson, and members can decide if the meeting for Tuesday, they would want to have it physical. Thank you.
Honorable members, what is the input in regards to a physical meeting for next week, Tuesday? I know members have been asking for a face-to-face. So my sense is, if there is that opportunity, maybe we should take that opportunity to have that face-to-face. So that would be my proposal, that next week, Tuesday, if that space is available, Hajira, then my proposal is that we accept it and we take that offer. Is that supported, honorable members?
Chair, I think we are the last two standing. Everybody else is multitasking. Chair, can I ask that we take that conversation offline, considering that I don't think we're really going to have proper input. I am for the suggestion, but considering the participation we've had this afternoon, maybe we should just take it offline and make that decision as soon as possible.
Okay. Thanks, Hajira. You've got that guidance. Let's take it offline and let's get a poll with the honorable members and see what's the feedback in our group.
Thank you,
Thank you so much. Thank you, honorable members, and this meeting is now adjourned.